European Cricket proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Santarem here. It is Thursday morning. That's right, it is day 4, and we've got our first match of the morning ready to go. Hope you're ready as well. It is going to be Marlo taking on Lisbon Capitals, and the news from the coin toss. Thank you, Gerardo, for the time cost information. It is going to be Lisbon Capitals win the toss and elect to have a bowl first here on a morning where there's a little bit of moisture on the ground, a little bit of dew around as well. That should burn off by probably the end of the first innings. I think that's a good toss to win. And considering yesterday when Lisbon Capitals won that toss, they actually went into bat themselves and found themselves on the receiving end of a couple of skidders. And so I think they've learned their lesson from yesterday and they're going to have a bowl first. I think it's a pretty good toss to win. So we're almost set to go here. Hope you've had a wonderful week already. It's a fantastic Thursday coming up. We've got the return of Marlo after a day off. Lisbon Capitals also in action today. And don't forget that Lisbon Supergiants are back as well. But what a day we had yesterday. That was fantastic, especially for Punjab CC Madura. They get 3 wins from 3 matches, book themselves into Saturday finals action with those 3 wins, including quite an incredible run chase in the 3rd match yesterday. If you missed that, go back and have a look. But it's all about this match today, and let's get started now. Let's start with a leg side wide. As indicated there by our very experienced standing umpire. Both umpires are very experienced. Wonderful to see them out there again today, doing a great job here. Look and see what's happening there for the Marlo team. Who have they got out there? They have got, looks like that's Imran Khan and Asim Sawa. Asim Sawa, the tall left-hander who's been in blistering form already in this competition. He had a pretty good day on Tuesday, putting together a couple of half-centuries and some big runs. And for Lisbon Capitals, well, they're going to have to dig deep. They, unfortunately for them, had 3 matches yesterday and came away with no wins. Matches played yesterday, 3 wins to Punjab CC Madura and 1 win there to Awarish in match number 10. That was the 2nd match of the day yesterday morning. Looking for a bit better day today for the Capitals. Got a lot of work to do. Lisbon Capitals have got 3 games to play today, and Marlo got 3 games to play today. Lisbon Supergiants have the 2 games to play today. So at the end of the day, Marlo would have completed their group staged games, and Lisbon Capitals and Supergiants still have a few more games to go. So they've got a few games in hand, and of course tomorrow they'll be back along with Awarish to complete the group stages of this Premier Division. And Asim Sawa, it's almost like he's never left the pitch and like he's never had a day off as he starts his proceedings with a big striker from deep mid-wicket for another big Maximo to kick off his innings. So in case you missed it, thanks to Rado for the coin toss information. Lisbon Capitals have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first, which I think is a better move than what they did yesterday, which was they batted first on a pitch that had still a little bit of moisture on it, still needed to dry off a little bit. And I think it's pretty similar morning this morning. Good morning to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Dave B's joined us. Scotty from the European Cricket Network Supporters Club of Australia tuning in from Melbourne. Good to see Paolo. Julian Dawson, I saw you in the chat as well. Good to see everyone in the chat. Whether you've got a blue shield, blue spanner, or you don't, you're more than welcome. Jump in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, who are you supporting, and how's your Thursday going as well. Next delivery has been crunched through the covers. Lovely stuff there. Good start there for Sawa too. Good start for Marlo. Well, Sawa looks like he's in a mood. He's crashed that one over point. 1 bounce, 4 runs. He looks like he may have a morning tea reservation somewhere in the local village because he looks like in a proper mood this morning. What a start that is. 14 from his 3 deliveries he's faced. Marlo already up to 17. We've still got 2 deliveries to go on this over. Oh, Imtiaz Rana, he's getting a bit expensive already. And in case you missed it, Lisbon Capitals won the toss, wanted to bowl first. And Marlo, well, they don't seem to be too bothered by the conditions out there. They're keen to get on with things. It's going to be another lovely day here in Santarem too, by the way. Looking for about a 23, 24 degree day out in the centre, closer maybe to 28. And there is going to be a great day ahead for cricket fans as we continue here now. He goes leg side. Anything slightly short is going to give it an absolute crash bang wallop. That's gone a long way back for another Maximo. Asim Sawa, he's setting himself up for a big innings already. Races to 20 from 4 deliveries. Oh, Lisbon Capitals are probably wondering, what on earth do we have to do to try to do the right thing here? And poor old Rana, he's already gone magical in the first over of the day. Well, what an over that is. Poor old Imtiaz Rana, 24 off the over, and that's not a great way to start your first over of the day to get belted like that. That's tough. But what a wonderful start, though, for fans of Marlo and fans especially of Asim Sawa. The tall left-hander has gotten on with the job. Also gets a single off the last ball of the over, so he's keen to make a big score here today. Sort of wonder what they're thinking, taking on Lisbon Capitals. They must be thinking, right, let's get stuck into them and let's really shake the tree. Unfortunately, we can't show you the standings on the screen, but if you check the ECN website, you will see the standings, you'll see the lineup information, and of course, toss news as well. It's all there for you on the European Cricket Network's website. Don't hesitate to drop in there. ECN.cricket is where you want to be. And according to the standings, have a look at that. Marlo, 5 games, 3 wins, 2 losses. Top of the table with a very healthy net run rate on 14 points. There are 3 teams on 14 points. That's Marlo, Awarish, and Punjab CC Amadora, all on 14 points, separated by their respective net run rates. Awarish still 3 games to play, and Marlo still 3 games to play. We start the second over. Nice cautious start. Better delivery there. And dots up. First dot of the innings as well. Lisbon Supergiants are currently in 4th position. Lisbon Capitals currently on the bottom of the standings. Both teams have got games in hand. They still have 5 matches they need to play. Supergiants have got 1 win. Capitals do not have a win. And you just get the feeling, the way the standings are going, that those 2 teams will battle it out for the 4th spot in the standings. Sawa connects with that one beautifully, and he's smacked that one way over the leg side boundary for a big 6. Not sure what you have for breakfast, but I'd recommend you get some of that because that is a tremendous strike. And poor old Gondol is, he dots up on the first ball, and that second one was just a little bit too short. And Sawa, you let him get underneath the ball, and that's what's going to happen. He's going to go crash. Thanks to the chat for the shout out about the volume. We'll try and fix that one. Please let me know if it's going to get back to normal. The Lucky next to me here is just going to try to tweak a couple of things. As that shot comes off an edge, it was risky. It was risky, and the fielder's run around there from third on the boundary, stuck out the mitt. I reckon he's only missed that by about a metre. as that has carried the line for another Maximo. So the no ball 4 turns into a very expensive delivery, and it's 35. No, it's just ticked up there. Thank you, scorers. 41 for no loss. Oh, Lisbon Capitals, it's a scary start for them this morning. They came to the ground after Marlo. Marlo got to the ground nice and early. You could see they were absolutely chomping at the bit to get out there in the centre and get this game started. And you can see why. They had a proper mood going on. And that man Sawa has lofted this one down the ground, and that is going to land. That was in the air for an eternity. Could have made a cup of coffee and come back to catch that. End up running for 2. The throw goes through everybody. Oh, it all gets through the keeper. Considered an overthrow. Never on. Never going to be on. Oh, dear, oh, dear. He is all class, is Sawa. 37. He's already on 37 from, 39 from 10. And we've got 2 balls left in the over. So there's a fair bit going on here. Now, umpire Krit Patel. He's just having a look at the ball. I think maybe captain's just saying, have a look at the ball. Hey, just so everyone in the chat's aware, it is standing umpire Krit Patel's birthday today. There's the birthday boy. Oh, he's turned his back to us now, but that's the birthday boy. Need to try to get a little bit of a celebration for him at some stage on the screen. We continue. Dances down the wicket, misses that. Didn't need to do that. He's dealt so many blows already in this innings to the bowlers by standing in the crease. Tries to give a bit of a charge there. Tries to put Gondal off his line and length. But Gondal's over has already been a bit of a trouble, that's for sure. Sensational start to Marlo here, and a great start for Asim Sawa as well. Thanks, Nick, for your shout out to the umpire, to Krit. I'll make sure he knows that you've done that. That's a better delivery. Just gets the batter flirting well outside the off stump, looking to drive through the covers. Misses, and that's a good comeback. A couple of dots in a row there to slow things up ever so slightly. 43 for no loss after 2. Still an expensive over, though. That no ball 4 turned into a 10-run or 11-run third delivery of the over there. And in any language you say, that's a big ouch. Really good start from Marlo here. Robots jumped in as well and said happy birthday to the umpire. Thank you, Robot. I'll pass it on as well. Awesome stuff. Always good to see good support for the umpires in the chat. And even Robot getting involved too. See? Robots celebrate birthdays too. So, 2 overs, 43 runs. Lisbon Capitals thinking, well, how do we slow this up? What do we have to do to put the brakes on here? Doesn't matter what you do, you've got to do something. Must find a way to do that. And they're going to turn to the skipper. Sunukuma Patel is going to roll the arm over. Wicket taker in the night series last year and the year before. Let's see what he can find some magic here. Just tries to chop down on that one. And what we found over the last, well, even during the Challenger, I was just going to say just the Premier Division, but also the Challenger Division. Over this last 10 days of cricket, we've seen teams taking pace off can bring wickets right on cue. Would you believe it? Right on cue. Imran Khan goes to go the big hit out of the ground, and that is it's a miscue. He has to make his own pace, and immediately taking pace off by Lisbon Capitals gets a wicket in the second ball of the over. Unfortunately, they don't get Sawa. Sawa yet to face anything against Sundakumar Patel. But skipper comes on, gets a wicket with the second ball. Marlo, 43 for 1. And things maybe just returning to a bit of normality then for Lisbon Capitals. They would have been really shocked by that start. 25 off the first over and just built from there. I agree with you, Nick the Brown Bear. You are absolutely right. It is a thankless task. And many times during the awards ceremony, the trophy ceremonies last year and the year before, obviously during the presentation, the commentators, when we do our presentations, we do end up saying that. But it is so true. It's a thankless task. You know, half the teams will think they're right, the other half think they're wrong. They can never get everyone to agree. Off the mark straight away. Just. It was just a bit of an edgy moment there. But, yeah, off the mark straight away. Oh, not off the mark. Apologies. I thought they might have scampered through for one then. Still got a little bit of early morning dew on the window in front of me here. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Hit down the ground. I think that's hit the umpire, actually. Bit of friendly fire. Or unfriendly fire. And they will dot up again. Great over this one. Just what Lisbon Capitals needed. Really good over. Tossed up. Hit hard. Oh, bounces out of the hands of the mid-on fielder. That should have been two. That really should have been two. It's, I think that's Deval Kumar out there, and he's not a short fella. He's taller than me. Everyone's taller than me. He should have had a fair chunk of that, and it's burst out of the hands. I'll just remind people in the chat about the rules we like to follow here. One of them is, of course, we don't like to see too many emojis because we consider that spam. So please restrict yourself to just 5 emojis. And the chat will be nice and clean for everybody to read. And that's a nice and clean strike for Sawa. Bang! Out of the ground. Big 6. He has hustled himself up to a very big score here. He's up to 45 from 13 already. He's looking impressive. In devastating mood. 50 up with that strike as well. 50 up at the end of the third. So that's the power play. 50 for 1 after 3. He needs to go and park himself down at the non-striker's end. 3 dot balls in that over. A terrific over, though, from Sundakumar Patel, the captain. Spoiled ever so slightly by that big 6 right at the end of that over. But the Capitals will be happy they've managed to pick up a wicket. They got 3 dots in there as well, along with that single. So there's a bit of a purple patch there with a couple of dots at the end of the second. Once again, just want to thank everyone for giving umpire Crit a shout out for his birthday. I will pass it on to him. I'll show him the chat, actually. I'll let him know that there's a bit of love around for him. He is a wonderful, wonderful person. Good friend of mine. Actually, my housemate for a few days too, until I jet off on Sunday. Hit over towards... Oh, I was going to say hit over the infield towards the deep extra cover boundary. The ball took a bounce about 4 meters in front of the player and bounced very, very high. And suddenly that player thought, hang on, I'm actually not that tall, but he's got fingertips on that and defended it well. That's just the one. So Ikram turns the strike over to Sawa. How do you deal with Sawa? The pace bowlers know how they got dealt by him, and that was in 6s and 4s. But pace off, Raul Huda, different consideration. And there you go. The slower deliveries need to adjust. Shout out to Monty in the chat. Thank you very much for doing that, Monty. Just dropping that little message in about chat rules. Just to remind everybody, we don't like spam. We don't tolerate anything untoward, respectful, and clean. That's what we like to see. Swings hard at this one towards the leg side. That's going to beat that same fielder. He doesn't have to worry about the bounce there because that went like an absolute rocket. One bounce, and it skidded through across the boundary rope. And that's Danish Siddiqui out there. Lisbon Capitals will need runs out of him in this series. Top order batter. Usually opens for the Capitals. I'll be looking forward to seeing him get amongst the runs if he can. Tough competition, though, in this Premier Division. Awarish are looking strong. Punjab CC Amadora came good yesterday with 3 from 3. Marlo, well, defending champions, never lost the final here in ECS. Standing sweep shot, gets every bit of that, clears the front leg and goes crash. It goes very square, actually just slightly backward of square. Square leg umpire nonchalantly just watched it scream past. Sawa brings up a blistering half century there. 55 off 16, 11 off the over so far, and he's not done. Waves his bat towards the dugout. They've acknowledged that he's got his 50. 55 from 16 for Sawa. Still going strong. Ooh, tell you what, he's got close a bit of an edge there. Morning to Kev as well. Good to see you in the chat. Good to see everyone in the chat. Nick, Kev, Dave, everybody. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Thursday. In the air. And it comes down through the hands of a fielder who set himself and then just blew it. Absolutely blew it. He's filthy. I think his captain will be a bit filthy with that as well. Made good ground. Kept eye on the ball. Shuffled back. He had the room. No one crowded him. And then just shot straight through the fingertips there. That's a bit disappointing. Big wicket that could have been. 4 overs gone. 62 for 1. And Sawa picked up his half century in that over, but a couple of unconvincing shots there. Almost coughed up his wicket. Marlo going along at 15s at the moment. 15.5 runs per over. I saw a message before in the chat about bowlers action. I'll just repeat what the umpires have said to me just regarding those comments, and that is the umpires are aware and onto it, and they are viewing the bowlers' actions of all teams with obviously the ICC guidelines and parameters in their view. Swings hard this one. Wow, that's just power. Sawa has muscled his way along to 62 from 19. He's looking absolutely on a heater here today. When Marlo puts Sawa into bat at the top order, and when he opens the batting, once he gets past about sort of 20, 30 runs, he usually kicks on to make a very, very good score, and this is no exception. So yeah, just what I was saying there, it's something that that they're aware of, very aware of. So it is something that they're viewing. So the chat, I know everyone's got views on certain bowling actions, but I can tell you now the umpires are aware of it, and it's something that they have talked about at length, and I've been a party to some of those conversations with them. I can tell you now that it is something they're looking at. Believe me, if somebody had a bowling action that was not correct, umpires will call it. They're not scared to call it. Kamal Ahmed, he'll be happy to see Sawa off strike for just a few deliveries. Gets past the swinging blade of Ikram. Ikram, don't forget, he's still out there as well. Been talking about Sawa this whole time. Don't forget, he does have a counterpart at the other end. Although Ikram 2 from 5, I think Marlo will be saying to him, maybe you just might want to get that single and get Sawa back on strike. Sawa just, he's pacing like a caged animal at the non-striker's end. Just can't wait to get back on strike. We'll get his chance now. Got to be quick though. Throw to the bowler's end. Clever from the fielder there as it gets tucked around the corner on a 45, and fine leg inside the inner circle. Picks up and throws the bowler's end. Ikram gets home okay. Field switches over for the left-hander. Sawa. He's got 2 balls to negotiate in this over. Goes leg side with a big low strike. Well fielded by deep cover. Just the single. Good throw too. Gets Sawa on his skates. He didn't hit it quite as well as he wanted to. And whilst it was a low shot, it wasn't, just didn't have the same speed. He's indicating to his dugout. You can just off the side of the picture there. He just indicated to his dugout he's not happy with the bat. He wants a new one. Ikram swings at this one. Maybe Ikram doesn't have an offside game because he's managed to get that around the corner to the leg side once again. Now he's looking at his bat in the middle of the pitch. Okay, I think Marlo just having a bit of a situation there. Interesting. I'm sure they've got plenty of bats for them to choose from. A new bat is being run out right now for Asim Sawa at the end of the over. 72 for 1 after 5. That over only going for 10 runs. Kamal Ahmed, take a bow. So Lisbon Capitals have managed to reduce the impact of Sawa in these middle overs. At the start, unstoppable. That's why he's sitting on 64 from 21, but he's still going at over 300% strike rate. But they've also managed to get his counterpart on strike, Ikram, and he's chewed up a few dot balls here. He's now on strike for the start of the 6th, and we start that now. Lofted. Oh, and fingertips in the covers. Another catch goes down. That's 2. This time it's the captain, Sunakuma Patel. He puts down a hot chance, but a chance nonetheless, and they get a single. Sawa back on strike. Oh, that could have been a bit of a change up there. Could have been a game changer. Get rid of the batter who maybe is not performing. But then again, you probably don't want to get rid of Ikram, do you? He's 5 from 8. I think the Capitals might think, let's keep him out there. Let's just get rid of Sawa. Steps really well towards that ball. Gets it right in his hitting arc and hits through it over deep mid-wicket. That's a crunching shot for another 6. Do not adjust your sets. Normal service has resumed. Nice one, Dave. Good play on words there for Sawa. What do we think someone's sick think of that one before? It's a really good one, Dave. Ikram is a dangerous player, says Rayan in the chat. We'll find out about that because currently he's 5 from 8. Sawa is, well, if Ikram's dangerous, Sawa must be completely ferocious. Well, if you're going to bowl like that to Sawa, I'm not sure what result you're expecting because that's just short and it sits up about in about a 4th or 5th wicket outside off, and he can pull that around the corner square. It's exactly what he's done. Races to 76 from 23, and we're only in the 6th over, only halfway through the 6th over. This is some excellent T10 batting here from Asim Sawa. Always been a fan of Asim Sawa, the left-hander. You can see why. Have a look at that strike rate. Incredible stuff. Patel's got to find something here. Well, he's almost put it in the same spot. This time he goes a bit straighter. That's heading towards the scorers over long off, well over long off. And that has bounced very close to the hedge. And after the hedge is the road. I know that's out of shot, but after you get to sort of like where I am and the scorer's next to me, behind us, only about 3 or 4 meters behind us is a hedge, and then there's the road. And only once have I seen a shot from a player go towards, or almost get on the road on the full. It's a long way. That's about 110 meters. Wow. This is power hitting at its best. Thursday morning carnage here. It is absolutely going off here at the Santarem Cricket Ground, and you all have front row seats. This is something special. Well, that is 4 sixes in a row, 25 off the over, still one more to come. Sawa, he's on 88 from 25. We still haven't finished the 6th over. One of the reasons why Marlo sit pretty much top of the pile is because they have people like this in their team. He is playing a blister innings here. Gets that one on the full. He's going to help himself to another boundary. This time it's a 4. Maybe that's something they can take away from that delivery there. It's 29 off the over, and he has raced into the 90s. 92 from 26, and he'll have to sit at the non-striker's end and wait for Ikram to maybe turn the strike over. 100 up as well, 100 up. Marlo up to 100 in 6 overs. Massive score coming. The Capitals are in a little bit of strife here, probably the understatement of the day. As I said earlier, whatever Sawa had for breakfast, I'll go over and try and get the recipe from him from whatever he had, because I think we all could use a little bit of that. That is quite incredible. Yes, I see people asking about who's going to win, the chances of winning. We do have our own indicator there. There's some analytic boffins sitting in a bunker somewhere who are calculating numbers. Ikram goes up in the air, catching opportunity. Not very well handled that. Okay, staring up into the sun, that's the first thing that that will be said there. Imtiaz Rana is having a bit of a howler today. He went from magical of his first over, and his efforts there to catch that ball was, yeah, a little bit of shuffle. Never got close to the ball and stuck out one hand. So Ikram collects himself a good boundary. That's going to give him a boost of confidence, especially against the captain, Sunakuma Patel, the wicket taker. Go again. This time it's over the top of the long off fielder who doesn't even try to catch that because that's gone way over the top. So back-to-back 6s there. Have a look at that. The last 7 deliveries, 4 6s and 6 6s and 1 4. That is 40 runs off the last 7 deliveries. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ikram, he can do a big hit. He's making his own pace off the slow bowler as well. This is a nice little burst from him. Goes again. This time he goes over deep mid wicket. And he's got himself another 6. So it is raining Maximos here at the ground. Lisbon Capitals are shell-shocked. And hopefully for the viewers watching this, you are absolutely out of your seats enjoying this. I can tell you what, Marlo are. They're loving this. Ikram has gone over long on, over long off, over deep mid-wicket. So he's sharing his Maximos around the ground. He's showing his full repertoire here against the bowling of Sunukuma Patel. Probably needs to try to get one over the covers just to try to mix it up a little bit. Oh, he's gone for maybe one too many, and he's lost the off bail and has to depart. Well, Ikram, you showed us what you can do with those 3 6s in a row, but unfortunately, your time at the crease is done. But your contribution is very, very good. Supporting Sawa and getting a few runs himself when the opportunity came up. It's a quick fire, 23 off 12. And he has to depart now. Marlo lose their second wicket in the 7th over. The score is 119 for 2. And Sunukuma Patel, captain, gets his second wicket. Those little emoji of the raining clouds there, raining 6s. It is indeed. It is getting crazy out there. So the wicket spoils the party, but you've got 8 deliveries. Have a look at the ticker there. 8 deliveries. The last 9 deliveries have been a wicket, but before that was added up for me very quickly here. What is it? It's so many runs. 46. Punched down the ground just for a single. So the carnage just takes a slight little respite here. Lisbon Capitals draw a breath. It's getting towards the end of the 7th. The score is 120 for the loss of 2 wickets. And we just need one more to go to complete the 7th. Sunukuma Patel, he's got 2 for 26, plus this. Sawa on strike. Oh, the question's been asked. Umpire says no. Not sure he got any bat on that either. Must have been obviously pitching outside leg. Umpire says no bat on that. Leg buys. Sawa retains strike for the start of the next over. Also, Majavid is the new bat who's out there. Got off the strike straight away with a single. 7 overs gone. 121 for 2. Expected score, around about the 170s. Best score we've had so far in this tournament for the Premier Division. Well, the best score posted was 171. That was eclipsed by Punjab Sisi Amador, who got 172 in chasing that down in their match against Awarish yesterday. And they got that 172 in 9 overs. Didn't even need any of the 10th over. And that was proper power hitting. And they only lost 1 wicket along the way. It was such a dominant performance. Anyway, back to this game. Sawa's on 92. And now he's going to step up here, because that has gone 1 bounce, 4 runs. He moves up to 96. We might see something special here in just a few moments' time. Do not change your sets. Do not flick over to something else. Just stick with us here. I know Malta is about to kick off, but you can't tell me this is not exciting batting. This is exactly what you tuned in for. Asim Sawa, 96 from 28. Sadiq coming into bowl. Straight up in the air. Has it got legs? It does have legs. That's a century for Asim Sawa. 102 off 29. He gets the ton from just 29 deliveries. He raises his bat, and the Marlo huddle are out of their seats, and they are so happy. They're making a lot of noise over there. Well batted. Absolutely sensational. Barely given a chance. There's the Marlo dugout. They were up out of their seats just moments ago, out of the huddle as well. And he's going to kick on here. Standing slog sweep. He does pick out the fielder at the deep extra cover boundary. So in case you missed it, Asim Sawa, 102 off 29 he races to, and he's now just ticked over to 103 off 30. Congratulations. That is an amazing century. Absolute spectacle here. Hope you enjoyed that one, everybody watching out there on YouTube on the ECN channel. Punch down the ground. Bit of work to do for Rana. Picks up, gets the throwback nice and quick. Javid just playing that good supporting role here. Doesn't have to do too much really. With Sawa in this frame of mind, he's faced most of the deliveries, faced 30 deliveries. No wonder he's got most of the runs. This is in the air, and a desperate attempt to try to flick that back through the arm back in the hope to sort of reel it in, but always on a hiding to nothing there. Another Maximo for Sawa. It's going to be fun to read his stats at the end of this. I suspect that is going to be a lot of Maximos in the 6th column for him. He already has 12 sixes. Actually, that's going to be his 13th six. So out of 109, 13 sixes and 6 fours. Don't worry about the singles. He's doing it all the way he likes to do it. That is saved on the boundary line. Good work there from the boundary rider out at the... Oh, that throw has gone a bit wild though. Sorry, I'll just save that comment until they get back for the 2. Oh, it's all going wrong for Lisbon Capitals. It's all going wrong. Just can't seem to bring it together in this performance. And Marlo storming their way to a big total. 141 for 2. 2 overs to come. That run rate is, well, it's pushing up towards 18 now. With Sawa, Lord Nelson, 111 from 32 deliveries. Asim Sawa, don't forget he's out there as well. 2 from 2. Marlo looking to put a big stamp of authority on this tournament with a dominant performance with the bat here. Question in the chat asking, can LCA do this as well? I'm not sure. They don't have an Asim Sawa, so I'm not sure about that. Javid gets amongst the runs as well. He's gone and hit one very nicely, the left-hander, and he's also found a gap around deep mid-wicket and gets past the fielder for 4 runs. 1 bounce, 4 runs across the boundary rope. Hello to Chris Addison, joins us in the chat. Good to see you as well. I think we might have lost a few of our mods as they've flicked over to watch the seniors cricket over there in Malta. Enjoy. We'll see them back a bit later, possibly. We'll let the youngsters take centre stage here. Lofted down the ground. That's a cracking good shot there from Javid. Terrific shot. Ends up on the other side of the sight screen. He's lofted that and connected with that beautifully. Kamal Ahmed getting a little bit of treatment here at the start of the 9th. Hits this one up in the air as well. Try to see where that's gone. Completely lost where that went then. Well, it's gone into the hands of the fielder because he's had to march. Javid just goes for 1 too many there. Miscues that completely. And that is the end of Javid. So Javid tried to push things along. Interesting to see what the instructions will be to the new batter coming in. Turn the strike over and let Sawa push on with a big score. 9 deliveries left in this innings. And that's also going to bring the expected score down just ever so slightly. Still, it's 10 off the over. Consider the wicket obviously a dot ball. So be interested to see what score they can get up to then. Good morning to Tina, who also joins the chat. Hello, hope you're doing well, Tina. Hey, 2nd century for our time here in Portugal. Unfortunately, you're not here with me to see that one. We had Asim Johnny last week. Obviously, Tina and myself called that one. Great innings that was. Absolutely sensational. Such a well-played innings. This one today from Sawa, the one this morning, just pure aggression against the bowlers that seem to have just gotten out of bed. Takes one hand off the bat. He gives it a real welly. The deep mid-wicket, he took a few steps in. I was watching him behind the sight screen, took a few steps in, and then realised he probably need to take about 5 steps to the right as well. And he's completely muddled that one, and it goes in towards the dugout area and then some. I can see Paolo there, our project manager, trying to find the ball in the bushes. There it is. 157 for 3 is the score. Still 7 deliveries left in this innings. What an innings we were seeing here. Amardeep Singh, though, he's getting a chance to get some runs. Last ball of the ninth. He's mishit that one, and he's a little bit grumpy with himself there. Didn't get something better on that one. So we finished with a dot. Couple of dots in that over, including the wicket, and 16 off it. Still better than the carnage that we saw around overs 6 and 7. Sawa will be on strike for the start of the 10th. He's on Lord Nelson 111 from 32. Amardeep Singh has only just joined him out there in the centre with the fall of that third wicket. And he will be at the non-striker's end. So 157 for 3. Current run rate is at 17.4. And with Sawa on strike, doesn't matter who's bowling, you kind of expect a score of the 170s. Let's see. High score posted was the run chase yesterday, where 171 was overhauled with a total of 172. So we are looking to see if Marlo can eclipse that. Interested to see where they're going to put all the people here. Here we go. Swings hard at this one. He might have just he's found the gap. Well, the player has just been put there at deep mid wicket. They did. The captain just moved him just a bit further to his left. And wouldn't you believe it, the ball has gone about an extra 4 or 5 metres to that player's left. So he just needed a few more steps to cut that one off. Doesn't get to it. And that is a lovely strike all the way along the deck. 161 the score for the loss of 3 wickets. Sawa 115 off 33. Rahul Huda currently wicketless. Wouldn't he love to spoil the party here for Marlo if he can try and pick up a wicket or two in the final over. Lofted away. That is going to be a chase out to the boundary rope as well. The ball wins that one. The ground here drying very nicely now. Another 4. Sawa to 119. Marlo to 165 for 3. 4 balls to come. Rahul Huda trying to get a breakthrough here for his team. Tossed up and clipped down the ground just for 1. It came off the bat very slowly. Sawa walking the single. I can tell he's a little bit disappointed he couldn't get a few more there. But he'll take the single. Here's 120 from 35 deliveries. Amardeep Singh facing now the right-hander. Field changing over for the next delivery. 3 deliveries to come in the innings. He's missed that one. Goes to the swing. Sawa runs. He wants to buy. He wants to be on strike. The throw to the bowler's end's a bit of a howler. They're going to come back for a second one. The throw to the bowler, again, is a bit shy. Oh, I think he's just got home. Yes. I think Amardeep Singh put the head down and Sawa caught him through for that second buy. And they get through for it. Two buys. Good running by these two. Had to get on their skates. The first throw to the stumps from the fielders was not good, but the second throw was a lot better. And well done by the wicketkeeper, Shahan Khan, who almost affects the run out. So, 168 for 3. 2 balls to come. Always connected with that one. Lovely strike. Big 6 down the ground. That is up to now to 174. That's the biggest score of the tournament right there. Plus 1 more to come after this one. Amardeep Singh goes downtown and connects beautifully with that strike. 174 for 3. Last ball of the innings coming up. Where can they finish up? That's the big question. Amardeep Singh threatens to have a big cut shot at that one. Goes for a wide. Ticks up to 175. For the loss of 3 wickets now. Is this the last ball of the innings? Could be. Swipe down the ground. Another 6 to finish with. And that is 181 for the loss of 3 wickets in an absolute display of power hitting from Marlo. A team who have a reputation for tearing others to pieces there. Quite incredible there. Well, that is something. Absolutely something. Welcome back here, Phil G for the European Crew Network. I'm also sort of taking a bit of a few breaths after that one. Wow, 181 for loss of 3 wickets after 10 overs. Lisbon Capitals won the toss, put Marlo into bat. And I know exactly what they're thinking. What do we have to do? Because we didn't do this yesterday. We batted first, and now they have done that. And Marlo have done that. Asim Sawa, take a bow. What a terrific innings from him. It ends up being, wait for it, 120 runs off 35 deliveries, 13 sixes, 13 maximos with 8 fours. A blistering innings, absolutely sensational innings from him. And Marlo, just looking over there towards the huddle, Marlo absolutely having a bit of a get around over there as he walks off the pitch, carries his bat the whole way as well. For Lisbon Capitals, not sure what they're going to do, but their battle plan, I love to be in the head of the captain right now to see what is he saying. Clearly, they'll come out with all guns a-blazing because they need to get a win. They don't have a win yet. They're going to be really desperate to get a win on the board. This may not be the game for them, unfortunately. We're going to find out when the run chase comes along in about 10 minutes' time. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. This is the Portugal ECS, and this is the Premier Division, and the Premier players are stepping up here. We're going to be back here for the run chase shortly. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground here, where the teams have gone out to the centre for this run chase. A run chase which is going to be about as steep as the north face of Mount Everest for the Lisbon Capitals. It's not impossible, but it's going to be tough right from the get-go. Marlo, 181 runs. You heard me correctly, 181 runs for a loss of 3 wickets, and that is the highest score we've had in this Premier Division. It eclipses Awarish's 171 from yesterday and Punjab Sisi Amadura's 172 that they scored in that chase. 181 from Marlo. Asim Sawa, what an innings. 120 from 35 deliveries with an absolute flurry, a buffet of boundaries that he scored there in that innings as well. And our congratulations to him for a sensational century there. Only the second century that I've seen here in my time in Portugal. Tina and I were absolutely thrilled to see Asim Johnny get a century for Team Tigers Portugal last week in the Challenger Division. This one was pretty special as well. The aggression was incredible. Here we go with the run chase now though. Let's see what Lisbon Capitals can do. How can they dig deep here and try to find something special to be competitive against such a tall total? Danish Sadiq is out there. Cheyenne Khan's also out there. That's not a bad move for get Cheyenne out there pretty early. He can be a devastating big hitter of the ball, the wicket keeper. Just watching the umpire on the screen there. He's getting bothered by the flies. You can see the arms flailing in front of himself there. It's all right. It's not an affliction. There's just a situation with flies that we have here at the ground. We've got a few in here as well, making things a little bit tough. Danish swing hard at this one. I think he's just collected a bit of inside edge there. And that is going to be pulled in before the rope. Good work there. Good chase. Marlo, they're just the sort of outfit where every single run is vital. They already have a very dominant net run rate. They've now got a dominant score on the board as well. Basically, we're talking about a very dominant team here. They are looking very good indeed. Oh boy. This is really setting a tone and sending a message to all the other teams from that batting display. Lisbon Capitals though, well, they've tried to swing this one hard around the corner. Zadiki, oh, it's been grasped, I think. Oh, slippery fingers there. Not a good start. Should have been held. And Siddiqui gets a life on 2. Brings Khan onto strike. Cheyenne Khan, what can he do here? All the Star Trek fans are going to be ready to scream his name if he can hit a big Maximo. Wouldn't Lisbon Capitals love to see some big hits from this man? Katan with the ball, bounding in. Swings this one cross bat, just manages to get towards the mid-wicket area. Not deep mid-wicket, just a regular mid-wicket. And that is a dot. Already that run rate pushing up over 19. Yeah, you got to wonder what is on the minds of Lisbon Capitals. They're under hiding to nothing here. In again. Slices this one into the covers. Skipper Shahid gets down and stops that one getting through. Straight to him. Dots up again. 3 off the over so far. Great start here for Marlo. Not giving any width. No chance for the batters to get under the ball here. Good over so far. Can he finish strong? Katan comes bounding it again. Khan facing, yet to get off his 0. Oh, this has been elevated nicely. 1-2 bounces across the long on boundary for 4 runs. So a boundary struck, albeit a 4. 7 off the over. And that is the score after the first. Still, when you have to go at around about 20 runs and over, that does make it a little bit tough. The whole innings is going to be tough. I think we can all agree on that. Good morning to everyone in the chat. Lovely to have your company. Had a big number of people watching that innings before. Great stuff for the first innings on a Thursday morning. But welcome everybody back to watch this already. I can see Paolo Campini's already got the car ready. I'm surprised no one's actually said it. Hello there to Alan as well. Good to see you all. Good to see everybody in the chat. Hope you're doing well on this wonderful Thursday morning. Marlo's doing well. Lisbon Capitals, not so well. Both these two teams have got 3 games here today. in the air. Bowler wants it. Bowler takes it. And that is a mighty blow. Danish Siddiqui has to go. He got a life just in the last over when he skied a ball that went just behind him. And the player at third spilled the catch. But this has been held this time. And Asim Sawa with the first ball of his over, the first ball of the second over for the team, he picks up the wicket as it's just been mishit straight up in the air, looking to get runs and boundaries right from the get-go. And you kind of get the feeling that for the Capitals to have a chance here, everything has to go to the boundary. And I mean everything. They barely have a chance to put a foot wrong here in this run chase. Supercomputer has got this well and surely in Marlo's seat. 96% chance of a win. Gives the Capitals a 4% chance. I'd love to find out what the criteria is for that 4% as well. We'll see what happens here. So 7 for the loss of 1 wicket. Wicket falls with the first ball of the second. The target you see on the screen there in the middle of the screen towards the bottom, 182. Backs away and could only push that back down just in front of the batter's feet there on the offside. 75 required of 52 deliveries. That run rate now, 20 runs and over. Bowler in again. Goes cross bat, looking for deep mid wicket. Finds not quite deep mid wicket. Sort of a bit squarer than that, but all the way along the deck. And Rana gets off the strike and gets his run tally off and running as well. Well, I think for the Capitals here, Capitals need to be very careful. They need to make sure they get a good score here. See a few people in the chat dropping messages about the sound. I take it that the sound is my sound is maybe a little bit low. All right, we'll pass that message on, and we'll see if we can try to tweak that to try to make it a bit better. Thank you to Anil Reddy for letting me know. I'll try and talk a bit louder, but also we'll try and get the sound turned up a little bit as well. I need to make sure you can hear me describing the action. That's what you're tuning in for, and of course the action as well. So please let me know if the sound is okay. Ecstasy Game is saying the same thing as well, that the sound is very low at the moment. Just a reminder to people in the chat, let's maybe try to keep those emojis to no more than 5. I can see a few chatters getting a little bit carried away there with a few emojis. 5 is the maximum, or you may find yourself timed out. They're swinging hard, but unfortunately they're missing. Shayan Khan, big hitting Shayan Khan, he's trying his best, and he can't connect. 2 overs gone, 8 on the board for loss of 1 wicket. That over, 1 run, 1 wicket. Asim Sawa has pretty much sold this game completely for Marlo. It's almost completely tied up now. 174 off 48 is the ask. So Lisbon Capitals, as I said at the start of the over, they don't have too many deliveries in which to not hit a boundary. It's probably the best way of putting it, really. Thank you, Arif, for that feedback. It says the sound is okay. That's good. Just trying to make sure we get the balance of the sound here perfect. So if the sound is a little low, please let me know. If it's good, you let me know too. Thank you, Nick. Nick says, I hear you loud and clear, which is good feedback. Thank you very much for that. And thank you to Lucky pressing the buttons here next to me for just giving that little extra tweak. Capitals. Up in the air. That's going to fall safe, I believe. It's going to head out towards the deep point boundary. And that does go across the boundary rope, despite close attention from a couple of fielders out there. And it goes across for a, well, much needed 4-run. Only the second boundary. Can you believe that? Only the second boundary of the innings. And we're in the third. Marlo all over this contest. Absolutely all over this contest. Does make you wonder, really, where are the Capitals going to get at in this contest? Even if they weren't chasing a 180 for a win, you'd still wonder what sort of score they're going to mount here, because they're struggling. Well, that's been hooked around the corner. That's just not a good delivery from Katan. He's taken a bit of pressure off there by bowling that, and that's been hooked for 6. That's a good shot. That's Rana. That's what he can do. He is capable of good scores, especially on a pitch like this. Short delivery, it gets put away. Not a good ball. And I can see now that a couple of players from Marlo just getting into Katan's ear and just saying, come on, what's the short stuff? Maybe you need to loosen that headband a little bit. Just take a bit of pressure off the old scone. He comes in again. Better. Much better. Has the batter in a couple of minds there. It's short outside the off, but it holds its line. And good bounce. Very good bounce through to the keeper there. You can see this pitch is playing beautifully once it dries up. There was moisture there this morning. You wouldn't know, but there was moisture there this morning during the first innings. That looks like it's dried up completely now. That was very, very good getting through to the keeper. Bit of pace off. Slightly ill-directed that. Slams into the pads. Would have been going down leg. But visibly you could see Katan just bring that arm over a little bit slower, taking pace off. Got a little nick on that, onto the pad. 19 for the loss of 1 wicket. Getting to the end of the power play now. What a power play this has been for Marlo. Great bowling. Katan looking to finish strong. And he does. Shahan Khan it's that first small step out towards the leg side. He's going for deep mid-wicket. They know he'll hit to deep mid-wicket. So you keep putting it outside off and maybe have that ball tapering away ever so slightly. It's always going to be tough for him. He's almost premeditating his shot and showing the bowlers his hand there. And the bowlers for Marlo, just too clever for him. 19 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. 3 overs gone. That required run rate is getting very steep indeed. Monty, I can confirm the pitch is not covered at night. Not being a grass wicket, don't really feel that's a concern. We do the same in, I can't speak for other federations, but I can tell you now in Prague, in Czech Republic, we don't cover the pitch either, obviously being an artificial pitch. It's a clay base as well, and the clay does react quite well with a little bit of rain. We tend to cover the pitch only if it rains torrentially during the day, otherwise not usually. During an ECS, if rain disturbs the play, the pitch will then be covered, but overnight, unless heavy rain is forecast, you won't find these sort of pitches being covered. Dave B asking, who's got the car keys? It's a fair question. 20 for the loss of 1 wicket. We start this over with a wide ball. Danish Sulfakat gets a chance to have a bowl. I won't be surprised if Mian Shahid, the captain of Marlo, thinks with this total on the board, I can afford to try out a couple of the part-time bowlers and a couple of the new guys in the team and see how they go. That's a lovely strike. Rana is looking pretty good. That's a really good strike for 6. He looks a lot more balanced and more comfortable than his counterpart Shahan Khan, who looks slightly unbalanced when he's swinging. And that's the problem with having a middle order batter coming in to open the batting. Straight away, he's going to be swinging towards cow corner. Doesn't matter where the ball's pitched, that's where he's going to go for. For Rana, he'll pick his deliveries and he can play around the ground. He's a good 360 player. Wide ball, gets away from the keeper. That could be a bit of a fingertip of that one. So it's another wide. But this is good for Zulfikar. Gets a chance to roll the arm over, have a chance. His captain's showing a fair bit of faith in him and saying, come on, you can bowl the 4th. We put the field back a bit. You've got some protection. See what you can do. We've got runs to defend. Cut away nicely into the gap over the infield. The only fielder out there was fielding at a deep extra cover, and he's hit that very square. Nice shot, 1 bounce, 4 runs. The other deep fielders straight down the ground at a long off. And then on the onside, you've got a long on, deep mid-wicket, and that's backward square. Yeah, square leg, it's just backward. That's, not too square. And then you've got a ring of fielders. Fine leg up inside the rope, inside the inner circle, same for 3rd. Swings this one in the air. Brings into play the fielder I just mentioned before, who's grasped that one. That was the fielder at that square leg, just backward square leg. Made good position, staring to the sun though, always makes it difficult. I see a question there from everybody. Oh, good morning to Johnny before I get into that question. Good morning to Johnny here, tuning in from Malta. Good ball. Good Yorker. Much better. Captain Mia just gets across and gets the boot down. Anil Reddy, thank you for your question. So, how is your day after ECN? How do you spend your time? Well, I do a little bit of work with Czech cricket, as I'm always happy to tell people I do that. So sometimes I have a few things to do, just with a few organisational things and a lot of things going on behind the scenes. I like to help out the league admin. This is gone up in the air. 2 fielders combined, but it bounces right in front of him, and it just didn't quite have the legs. So I have a fair bit to do with Czech cricket, which I'm very proud of saying to people that I love working with that group of people. Obviously working with Mike, the chairman, and Prakash, president, amongst all the other people. Desika, who is the women's officer, and of course Kranthi, who is the high performance director. And we are hoping that tomorrow we might even get a chance to get one or two of those, maybe even 3 of those, onto the stream with me, just for a couple of overs. Because obviously we have the Czech series, the ECS Czechia, starting mid-May. And I'd like to try to get maybe 1 or 2 of those on the stream with me, maybe during the 2nd or 3rd game, just to have a bit of a chat, just to fill in a bit of colour for you all. That might be a bit of fun. So that is the end of the 4, 34 for loss of 1 after 4. So thank you for that question. I appreciate that. And how else do I spend my time? Well, I like spending my time with Mrs. G. Obviously, I live in Prague. I think most of you in the chat know that I call Prague home. I'm a Melburnian born and raised, but Prague is now my home. It has been for many years now. So Mrs. G and I, she's Czech, and so therefore my extended family is also Czech. So I spend a lot of time in Prague. I host events in Prague, many different events, gastronomic as well as entertaining. Trivia nights as well. Punched out towards the covers. Wanted to run, turned back. Shayan Khan, I think he just said, I'm not that quick between the wickets. I knew you are, Imtiaz Rana. I know you're fast between the wickets, but I'm not. So no run there. Rana going well. Striking at 200 at the moment. Placed this very nicely, but he does find the sweeper out on the boundary on the offside. I think that's Amandeep Singh who's patrolling the boundary out there. Capitals move up to 35 for the loss of 1 wicket. Gets this one around the corner. Slight little fumble from the fielder there. Just allowed Shayan Khan to get home. You could just see there was just a slight little fumble there. Rana was pretty quick in. The throw did go to the keeper's end. Probably could have gone to the bowler's end. And we're good to go. So a couple of singles off the over so far. Ooh, turned away again. The quick single's being turned down here. Unfortunately for Shayan Khan, he is a big hitter, but he's probably not the most mobile between the wickets, and he quite rightfully turned down that quick single. I think Rana's thinking we can do this, but I think it's also quite fair for the non-striker to say, no, let's not take that one. Well, gets that one right on the middle stump. Just goes over the stumps as he goes to swing this with aggression over the boundary, backward a square. Misses the lot. Gives a bit of a dance down the pitch. Connects with this one. Goes straight to the fielder at deep backward square. And Khan has to scamper through there. Really had to put his skates on and get moving. Gets home. 37 for the loss of 1 wicket. 5 overs gone. And, well, you still need 145 runs off the next 5 overs. You've only scored 37. And that is a required run rate of 29. I think with increasing confidence, you could say that the supercomputer has got this absolutely correct. Marlo should storm a good win here. You feel for Lisbon Capitals. But Lisbon Capitals, they've got Lisbon Supergiants up next. They might fancy themselves against that team. I do feel, when you look at the standings, that the Supergiants and the Capitals will battle out for the 4th place in the standings. Wide ball to start the 6th over. I called out the standings before. You've got Marlo sitting top of the table, Awarish in second position on the standings, and then Punjab City Amadora in third place on the standings. All three teams are currently on 14 points in the standings, separated only by net run rate. We'll go to swing hard at this one. It's outside the off stump and just strikes the pad and dribbles down for the keeper to pick up. So that's the standings. The standings are all available, just remember, on the ECN website. Go to ecn.cricket for details for the standings. It is updated at the end of the day. It's not a live table, so just to be aware of that. But I do feel that Lisbon Supergiants and Lisbon Capitals will be battling for the fourth spot. And remember, at the end of the day tomorrow, the team that's sitting fifth will drop out. Over the rope, big six, straight down the ground. It lands a good 5 or 6 meters on the other side of the rope. So a nice strike there from Rana. And already, that's lovely of you to say that in the chat. No plans to visit India at this point, but I will keep that in the back of my head. So thank you for that. That'd be lovely. Actually, it'd be great if the ECN commentary team could maybe do a bit of a tour like that. How good would that be? Oh, a desperate dive. Really desperate dive to stop that. Wanted the catch and felt that with the runs on the board, if it goes for 4, it's not the worst thing. Well, if I take the catch, it's going to look great. And the catch is sadly spilt. Rana marches up to 36 from 19. Doing a great job here coming at the loss of the first wicket. For Shahan Khan, he's only faced 10 deliveries, but he's only got 6. And he hasn't had a chance to get firing, unfortunately, the big fella. But he's the wicket keeper for Lisbon Capitals, and he does have a mighty swing about him. 48 for loss of 1, halfway through the 6th. Another wide again. Danis Sulfaka just flirting with the wides in his bowling spell. He had a couple of wides in his first over. That's another 2 more in this. But all experience is good experience, and that's all there is to it. Chris Addison saying that Rama playing a lone hand. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Playing a good lone hand too. Hits this uppishly. That's going to be just the single. The trio of fielders on the leg side all come together. Even Long On ran around to lend support to the fielding of that ball. Oh, struck well. Into the hands, though, of the fielder running around. So it may have been struck well. It just had a little bit of gas required to get over the boundary rope. It doesn't get there. And Marlo hold a very good catch. Just not too far in front of me here. But that is nicely done there. Looks like that is Hardeep Katan with the... he's got the big floppy brimmed hat on. And when he takes that hat off, always see that little headband he's got. So nicely taken here, steady hands. I thought he had enough on that, to be honest. I thought that was going to get over the boundary rope. And then I saw the fielder settling himself underneath and takes a good catch. Probably about a 1.5 meters inside the rope. So Khan's innings has to come to an end. We say goodbye to Khan. 6 from 11. The purpose of him going into open was so he could swing hard and try to make some sort of impact to the score, and it hasn't worked, unfortunately, for Lisbon Capitals. 50 for loss of 2 wickets. Last ball of the 6th. Might be this delivery. Is that delivery, and it's a dot. So Zulfikar does get a wicket. He does go for 28. A little bit expensive, but he does get a wicket. 50 for 2 after 6 is the confirmed score there. Rana, 37 of 20, as Chris Addison, the chat just said, playing a lone hand and playing a pretty good innings as well. And you have to say, and I mentioned this right at the top of this innings as well, if Lisbon Capitals weren't chasing 182 for the win, and they're currently 50 for 2 wickets gone after 6 overs, you'd have to ask the question, what kind of score would they be mounting here? At the moment, it looks like a sub-100 score. And that would be a little bit disappointing. Even if they weren't chasing that mammoth score, it looks like they're just struggling here. And only lost 2 wickets. So I kind of expect the batters here to do well. However, the Marlo bowlers, 100% on top of this one. And consider that the Marlo batters were completely on top of things as well. Rana just puts this one out towards the deep wicket boundary, fielded cleanly. Pelican Penny suggesting the cab meter is running. Fair enough. Good to see you in the chat there, Ray. Ray's back. Works this one around the corner. It was a full toss. It was just drifting. If he hadn't hit that one, I reckon that would have gone leg side for a big wide. Even the keeper dived, expecting it to be let go. That gets Raul Huda off the strike. He's 1 from 2 deliveries faced. Rana 38 from 21. Lisbon Capitals 52 for 2. Slams right on top of the boot. Dead set center right in front of middle stump. Umpire takes the finger out as quick as you like and says, "You are indeed gone," shows him the signal. And that came out very fast. That was a proper quick draw out given there. But it slams onto Rana's boot. And he was pinged right in front of the stumps. No hesitation there to give the out decision there. 52 for 3, halfway through the 7th. Lisbon Capitals, well, everything is fading away from them. Mathematically, this game is completely gone for them. And this is all about them trying to salvage something so the net run rate doesn't get completely blown away. They need to remember it'll be between the Capitals and the Lisbon Supergiants to see who finishes 4th and who finishes 5th. Remember that on Friday night, tomorrow night, we will know which team finishes 5th, and that team will not play in the finals on Saturday. If you finish 4th, you get to get in the eliminator, and your competition continues. You still have a chance. But it's still a lot of ifs and buts and all sorts of things going on there. And they're already asking me how I joined ECN and how long I've been a part of it. Okay, I'll give you a brief history on that. I'll tell you what, the shouts to catch it. Shouts to catch it. All sorts of shouts. Marlo is very animated in the field there. There's a lot of pointing and there's a lot of shouting, but it's all positive. It's all positive. They're obviously riding a bit of a wave here, doing quite well. Last ball, the 7th coming up. How did I get involved in ECN? I got involved in ECN through my good friends Terry O'Connor and Danny Hudacek. Danny Hudacek, you guys will all know him. You probably know them both, actually. At the time, Terry O'Connor was CEO and league administrator of Czech Cricket. Got a stumping, I reckon. Got a stumping. Yes, indeed. That's great glove work. Well, Roshan Singh has come to the party with a good stumping there, and Raul Huda has to go. Gives a bit of a dance down the pitch. Wanted to try to get Hassan Khan over the boundary rope, and he's lost his wicket on the last delivery of the over. So Hassan Khan, well bowled, 2 for 3. Capitals slide deeper and deeper into the quagmire here. And that is 2 big wickets in the over. This game well and truly gone. But still, the question is, what sort of score can the Capitals get? Because net run rate will be a concern in sometime tomorrow when we start to balance who is going to finish 4th, who's going to finish 5th. Good stumping. Very good stumping. Excellent keeping. Saw the charge and went bang, got rid of the stumps. So, Anil Reddy, just to keep answering that question, yeah, Terry O'Connor and Danny Hudacek. In the Czech Super Series, the very first event that ECN covered in Prague, it was Terry and Danny who were doing the commentary in a very sort of exposed tent over a few weekends, over 4 weekends, if I remember correctly. And what happened was that I came along just to watch some of that. And then later that year, there was an ECS. It was a separate, because the Czech Super Series was not an ECS. It was something separate. And then when the ECS was announced, Terry and Danny were going to do the commentary. And then poor old Terry, he got himself very, very ill, and he couldn't commentate. So he sent me a few messages, and he said, would you want to go and commentate with Danny? See how you go. So, of course, I said, yeah, I'll do that, because Danny and I and Terry, well, the three of us have been good friends for many years, probably about 16, 17 years now. Know each other very well. Played together for the Prague Barbarians for many years as well. Great strike, that one. Big Maximo. So a little bit of sting in the tail here, but that's what they need, the Lisbon Capitals. The game's gone, but they need to show a bit of fight here. because they need to make sure they don't drop their heads too much. They got the Super Giants up next, then they take a break, and then they'll have Marlo again at the end of the day. So they can't afford to drop their heads here. Anyway, long story short, that's sort of how I got introduced to ECN. I then also started being a moderator. Obviously, joined the chat, became a moderator. At one point in 2021, I sort of became, I don't want to say lead moderator. There's never really been a lead moderator. That's been carved away. That goes away as well for 4 runs. So Kumar here getting stuck into the runs. It's just what they need. Daval carving that away for another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here. A little bit of oomph in the dying overs. We're in the 8th, halfway through the 8th. So I started being a moderator for ECN around about the end of 2020. And then obviously there was the winter break, and then started 2021, stepped up again, and yeah, I just had a lot of time on my hands at the point. I was sort of semi-retired, I guess you can say. I spent my time doing corporate finance, so I just went, all right, I've got this time. I love my cricket. Let's stay here doing this. I got more involved with check cricket. I became sort of volunteer. Then I became league administrator myself, and I became a bit of a point person for the ECS in 2023. Yeah, and just it grew from there. Obviously, met Vinny a lot. Danny Hudacek, who commentates the cricket there in Czech with me for Czech cricket. He's a bit of a staple on the European Cricket Network as one of the commentators for the last few years. So he and I together were sort of very keen to commentate as many times as we possibly could. And Vinny saw something he liked and said, come on, Phil, let's get you over to Portugal for the night series in 2024. I'm sure a few people remember that. And that was my little, my introduction, my proper introduction. And that was, so May, June 2024, when Mr. Maximo invited me to go over to Portugal for 3 weeks and do the night series. Mrs. G was a little bit homesick. I don't want to say she was homesick. I was homesick, but she was a little bit concerned about me being away for so long. But it turned out okay. Anyway, that's enough of me. It's all about the cricket, and it's all about Marlo's dominant performance here. Despite 14 runs coming off that over, the score is only 67. They're still over 100 runs astray of where they need to be with 2 overs left. So I guess something for the viewers is, can Lisbon Capitals get within 100 runs of this total? For me, that's kind of how I see it. Question in the chat. Next match a dead rubber? Absolutely not. Next match is absolutely vital. Proper vital for the 2 teams playing. And I'll explain that in my introduction to that game in about half an hour's time. Struck down the ground, just the one. So yeah, next match, not a dead rubber. Absolutely not a dead rubber. Daval Kumar showing a good bit of aggression here. Although he just tries to just push that away. Just as I say, he's showing a good bit of aggression. Keeper went up. Bowler took a few moments to realise there was an appeal and then went up as well. Clearly nothing going on there. Adnan Gondal at the non-striker's end. He's only faced 1 from 1. Lisbon Capitals, this game was already, you could almost say it was pretty much over at about the 7 over mark, probably about the 5 over mark of the previous innings. They were already on a hiding to nothing. But there's a bit of respectability being built back into the score with Kumar here swinging and connecting quite well as he now races up to 21. It's taken him 10 deliveries to get there, though. I think in comparison, Asim Sawa was in the 20s, I think, after, well, I'm going to say it was either 4 or 5 deliveries, which was just astonishing. Halfway through the 9th, still 108 runs required. Daval has tried to carve this one away. And he does. Goes for 4. Nice shot. Probably didn't go exactly where he wanted to go, but he'll take the 4. So for a personal moment for him, he's raced up to 25 now from 11 deliveries. So as a middle order batter, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. And I think he's quite within his rights to say to his teammates, well, I've done my part. I'm not sure why you guys haven't. The top order has just not fired here at all, but it was always going to be a tough ask. Imtiaz Rana has top scored with a 38. Let's see if Kumar can get close. So after Imtiaz Rana's 38, obviously Kumar here with his not out 25. Swing and a miss. Dots up here. Good comeback from a bowler who's just been taken for 6 and 4. Yep, the deficit, you'd think the deficit should get under 100, Nick. I agree with that. And Lisbon Capitals can thank that man who's facing right now for a bit of a middle order resurgence. Runs here. Foot fielding is ineffective. And I think it's probably fair to say that deep backward square leg fielder probably had enough time to just to lean down and pick that one up. So it was a bit bizarre that he went with the ankle, because that would have really, really hurt. End of the 9th, 82 for the loss of 4 wickets. Lisbon Capitals are exactly 100 away, and that means the run rate required for the last over. Let me calculate this for you. Run rate required is exactly 100. So looking for a single here to get that deficit into double digits. You'd think they'd get that. Gondal on strike. Here's 1 from 1. Naval Kumar, 29 from 13. Well done to him to put a bit of respectability back in the score. The score is 82. Thuds into the pad. Straight back to the bowler. Dot ball. Yeah, Nick, I like what you're putting down there. Proposed foot fielding penalty if it fails and it goes for 4 should be considered an 8. You know what? Something's got to happen about foot fielding. I kind of get this feeling that ECN won't sort of just put up with not doing anything about this, because there's definitely some commentary we can do here. Shot at the bowler's end. And he's out. Well, the good throw was good. It smacks into the base of the stumps. Umpire Kripatel was right there in perfect position to see that. And he raises the finger immediately. And he says, yes, that was a run out. Just a crazy, crazy moment there. But you know what? You might as well go for it. What else are you going to do? So Adnan Gondal going for a quick single has come undone. It does get Deval Kumar back on strike. So there's a bit of a ray of light for the team from Lisbon Capitals. I don't think Adnan Gondal will be too upset about that. Good to see Shamshir Singh getting a bowl as well. Very handy bowler for Marlo. Often comes on and bowls right towards the end of the innings. He's obviously bowling the final over here. He did have a previous over as well. It's been pretty effective. Punched out towards the extra cover boundary. Just the one. Score up to 83 for 5. 3 balls to come. Patel has to negotiate a delivery here. Maybe he can get a single. Try and get Deval back on strike and see if they can finish with a flurry. It does look like, unless it could be 3 6s in a row, it looks like they're not going to get to triple digits. But you never know. Here we go. Well, he's worked that one away beautifully. Going to find the boundary with a 4. Score goes to 87. So if 2 legal deliveries can come, it looks like they won't mathematically make it to 100. They should have a score somewhere in the 90s then. Let's see how Patel can go here. Try to swing the bat. Mishits that one. Just going to be a dot. It's going to be a massive 4-point win here to Marlo. Quite an emphatic victory here for them. Don't usually see a run rate required of 285, but there it is at the bottom of your screen. No, it just doubled. It just doubled to 570. 87 for 5, plus this. Last ball of the innings coming up. Driven back. Shamshir, I think, maybe got a little fingertip on that. Probably would have hurt as well, as that goes for 4 runs. So they do get into the 90s, the Lisbon Capitals, but it's not really worth celebrating as that ball literally stops right in front of the hut here. So it actually went quite a fair way. Just going to wave a couple of flies away before we hit the camera. There we go. Alrighty. So, welcome back into the commentary here. Phil G just taking you through the through the run chase there. The run chase from Lisbon Capitals, which, unfortunately for them, it hasn't yielded them 1 point. Marlo take all 4 points here. Not unexpected considering the score they got on the board. And for Lisbon Capitals, they need to brush this loss off and bounce back in the next game, because it is going to be the Lisbon Supergiants who've just arrived at the ground. I believe they've just arrived at the ground, and they're going to take on the Capitals in the next match coming up. So this is an important battle, and I know there was a comment in the chat about, next match a dead rubber. Absolutely not. This next match is vital for both teams. Supergiants have got 1 win. Capitals don't have a win yet. One of these two teams is going to end up 4th on the table. They will play in the finals on Saturday. So that's why this game is super, super important. And we're going to be back here shortly to see how that goes. But congratulations to Marlo. Congratulations to Asim Sawa once again for that sensational ton that he hit as well. The bowlers did well too. So we're going to take a short break here, and we're back again very soon. You're watching the ECS Portugal Premier Division. I'm Phil G. This is European Cricket Network, and we'll see you back here for the second match coming shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you wherever you're watching from around the world. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday wherever you are. We're having a great Thursday here. Just been entertained to it was a one-sided match pretty much. Marlo getting a smashing win over Lisbon Capitals. Lisbon Capitals bouncing back now as they have to take on Lisbon Supergiants in the next match coming your way very shortly indeed. And it's a big match. These two teams, I mentioned this earlier today, these two teams are going to feature somehow today and tomorrow to see who is going to get that fourth position in the standings. And that means finals action. One of these teams, I feel, is going to fall to the wayside. 3 teams at the top of the standings on 14 points. They've made it through to the finals already. It's all about these two teams. And that's why this is so important. This one, Supergiants or the Capitals. And let's have a look, see what happens. Supergiants won the toss. Going to have a bat first. We're about to start first delivery. And just worked away for a single. Into the covers. Slowly rolls off the bat. And just the one run. Swung down the ground for another, no, not another single. Went a bit quicker that time. Sundakumar Patel for the Lisbon Capitals opening the bowling. He picked up a couple of wickets in his bowling against Marlo. Also got taken to the cleaners like almost every bowler for the Capitals as Marlo had all their own way. And for the Supergiants, that's a big 6 from Partap. He's off and running now. Out there with Amardeep Singh, the two opening batters for Lisbon Supergiants. Supergiants enjoyed a day off. A day off on Wednesday. They were here on Tuesday. Day off on Wednesday, and they're back today. Just the 2 games for the Lisbon Supergiants today. But we will see them back tomorrow also for 3 games. So they are going to be the team who's going to complete their group games probably last. Just mishit there. Oh, they go for a quick run. The shy was not good. So Awarish and the Lisbon Supergiants will finish the proceedings tomorrow night with their group games. The last game for everybody. Last group game tomorrow evening. That'll be the last game of the day. Oh, shouts there for the fielder to get the ball in quick. So just a few bits and pieces going on here. There was a big Maximo in the middle of that over, but apart from that, just been a couple of dots and a couple of singles. And in the field of the Capitals, they desperately need a win here. I'll tell you why they desperately need a win, because they haven't had a win yet. They need to find something. First over done, 9 on the board. Supergiants started steady with those 9 runs. So yeah, setting this up quite nicely here, the Supergiants. The Capitals, well, I've already said it before, I'm going to say it again. They really need to get a win here to get level with the Supergiants on the standings. Because at the end of this match, it'll either be the Capitals and Supergiants sitting on 1 win each, or the Supergiants will suddenly make a 2-win jump ahead of the Capitals, and the Capitals will be really hard up against it, try to find a win. Pushed again for a single. Good bowling here from the Capitals, nice and tight. Nice start for them. Looking to restrict the Supergiants to a very gettable score. Umpire just turning to the fielder there. I think is that Raul Huda there, just chatting a little bit and having a bit to say there at the mid-on position. And umpire just said, look, when his bowler's coming in, you need to be careful about all this, because the batter will have quite a right to say, please stop. Punched into the covers, straight to the cover fielder. Throw the stumps is good. Ooh, Shane Khan, I think he's worn that on the area of the leg that doesn't have a pad. Yep, he's just checking himself there. You can see there the pad just swung around a little bit. I think he's worn that just above the knee on the inside lower thigh area. He just hobbled there for a bit. Strong fella, Ishan Khan. Wide shown there. Oh, his throw to the bowler's end is wild. But it didn't have a lot of energy to it, so no overthrows. Doing it in singles at the moment, Lisbon Supergiants, just trying to find that loose delivery. It is a wide, plus the extra 1 run. As Dinesh Siddiqui is trying to get a breakthrough here for his team. Lisbon Capitals didn't do a lot with the ball in the previous match against Marlo. They did pick up 3 wickets in the first innings of the day, but they also coughed up 180 odd runs. Lisbon Capitals looking for a very different result in the second match of the day on day 4 of this Premier Division ECS Portugal. Hope you're all doing well on this wonderful Thursday, wherever you're watching around the world. Wonderful to have your company. Phil G here to take you through the action here today. Running solo again. I do miss Tina. G-Force broken up, unfortunately, but only for the moment. As that is a lovely strike heading out towards the boundary, and 4 runs. Despite close attention from the deep mid wicket, running around to square, cannot get a mitt on that one, and it goes across the boundary line. So the over finishes with a boundary. Siddiqui goes for 10. Score is 19 without loss after 2. Lisbon Capitals will probably be much happier looking up at the scorecard, seeing that result after 2 overs, considering what happened earlier. Hello there to Monty Pelicampini. Ash has joined us as well. Hello there, Ash. Yes, Tina was lurking in during the first match. I think she popped up during the Asim Sawa innings to have a bit of watch and see what was going on. So she may not be here with me in the commentary area, but she's there somewhere. Unfortunately, be great to get. Actually, we should try and get her on remote comms. Why haven't we tried that yet? Might have a word to a couple of the big boffins here and see if we can make that happen. That struck down the ground across the boundary right. 4. Back-to-back 4s, 1 in the second over, 1 at the start of the third. Getting things moving along now. Supergiants, Capitals need to get the bowling tight. They struggled with the bat in the previous game as well. And I did pose this question about the score that they got on the board. I just felt that getting 91 for 5 after 10, chasing a big score of 182 required. So they got halfway there in terms of the runs, but it took them 10 overs to get there. If they weren't chasing such a bigger score, need to be careful there. Manages to flick it back. Gonna come back. Oh, it gets through the hands. Batter's down. Oh, I hope he's all right. That would look like a bit of a heavy fall, actually. Hope he's okay. Birthday boy Grit Patel gets over and says, "You're okay. You made it home." Good strong running though from Supergiants. Really good strong running there. Hope he's okay. Definitely landed really hard there. That's Surya Partap. Think he's all right. And we continue now. It was a rarely seen 3. Gets underneath this one. Gets a fair bit of airtime. 1 bounce. Deep mid wicket swoops in on that one. Absolutely swooped in on that one. And Patel, now he manages to field it. Sunakumar Patel, that stung as it went into the hand. He didn't want to let that get through. That was a dynamite lightning throw from the fielder. And Sunakumar put the hand out and made sure it didn't go for any overthrows. Struck into the covers. Desperate dive. Desperate in vain as it finds the boundary rope for another boundary. This over getting expensive now. 12 off it so far. Only halfway through. Well, just over halfway through now. Still 2 to come. Suraj Kumar asking, any good batters in LCA? There are good batters in LCA. Mohammed Sabir Hossain says Vishwakarma. No, Vishwakarma plays for the Supergiants, doesn't play for the Capitals. And he is in the side at the moment. sure you may see him come out to bat if a wicket falls. So this over picking up a little bit here for the Super Giants. However, that run rate at 11, I'm sure that's well within the arc of the Lisbon Capitals' expectations as they finish with a dot. Good delivery to finish up with there as well. First dot for a little while. Have a look at the scorecard there. So 32 for the loss of no wickets. 3 overs gone. That's the power play done and dusted. A good power play for the Lisbon Capitals. They've kept Lisbon Super Giants bogged down here. That run rate now drops under 11, down to 10.7. And I reckon if you said to the Capitals, would you take that run rate all the way through the innings that you have to then chase, they would say, yes, please. Yummy, yummy. Give me some more of that. Malik Ibrahim Shazid asks the question of the chat, can anyone tell me any international player from England playing here? No. I believe the international English players are away on other duties right now. We continue, the fourth, with the field now being spread far and wide. Well, that gets past the fielder too. That looks like that's Rana who's fielding down here in front of us in the long off area, and that gets past him pretty easy. It's great placement. Exceptionally good placement there from Singh. Long on, a long off, we have a deep cover. Looking around the ground to see who else we've got. We have a deep mid wicket. And who is the last person who's out there? Okay, they've just dropped cover back to a deep cover. I believe at the start of that over, there was only 4 players out. They've now dropped the 5th player back. So deep extra cover, deep cover, deep long, well, the long off, the long on, and deep mid wicket. There are your 5 fielders outside the circle. Malik Ibrahim Shazid, you are perfectly welcome. Feel free to ping me any questions. This is what I'm here for. I'll try to get to everybody in the chat. If you have any questions about players playing, any condition questions, something about Portugal, well, Portugal cricket, obviously. Anything to do with what's going outside of my window, I will do my best to answer those questions. Hopefully I can see them as well. That's one thing. I do love engaging with the chat, so feel free to put your questions in there if you want to ask anything. I'm here for you. Layli 6907 says, Rahul Vishwakarma from Nepal. He is indeed. You've got that 100% correct. Swung hard, very square. There is no deep square out there. And even if there was, he would have to watch it fly over his head and then go and retrieve it from the trees, as that is a big hit for a big 6. This over from Siddiqui getting expensive. 4, 4, 6. Oh, it's ramping up here. Super Giants, you just feel they're winding up that elastic band and they're starting to get a little bit tighter, and they're starting to come free now. And for Lisbon Capitals, these middle overs, super important for them to keep the pressure on. Good delivery. Good delivery. Pitches and moves away. It gets Singh, who's on 30 from 11, playing a funny old shot, just looking to push it maybe towards third. Third is up inside the circle as well. Good follow-up delivery as well. Chops down on the Yorker. Going to get 1. Hello there again from my home. Well, not quite my hometown, but my camping ground. Hello there. And I'll say good night, Ken. Thanks for dropping in saying hello. Much appreciated. Struck down the ground. Just the single. Good over, though, this one. It's gone for 15, 16 now. And that is where it finishes with a score on 48 for no loss after 4. That's a nice even run rate of 12. Nice one from Monty there. That's probably not a question I can answer, Monty, but I appreciate where you're coming from there. Says hi, 23 says, Lisbon Super Giants has got power hitters waiting to come in next. You are correct. These 2 openers, though, have got them off to a solid start. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to put the foot down now, though, because you're right, they do have power hitters just waiting to get out there. Just the single. And also you mentioned Rahul Vishwakarma. and of course Happy as well. And then to Happy, who doesn't mind swinging the blade. Two strong hitters of the ball. You're absolutely right. Block and run here. Block and run tactics against Raul Huda. Raul Huda, he's a wicket taker. We've seen him in the night series pick up a bundle of wickets, but this is a bit different kettle of fish here. This is the day series, and this he just feels a bit more pressure here than the night series. Working his field around. He wants to bring cover in a bit closer. That's a good position, actually. Well, as I say that, he drops back a bit more, and he's moved fine leg inside the circle to third inside the circle. And then he puts that one wide outside the off stump and gets lofted for 6. Well, it's one thing to move the field around, but unfortunately the field placements didn't really have anything to do with that next delivery. I've got a lot of time for Al Huda. I think he's an absolutely sensational bowler. I think he's very, very good. He probably deserves a few more acknowledgements than he often gets. But I think that when he's good, when he's on, he can be very deceptive. He bowls a very good extra slow delivery at times. Not afraid to loop the ball in the air like you saw just then. That's it, straight to square leg. They scurry through for 1. And it's a very good morning to Chris Bazingang. Chris Bazingang, good to see you back again. You've been keeping me company all week, so it's great to see you back here in the chat. That smacked hard along the deck. 4 runs. Runs start to come here now. Just want to give Huda a bit of a rev up. He does get taken to the boundary. Hands on his head thinking, how do I get out of this one? 13 off his overs so far. 61 for no loss. 1 more to come to make it a complete 5 overs there. And you're already throwing me a bit of a curly question. That one, that's a tough one. Let me have a think about that. And that's the end of the over. 62 for no loss after 5. Anu Reddy says, according to you, which country is best for ECN in terms of players, grounds, and overall environment? Tough question, Anu Reddy. Really tough question. I've been to not all the countries. It's a good question, actually, for Vinny. And Vinny with me on Saturday. Save that question for Vinny because I'd love to see his response to that. I would really love to see his response to that. It's a tough one. Look, there are so many countries that we tour to, obviously around the European continent, and to say which one is best in terms of players, grounds, and overall environment, it's a really hard question. I've got my favourites, but I would have to try to think what's the criteria for measuring who's best for all those areas, those environments, the grounds, and the players. I mean, there's some very picturesque grounds around Europe as well, and I think that really adds to the whole atmosphere of a European cricket series. A couple of those grounds in Austria, absolutely gorgeous. You saw Granada a couple of weeks ago. What a beautiful ground that is with the snow-capped mountains in the background. Some of the grounds in terms of facilities, think about Porto, how good the ground at Porto is, just in the north here of Portugal. Punched in the covers as well. A bit of a sound of anguish there. I think that came from the batter. A little bit annoyed he got really not a lot of power into that shot. Trying to think some of the other grounds which have got great facilities and wonderful viewing as well. I'm obviously a bit of a fan of the ground at Vinoj, just on the outskirts of Prague. I'll tell you why in a moment. Looping delivery, and that is a full toss. And that has been hammered back over the bowler's head. And that's going to stop right in front of my window, about 2 meters in front of my window. Well, that got the treatment. That was not a good delivery at all. And seen very early. And Partap launches into that one, the big 6. What a great strike that is. Yeah, Kev joining in on that one too. Yeah, because this is the thing. We ECN have been to England, and I haven't had a chance to see those grounds. So I'm sure, Rains Park is a really beautiful facility as well. Kev, you could probably talk to more of that than I could. Oh, a desperate dive. Keeper takes the ball, and as he swings, he doesn't connect with the stumps. Have a look. Not for the first time. Partap is flat on his face, desperate to dive for the... get the tone for the 2. So that is excellent work there. Good diving there. Baby's Italian. Hello to Julian Dawson up there. Yeah, Julian nails it. Cartama is absolutely up there. The facilities there at Cartama, the Costa del Sol Cricket Club, a bit of a favourite. Jay Wild. I know he's been popping to the chat these last few days. If he's there, he needs a real shout out there. Absolutely wonderful facilities. Nice shot as well, all the way along the deck. Singh, don't forget about him. Partap's been diving around for the singles, but that man, Amandeep Singh, is carving up the runs as well. It's another boundary. This run rate is at 12.4. They've got big hitters waiting to come in. Lisbon Capitals don't look like they're going to find a wicket here. They look like they're struggling. Got to wonder where the next wicket's going to come from. Yep, true about Rains Park, Julian. Yep, next to the A3. Trying to think, what are the grounds on the continent? I love the ground up at Stockholm. That's at Burtschika. That's a nice ground there. Facilities are very good. They've just rebuilt the clubhouse up there. I was lucky to be there last year with Vinny. That's very nice. We're just pausing here for a moment. The score is just paused on 70 for no loss after 5.4 overs. Score, making sure that everything is correct. We're just going to pause for a second. So tell me what you think. Where are your favourite viewing things? Anil Reddy, let me ask you that one. Where is your favourite ground to watch from? Obviously, love the Santarem cricket ground. That's where we are right now. Great facilities, a great ground, great viewing ground to watch the cricket. And I know the players love coming here as well. The ground in Switzerland is very, very picturesque. Give that one a shout. I didn't get a chance to go to Drew, but I've heard from Danny Hudacek and from Rico that they both love the facilities and the ground there at Drew. Belgium last year, the 12 Stars Arena now with the new pitch put in, and the lights makes it a fantastic night series venue. Jersey. Anil Reddy shouts out for Jersey. Yes, Jersey's a good shout. The venues that are not struggling with finances always put on a good show, and Jersey is a no slouch on that. I know that Danny and Vinny were both there. They loved it there. So I'm still paused for just a moment. Just making sure that the scoring software is all running properly. Gives a chance to some of the players just have a little bit of refreshment. Good to see. Lisbon Capitals struggling to find wickets here today. They did find 3 for the innings with Marlo, but unfortunately for them, they haven't found a wicket yet. And at the moment, Lisbon Supergiants haven't torn them to shreds the same way Marlo have. But I got to say, it's 12.4 is the run rate, and over halfway through the 6th over, you still feel that this could be quite a damaging score coming up for the Capitals to chase. If the Capitals don't get a win here, they're going to be 2 wins behind the Lisbon Supergiants on the standings, and they'll be bottom placed. They really need to get a win here to stay in touch. This is their 5th game. After this, they've only got 3 games left. So Lisbon Capitals have also got Marlo at the end of the day today, and then tomorrow they will have to play Awarash and the Supergiants again. And you kind of feel on current form, the Capitals, well, they've just been demolished by Marlo in the previous game. They've already played their games against Punjab City Amadora, and they lost those 2 games. So they should be looking for wins over the Supergiants. And if the Capitals could also maybe upset Awarash, then you never know. Well, players look like they're heading back to their positions, so I think we've managed to sort a few things out. The score is actually 71 for no losses. There was 2 runs off that last ball that was bowled, and that's been corrected. So I think we're good now. Monty mentions Corfu. You're absolutely right, Monty. Corfu looked good. Facilities were good as well. And I know that the whole crew are always about, can we please get back there? Can we do that again? Very popular on that. David Chetchery, you need to read the room before you put comments like that in the chat. They're not relaxing between the game. It was a situation that had to be resolved with the score. We are resolved. Technical problems do happen. It's a fact of life. But we are sorted now. And thank you to the techies for getting that sorted out. So now we're off and running again. And we start with a big hit that ends up in the hands. So, oh, well, there you go. Partap, he probably took that break a little bit too leniently, and he's come undone here. Goes to accelerate and get a big hit towards deep mid-wicket, and he's caught. Walks past his catcher, who says, well batted. And it does bring the fall of that first wicket. So 71 for one. One more to come to complete the sixth. Partap has to depart for a well-fought 32 from 18. And wouldn't you know it, Rahul Vishwakarma comes out. There's a lot of talk about this young lad. Been around Portugal cricket for quite a fair while now. Well known in the country. Good leader as well. Former under-19 Nepal international cricketer. Has got a fantastic background. Has played very well so far in this tournament as well. And he comes out with still 4 overs plus 1 ball left. Try to guide his team up to a big total to set a big run chase for the Lisbon Capitals. Almost set to go. The fielders are just sorting themselves out. So apologies for the slight delays here. So we may have just a small little technical issue, but we are dealing with it. We're dealing with it very quickly as well. Question in the chat. Lisbon Capital batting lineup is good enough, guys. It is good enough. It absolutely is good enough. They're a quality batting lineup. They didn't come together as well as they would want to have in the previous game against Marlo. But also, I'm very aware that Lisbon Capitals are missing a couple of their big names. Now, that's no excuse. That's just the way it is. Obviously, the European Cricket Series here, they had many weeks' notice. But again, it's a case of availability during the week. Certain players maybe reside in other parts of the country and can't get down here. Everybody's got jobs. Everyone's got family. So there are certain commitments that are very hard for players to break midweek. And that's something that we cannot reinforce enough about how much we thoroughly respect and thank the players for giving up their time, and officials as well. That is indeed the end of the over. 75 for 1 after 6. I thought that was the end of the over. I think we just had to get that 4 locked in. And we have now. And we're almost good to go. Six overs gone. 75 on the board. Loss of 1 wicket. Amardeep Singh is on strike. Rahul Vishwakarma is out there at the non-striker's end. Sorry, we've managed to get those little bugs out of the system. We've ironed out the creases and we are now good to go. Apologies for the delay there. We're almost good to go. Wow, swings this really hard and it goes straight to the breadbasket of the long on fielder. And so that is 2 in 2. So there you go. Lisbon Capitals fight back now with a wicket at the end of the 6th and a wicket at the start of the 7th. So the two openers, obviously they can't be separated. They want to stay together, and they do indeed, depart at almost at the same time. And they'll have a chance to lament of their opportunities as they both get into the 30s in quick time, but now both their wickets fall. 2 new batters at the crease. Neither face a delivery, and both have to start all over again. Rahul Huda comes on and picks up a wicket with his first delivery. This could be the moment the door is cracked open just a little bit for Lisbon Capitals to get stuck into the Super Giants. Super Giants, this is the time when they'd want to accelerate. It's, 1 ball shy of being a full 4 overs left. Tosses that up, and it has gone wide. Oh, Rahul Huda just strayed ever so slightly there. And it goes all the way from Minimo, and that is pressure relieving for the Super Giants. New batter coming in is just going to see that and think, well, that's all right. That's the first ball. Still needs to get off his duck, of course. And it is Amninda Happy. I can't remember who it was in the chat who mentioned these 2 names, but here you go. You have got those 2 big hitters out in the middle now. Well, that's why. That's why they wanted them out the centre. Amninda Happy is a very happy man as he goes crash downtown with a massive strike. So a wicket at the start. Lisbon Capitals were Probably a few smiles on their faces. I'm sure those smiles have dissipated now. Firstly with that Minimo and then with a Maximo. So a Mini and a Maxi. What's next? And happy. He is a happy person. Well, that's a carbon copy. That looks exactly what I just saw a few seconds ago. And same result. Another big 6. And this is where things are going to get very ugly for Lisbon Capitals if they're not careful. 2 big hitters out there, getting set and getting into it. $92 for 2, halfway through the 7th. Excuse me, 98 for 2, getting towards the end of the 7th. As Raul Huda is getting torn apart here. There you go, a flurry of 6s. A Minimo as well, which doesn't help matters either. So what's that? There's 18, 23 off the over so far with a wicket. 2 balls to come. Tossed up. And that has not gone anywhere near where the batter intended. That was looking for the big hit over square leg. It's shown as a wide. It's come off something there. It must have come off the keeper then. Hit the boot of the keeper and just flew away to the offside. Wide to be rebowled. Dot ball there. A rarely seen dot ball in this innings. Just the last couple of overs. Haven't called many dots. And he gets this carved over the boundary line towards cow corner for another big 6. That is 4 6s over the over, a Minimo and a wide. If you add that up, that is a supersonic over. It goes for 30. The 100 up as well, 105 for 2 after 7. Super Giants have just put the foot down and they've left the Capitals in the dust behind them there. That's a huge over. 15 is the current run rate. Expected score definitely around 50s. Have a look at the graph there next to the action on the right-hand side of the screen. That massive supersonic over touching 30 runs. It was all pretty sedate up until that point. You can see the slow build-up of the runs per over. And then bang. Over number 7. Raul Huda's figures are destroyed. And Lisbon Capitals just going to drop the head slightly. Considering they got 2 wickets in 2 balls, Huda has just been absolutely torn to shreds there in that over. Chris Addison gives a shout for Happy Gilmore. It was a bit of a tee shot, wasn't it? A couple of those shots look excellent. The first 2 6s were absolute tee shots. And then you got a little bit cross bat there towards the end. Vishwakarma says, hey, whatever you could do, I could do better. And he has laced that one straight down the ground for a big 6. Ooh, tell you what, danger signs for Lisbon Capitals. Proper danger signs as we get into the last 3 overs. This score could easily build up beyond 150 at this rate. Mitul Patel, he puts that one. He's a bit scared of the batter now. Puts it well out of his arc, but too far down leg side. Good effort here from Super Giants to really pick up the pace. Oh, he goes wide this time in the offside. They're going to scamper through for a +1 there. Just flicks the edge of the glove of the keeper. That's Shayan Khan behind the stumps with the gloves. Pelican P suggests it's about time for a golden ball. I would suggest you're absolutely right. Chris Bazanang with a good one there. Happy Mo and Carmaxo, great partnership. The way these two are going, I agree. So a couple of wides in this over. I think Mitul Patel just trying to tempt the batter with a wide delivery, but that's probably no good. I think his batters are a bit too wise for that. Happy Aminda, he's one of these ones who's after it, and more likely he'll connect as well. It was a no ball one. Vishwakarma swings high at this one. It's going to come down with a bit of ice on it, I think. That finds the boundary as well. So 4 runs there. So a couple of expensive overs being put together here. 120 for 2. Only 2 legal deliveries bowled so far. Only 2. Now that's going to go out to the leg side. Just going to trot through for a 1. Doesn't really get all of that one at all. Slightly mishit. I think Vishwakarma is allowed that. Rahul Vishwakarma. I know there's a bit of love in the chat for him. Former Nepalese under-19 international superstar. Now finds his home here in Portugal. Very popular around these parts with bat and ball. I'm into happy. That's come down towards us. Look out. The scorer has to run out from beneath the tent and field that one. That went so high. If we'd had the old ECN commentary tent or cube, that would have gone over it by a long way. There would have been no threat or malice whatsoever towards the commentators. Now that I'm in the box, that came straight down towards me here. I thought that might make it all the way. Good work from Khan to get the bails off there. Amnita with his foot well and truly anchored there. 31 from 8 he's got. Rahul Vishwakarma, he's happy to let Happy lead the way here. Why wouldn't you? He's hitting the ball so well. We did have a ball yesterday. I hope people remember that. I had a ball yesterday that bounced once and smacked into the door of the commentary hut here. Goes leg side with a big hit. As a player running back, he might as well keep running back to try to find the ball. Instead, he actually gestures to the Super Giants dugout and says, well, can you guys field that for me, please? And they oblige by not throwing the ball back to him, but over his head. Fair enough, too. All's fair in love and war. 133 for 2 after 8. Happy is looking very happy. 37 from 9. So he's really just gotten on with it, making a very good effort here. And he's not quite top score. He is actually top score now. He's equal top score with Armdeep Singh, who has also got 37, but he took twice as many deliveries to get his 37. Next best score so far was Patak with 36. He took 19 deliveries to do that. I'm Ninda happy. He's taken half the time to get as many runs. That shows how good he is. We start the 9th. And down the ground one more time. Long on. Started moving to the left quickly and then realised, no, that's going to carry the boundary rope. Vishwakarma puts that one out of the ground. Hello to Crush Master, who says this is proper bullying. If you want to see bullying, go back and watch that match with Marlo. That was proper bullying there. They were absolutely at their mercy. 139 for 2. Lisbon Capitals are going to be having a real problem when the run chase starts. Bowls that one wide. Probably lucky it was a wide. Well, lucky it actually was a miss. So that's the kind of shot that Vishwakarma loves to get after. Misses that one. Kamal Ahmed with a bit to do here. Crash. He's got a hold of that. It's going to stay in the field of play. It's one bounce. And just into the midriff of the fielder. Straight to the fielder coming off the deep cover boundary. But he's mishit that one, and probably a bit of luck that he's slightly mishit that one. Vishwakarma, he moves up to 18 for 5. Happy, 37 from 9. He's facing. He is a happy batter at the moment, is Happy. Oh, big wind up and swing. Good from the bowler then, just slowly shuffles in. And as he loops that lum over, he gave that a little bit extra push and didn't really bounce too high and completely missed. So gets a dot ball past the swinging blade. Left armour. Up in the air. That's got a lot of hang time. Doesn't matter about the hang time. It's got a lot of distance as well. That's a cracking good shot. The sixes keep coming. Happy goes to 43 from 11. 147 for 2. Big score here for the Super Giants. They're really piling on the runs here. We've still got 8 legal deliveries to be bowled. It's looking like they're going to be within touching distance of maybe a 170 at this point. If these two can stick around, poor old Lisbon Capitals are going to have another huge run chase on their hands. Happy tried to replicate literally replicate that exactly. That previous shot. And then it just coming off the gloves, falling to the ground. Vishwakarma, ever the enthusiast, goes for the run, goes for the single, and he's come undone. I'm not sure why he thought that would be a single. He just took off straight away. I don't think he realised. I'm pretty sure he didn't realise that the ball had gone nowhere, and the keeper just threw it back to the bowler's end, who broke the stumps. Strange little run out that. Vishwakarma just having a bit of a brain fade there. Happy still there. He's happy. Wicket does fall, so it's a dot ball. They'll be happy about that. Will the Lisbon Capitals. He plays this one out to the boundary. He's going to get the single and retains the strike going to the 10th. Good batting there from Amninda Happy. Clever batting. He knew he wanted to keep the strike going to the 10th, and he does do that. So the wicket falls. It's only a handful of runs off the over. What's that, 15 off the over? But he will get to face the first of the 10th. 148 for 3 after 9. Crush Master suggesting that Vishwakarma was overexcited. I think that's a pretty good call. Very, very excited he was then. So, big score beckoning. You'd like to think, if you're a fan of the Super Giants, that 160 plus is on the cards now. We'll see. Let's see what the bowler can do. Tossed up, hit hard, in the air. No chance for the fielder, who just completely misreads that one. I think it's Rahul Huda just fielding in front of me here. It is indeed. Gets across. It didn't get over the rope by that far, to be honest. I actually thought he might be with the chance to maybe do the old flick back. Doesn't do it, though. Another 6. G1 Giri, just so you know, is that non-striker's end. Will he get a chance to face the ball? Well, it's been picked up as well. Amninda Happy is having a field day at the moment. He brought his 50 up with that previous 6 as well, of 14 deliveries. So he got there faster than Asim Sawa. And you do feel, if Super Giants want to have him open the bat, he may make a ton. But will he get that opportunity? We'll find out. Super Giants still a few games to play. 56 and 15 he's got. 160 is up with 4 legal deliveries to come. Gone down the ground again. That's flicked the fingertips. Rahul Huda is checking out his nails and saying, oh, I hope they're still where they were a few moments ago. That ball hit him so hard, I think it's taken the fingerprints off. If he checks the ball, that's where he's going to find him. What a great stroke that was. But a fingertipper. And it fingertipped over the line as well. 166 to 3. Have a look at that 10th over. It has gone 6, 6, 6. Iron Maiden fans out there rejoice. And this time Amninda comes undone. Completely misread that one, and he has to go. He's, I don't know if that's through embarrassment or just the timekeeping. He's run halfway off the pitch and then stops and then just strolls the rest of the way. Obviously, he wanted to get away from that little error that he had as he completely mistimed that one. And he has to go. But the impetus that he's given to this score is undeniable. 62 from 17. What a great contribution out of a score of 166 for 4. 2 illegal deliveries to come. Maybe a 170 beckoning. Well, that has been crunched. You start to run out of superlatives when you see so many 6s being hit and so many boundaries being worked by these batters. I need to have a think about that tonight, and I'll try to come up with some more for the last 2 days of this tournament. But that is another 6. So 24 off the over. There was a wicket. Last ball of the innings coming up. Swung around the corner and caught. So edged and caught. So that is Bhupinder Singh, I think, who's come in. It is indeed Bhupinder Singh. It comes in 6 and out. 2 wickets fall, but 24 runs fall at the same time as well. And what a great that is by the Lisbon Super Giants. Hope you enjoyed that one. 172. What a great score that is. A big, big score. So for the second game in a row, the Lisbon Capitals have got an absolute mountain to climb when they come out to bat. That's tough going. It just sort of shows there is a bit of a gulf between the Lisbon Capitals bowlers and some of the batters who are taking place in this tournament. So they're going to have a bit of a look at that and try to work out what they could do to change that up. Wonderful little cameo at the end there from Aminder Singh. A very, very good... Sorry, Aminder Happy, that is. Aminder Singh plays for another team. Aminder Happy, though, wow. 60-odd in quick time. Got his half-century in only 14 deliveries. And that was quite something really good. Unfortunately, lost his wicket there in that final over. But the score is on the board. Lisbon Capitals, all to do in the run chase. Run chase coming your way in about 11 minutes' time. I'll see you back here very soon. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, and this is ECS Portugal Premier Division. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday wherever you're around the world. I'll see you back here shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody, welcome back here to Santarem for the continuation of this game here. It is the Lisbon Capitals taking on the Lisbon Supergiants in a very desperate match for both teams. Both teams are, they're locked battling for 4th and 5th position on the table, and the winner here will go clear into 4th place. And the loser, unfortunately, will be languishing in 5th, and that could be trouble. As we head into finals on Saturday, we'll know tomorrow night who's going to play in the finals. I'm pretty sure that the top 3 teams are very locked in their place. The run chase starts now. It's a big score on the board. Oh, can you believe it? Lisbon Capitals have started with an absolute shocking moment. Asim Sawa is a good feisty bowler. He's been given the ball to bowl the first delivery, and can you believe Danish Siddiqui, he goes for a very first ball. There it is. It is golden wiki, golden Derek, golden duck. I don't mind what you call it, but there it is. Let's help the escort off the ground there. I haven't had to press this button for a few days now. I think we've only had one duck maybe in the last 3 days, I want to say. But there's one. Lisbon Capitals, a horror start for them. For Supergiants, couldn't have started any better with a wicket on the first ball. And this is quite astonishing. And I do feel for the Lisbon Capitals, this could be their campaign right here. This could be it right here, right now. They really need to dig deep. I know that's a big total for them to chase, but if they're going to do something amazing, it has to be this game. If they let the Supergiants get a win here, then I feel that the Capitals will be really out of touch. Samad steaming it again. And that is a leg side wide. Really relieves the pressure when you don't get it right on the money there, as he just misses his line. Wicket with the first ball, follows up with a wide. So it's all the W's. Paolo Campini in the chat, hello to you. Very good advice there for some of the young people watching. Love your work there, Paolo. Speaking of young people, Asim Sawa comes in. Happy to continue this line of coming around the wicket to a right-hander, angle it in. He's got a really good ring of fielders there. It's almost like a very widely spaced slip cordon from third to deep backward point to point. So he's got protection there for the angle in case he finds an edge. And he plays it through that gap right now. That's actually a really nice shot. Good footwork though. Don't usually praise the footwork of fielders, but I'll praise that one because 2 fielders chased it, 1 person got the foot out, and the second fielder managed to pick it up and get a throw back. Made it only just the 1. So we start with a wide. Sorry, we start with a wicket. Then we had a wide, 2 singles. Imtiaz Rana and Mithil Patel out there in the centre. Up in the air, chance of a catch. Players are running in. Well judged catch. That is an excellent catch there. The fielder's running in. It's a... I thought he held that one. Made so much ground for that. Must have just fumbled at the last moment. Shocker. Yep. Straight through the breadbasket. Did all the effort to get to it and forgot to put the 2 hands together. It's funny how these little moments can get away from people. I thought it was a well-judged catch. It was a well-judged drop. I was wondering why after it went through his fingertips, he was a bit filthy. I think there was a bit of commentary from a couple other fielders. It was Ankit Kumar who came barreling in. Jiwan Giri, fielding down here in front of me, I think might have said a couple of words along the lines of, how on earth did you drop that one, my friend? And I think that the retort back to him, well, probably NSFW, so we'll leave that one on the plate. Anyway, we continue. Straight to the fielder who threatens a shy. Oh, I tell you what. It's good out there in the centre. I'm loving that. Good pace from the bowler. The fielders are up and about. They're dropping catches and they're threatening to throw the stumps down. So it's all happening. It's a bit for everyone out there. Phil G with some disappointing news coming in from Malta. Sorry, Johnny. I'm so sorry to see that the news from Malta is that the match is abandoned. I was about to say Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, but I saw your comment, kind of put those two together. So, yes, disappointing. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I know there's a few people in the chat. Dave B, Johnny here, a couple of people in the chat there who are actually there in Malta or watching the Malta series very carefully. That's disappointing news that the rain has taken over there and the match has been abandoned. Well, you might get a few people over here to watch that. There's no chance of an abandoned game here through weather. Driven down the ground, one fielder can't dive on top of it. However, G1 Geary, patrolling the boundary straight, looks after that. Capitals need to be going at over 18 runs and over to get the win here. It's 116 run required of, what's that, 53 deliveries now. Sorry, 168 of 53 deliveries. So once again, for the second game in a row, again, a catch goes to ground. And would you believe it? Hasn't protected the boundary line either. Comes off the player's hands and slightly off his chest and goes across the rope for 4 runs. But they need so much here. Unfortunately for the Capitals, I do feel for them because they've just they had a hiding in the first match against Marlo, who posted the highest score of the tournament. And then they've come out here today against the Supergiants, and once again they've got a massive score, a huge score to try to reel in. Swing and a miss. We've been to seeing beating for pace there. And losing Danish Siddiqui with the first ball of the innings, the very first ball of their innings. That hurt. So already on the back foot with Asim Sawa bowling a terrific spell. Hit down the ground. Ambitious Bhupinder Singh puts out the foot. It almost hit his shin, and if he had done that, I don't think he'd be walking. He'd be definitely on the deck screaming for the cold spray. But you can't do it in singles. Lisbon Capitals need boundaries. Need to find some big hits here. Like that. Right on cue. Places this one perfectly. Swivels. Balanced. Rana finds the boundary with a big Maximo. The first 6 of the innings. Score goes up to 16 for the loss of 1. But it is getting towards the end of the second over. Time is ticking away from this team. Monty's asking, what's with the pink caps? I think that's just part of the uniform. They have that nice dark strip with the fluoro yellow. And I think the pink caps are just part of it, really. It works well with the gear from the umpires. I'm loving the umpires rocking the pink and black. Very sort of early days of the World Wrestling Federation. The old Bret Hart look there as that shot is put out of the ground. So back-to-back Maximos to finish the over with there as Rana shows his quality with some big hitting. 22 for loss of 1 after 2. So what's required? 151 required off 48. That asking rate is just a tad under 19. Lisbon Capitals, for the second match in a row, start off with a run rate almost of, pretty much 3 runs per delivery. And unfortunately, in the previous match, they capitulated quite badly. Needing 182, they made half of that score in 10 overs. They need to make a 173 in this game. They're on 22 for 1 after 2. Third over starts. Starts with a boundary through the covers. It was elevated, but placement was very good. They'll be happy with that. Kevin in the chat suggesting he might get over to Lords on Saturday, see if Tina can get him in for a freebie. Well, it's good having someone on the inside, isn't it? And we've got someone in our very own Tina Goff. Asamad steaming in again. Ooh, just as the batter playing a funny old delivery, looking to push it, maybe try to find an edge. I'm not sure you want to find an edge. It wasn't a red-blooded shot at all, just a prod, a push, at a time when Capitals need to be, playing red-blooded shots. I would kind of feel that I'd want that batter to really make an effort. Show me the intent. I know Corey Rutgers, who joined us here on the chat yesterday remotely, he's a big fan of batters showing intent, and that's something he's done as a Spanish coach. Watches the batters every single delivery and has a conversation afterwards about the shots where they showed intent and the shots they didn't. And I think that's very good. Lucky not to get an edge on that one. Ringer fielders. As I'm watching from my vantage point, you can't quite see it there on the shot just shown on the centre there. So from the keeper, you do have third up inside the circle, quite fine. And then you go around to a backward point, almost in a gully position. Almost like a second third, if that makes sense, a second third. Listen to yourself, Phil G. What are you saying? Shot for 4 there through the covers. But they're obviously have got an offside field attack, and they have a few people back who are behind the wicket protecting the runs there. And as I'm looking, they're all equal distance apart. So from the keeper to third, a fine third, then a not so fine third, then a backward point, and then cover. And they're all pretty much nicely spaced there in a nice little circle. It's like the great supergiant umbrella. Samad in again. Slower delivery. Just misses the base of the stumps. Hands on heads. Well disguised as well. Nicely bowled. Thank you to everyone in the chat for handling some of those questions that I'm missing. Much appreciated. Hello to Johnny Montalus. Good to see you, Paolo Campini. Paul Horn has also joined us as well. Good to see you, Paul. Short ball shown a wide as that gets away from the bowler. Looking to close out this over. The score is 30 for 1. Going to tick up now to 31 for 1 with that wide. Rana on 15. Patel taking a little bit longer to get to his 14. 11 deliveries to get there. Super Giants well and truly in control. After Asamad, who's always got a smile on his face. Always makes an effort to come over and say hello, which, you know, gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling as well when I get to see him. He's always got a smile. Good competitor. And I'm sure you all remember him from the night series and from last year's day ECS as well. 32 for 1 after 3. That's the power play done. Someone in the chat at the start of the game said, the power play score will be in the 70s. Nah, it's 32 for 1. Monty, indeed. Imagine that, a supergiant umbrella. Always reminds me of, anyone remember the cartoon show Mr. Magoo? He was an inventor. Cartoons from back in the 70s. And one day he made an umbrella that when he put it up, it actually covered the entire city. For some reason, I don't remember much about that cartoon, but I remember that scene where he put the umbrella up. Probably because I used to always get upset when it rained. Maybe. I don't know. It's funny how certain things from childhood stick around, but then certain things don't. That's one thing that stuck with me. Can't explain it. Bob Singh asking, was Ashok Kumar banger? Not all players are available all the time during the week. I explained that earlier, that there are players who have work commitments and they also have family commitments as well. So spreading the love around is what the teams have to do in order to get as many players in as possible. And that's a bit of spreading the love around as the catch is well held at that position at backward point. One of those fielders I was just talking about a few moments ago. So looking to carve it well through the point region, gets an edge, flies straight up in the air, and a pretty simple catch taken. And that is the end of Mittal Patel. He was struggling. 15 from 13 deliveries. Took 13 deliveries to make up those runs. So he was really struggling. Has to depart. They lose their second wicket to the Capitals. The score is 32, just inside the fourth. So that's the best thing I can say. Best way to answer that for you, Bob Singh, is that they do have to share the duties around these teams. This is amateur players. They all have jobs. Most of them all have jobs. They also have family commitments as well. So during the week, it's not easy to always get time off work to come and play cricket here. Some of the players also do reside in other parts of the country. Got to remember that. And it's a very big country here. A long way from north to south. This is swung hard. Goes all the way to the boundary. 4 runs all along the deck. Great start there. Wicket falls and immediately a boundary is struck. So that's the other thing that the players have to balance. So I would just ask the chatters just to keep that in mind when asking why certain players aren't playing in the team. That could possibly be the reason. Obviously, I can't speak to that effect. I don't have that information in front of me, but I suspect that that may be part of the consideration, that certain players can't make it to all the games because they have commitments. And their commitments sometimes they can't get out of. And we all know what it's like working, unless, of course, you don't work. But if you are working and you are gainfully employed, then you will know not all the time you can get time off to take a few days off for a cricket event. There's many, many factors need to be considered there. So you need to consider you're not watching the big professionals here who do this for a living. These are amateurs who do this because they love cricket. Strikes the pad. Umpire feels that was probably going down leg, and I think that's probably a good shout as well. Had that feeling from my vantage point. That may have been happening as well. Rana survives the shout. He's got 15 from 6. Vishwakarma looking to get a breakthrough here. This is elevated out of the park. Big 6 there. So Rana has a bit of a reason to smile, and he puts Vishwakarma back over his head for a 6. Nice one, Monty. I like D. I'm gonna go with D. Lock in D for me, please, Monty. Oh, now bit of a tickle on that. Umpire concurs. That is a lovely take from the wicket keeper there. That's very, very good work, glove work behind the stumps. So they do manage to get a breakthrough. Do the Super Giants? Vishwakarma picks up another wicket. His over is bookended by wickets, and that is a lovely take there from Hadikumar Patel, who holds on to a feather edge. Umpire heard it straight away, put the finger up and said, yes, you are done. And so Rana has to go. 21 from 8, 21 handy runs. He doesn't get to stick around though. Lisbon Capitals slide deeper and deeper into big problems here. Still needing 130 runs off 36. That required run rate is 21.7. And a couple of big recognised batters are already back in the shed, or under the tent. Probably a bit more accurate to say that. You got to think, what is this doing to the net run rate of the Lisbon Capitals? Even if they get on the same points as the Super Giants, you just know with these, well, the previous big loss and this one looking like it's slowly sliding away from them, their net run rate is going to take an absolute hammering. Big 6 to start the 5th. Anywhere they can get it, anywhere they can take the runs, they will want these runs big time. Something to help, and that is the skipper, Sunakumar Patel, who's tried with the ball today. Now he gets a chance with the bat to try to work things along. Well, he's waited on the slow one, and luckily he did. I saw the bat waver as he noticed the ball was slow. That's a good adjustment. Ravi Rulan, a very cagey customer with the ball he can be, changes up the pace, and that was heading straight for the top of the stumps. He's chopped down and got a single. Good work there. Deval Kumar, who showed us a bit of fight with the bat in the previous match, has, can you believe it, has gone for a first baller. That is one of those. Walks off with him, does the golden teary Derek. One more time. Oh, Wiki the escort. That's really disappointing. When I saw Deval Kumar come out, I thought, well, you know, he belted pretty much a cameo 30-odd in the previous match against Marlo of all teams. You know, come out now and maybe give a little bit of a push to the runs there, but nope. 4th wicket falls. The score stays on 50. We're halfway through the 5th. Oh, problems. Problems are plenty. Yep, I can see some people in the chat trying to describe LCA with different acronyms. Sadly, it's just not clicking for them as well as they would have liked. Sunakumar Patel, he's the captain at the non-striker's end right now with the bat. He must be running, what can I do to get my team up and about here? Because everything I've tried just isn't working. They're not responding. And they are looking like they're heading towards another defeat here. Another towering defeat as well. There was a 4-point loss that they suffered at the hands of Marlo. Marlo took all 4 points in the previous contest. Every chance that Lisbon Supergiants may take all 4 points here. I believe the bonus point score is around about 120. So I think 121 or better, they will take a point out of this game at least. But I'm still very, very concerned for them. A couple of Patels at the crease now. One more to come to finish the 5th. Swings away hard, finds the rope and then some. I think that bounced on the other side of line. It does indeed. Confirmation between the two umpires as that has carried the rope. I thought that had gone over the rope by only about a foot, maybe a foot and a half, but it has cleared the rope. So bookends that over with a 6 at the start and a 6 at the end. In the middle was a bunch of dots, a wicket, and just a single. 56 for 4 after 5. Couple of Patels for Lisbon Capitals trying to do what they can do, but look at that required run rate. It's at 23.4, and this is trouble aplenty. Very hard to see them bouncing back from this. Had a couple of first ballers as well for some of their batters. 2 of their batters have gone for first ball ducks in this game. It's very hard to bounce back when it's those sorts of numbers are just looking at you in the face. So we're halfway through the overs, 56 on the board, 4 wickets down, still needing 117. The Capitals are sliding here. Let's see if these two can work the runs and try to get some respectability back to the score. So with the popped collar looking very spruce and very modern with that collar up. I try to do that sometimes. I look a bit crazy, but he looks good with that. Vishwakarma comes on. He's dotting up a couple of times here. Rao Vishwakarma, as I've mentioned a few times, former under-19 Nepalese international player, finds his home now here in Portugal. Just a push. An attempt to push. Another dot. Getting warm out there in the centre as well. I should point out that the temperature today is, well, it's been posted as 23 expected, but in the centre, add another 6 degrees to that easily. Winds up. Big swing and a big miss. Lucky not to get an edge on that one. Dotting up quite aggressively here now. Sunakumar Patel cannot seem to get Vishwakarma away. This one strays onto the pads. And they're going to go through a leg by. The throw is wild, properly wild. It ends up down to long off. Whew. That's that Atar Samad, who has a real fire in the belly when he's in the field and with the ball. Leg by is indicated by the umpire. So at least it will not be a maiden over. Last ball of the 6th coming up. Once again, goes to Atar Samad. This time it goes a lot quicker and cleaner. Dot ball ensues. 1 leg by from the 6th over. And that game is gone. I've called it. I found the car keys. I'm looking at the Mercedes. I'm making the call. Has anyone else made the call? Because I've made the call. Quick shout out to the chat, to all the spanners. Just want to give a shout out to the chat. If you're not part of the spanner squad, and then I would humbly invite you to join our spanner squad. I'm sure someone can post the link in there. We had a really good spanner session last night with Vinny Sandhu hosting. Tucked around the corner. This goes just wide of the fine leg fielder. Good throw though, back to the bowler's end. Almost would have landed right on top of the stumps. The players, they do get through for a single there. Yeah, we had a good spanner session last night with Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu handling the session as the host, as he does. It's always a good bit of fun. We had Kev was there, John Gray was there, Dave turned up as well, a little bit late, but Dave still turned up. And of course, SkyQuest, that was Charles who joined us. And I know I'm missing someone, aren't I? I feel terrible. Oh, looping, big, tall delivery there. Gets it off the toes. And they're going to come back for a second here as it just gets fumbled at the critical moment there for the fielder. Just had to lean down a little bit there and pick it off his toes. It doesn't quite get it. Yeah, Steve McVeigh was also on that call last night. So it was a wonderful little chat, wonderful little chance to get together and have a little chat face-to-face with Vinny. Invite maybe next week, try and get a few more of our regulars on for that call. In the air. Oh, bounces in front of the player who just hit the brakes a little bit there and thought, no, I'm just going to field that one. Going for the catch, maybe a little bit tough. Carves this one to the covers. One bounce, shy at the stumps. Oh, one stump to aim at, and that would have been curtains for the skipper. Sunakumar Patel would have been gone. Would have been gone, but just misses. Looks like we have a bit of a pessimist in the chat. The disputed, he will not be stopped. Looping delivery, and that has just gone. Maybe it's hit, I think it might have hit the boot well outside the line and just squirted away on the offside for a dot. And that is the over done. And there's 5 runs from the over. Capitals are in all sorts of strife here. The game is gone. I'm not sure what the Capitals can do to try to, dare I say, I guess it's almost thesis, so I can use the word, how they can resurrect their campaign here, because they look like they're in a world of trouble. After this game, they take a break, and then they've got Marlo again for the second time in the later game today. They're going to be back tomorrow as well, but tomorrow, Lisbon Capitals have got the Super Giants again, and they've got Awarish. So, in the Premier Division, you don't get a lot of rest. You don't get respite. There's no really big, easy wins for anybody. But the Capitals at the moment so far are looking like they are just not quite up to scratch. It hasn't worked for them. They are short a few players. I won't make excuses for them. They are short a few players, but they just look like they're not going to match it here. I feel that they're going to fall down to 5th and stay in 5th place when we get to the final standings. We'll see. We'll see. Still got to get there. To the disputed line in the chat, look, I hear exactly what you're saying. I know you're not trying to be too harsh, and your comments are just in comparison to what you're seeing. I get it. And you know what? I think there's a lot of people who will agree with you 100%. It's a fair question to ask, though. What can the Capitals do to basically stop the rot? Because they're in a bit of trouble now. Maybe they could do something. Not sure about that. Monty's still waiting for me to say what Sawa had for breakfast. I wish I could find out, but he disappeared with the Marlo team straight after they had that win. They will be back. They're back for the next game, so I'll try to duck out of here and maybe try and catch him. Be interested to see then what he's had for lunch. That's what I'm interested in, Monty. And I'm sure Super Giants will be interested to know what he's had for lunch as well, because I'll be thinking he better not have had the same breakfast for lunch, because it could be real trouble for the Super Giants when they face Marlo in the game after this. That starts in about 38 minutes time from now. After this match finishes, we'll probably have about a 15-minute break, and then we will have the third match of the day, which is Marlo taking on the Super Giants. So Super Giants, after this morale-boosting win here, get to take on Marlo, and that is proving to be a really, really good battle coming your way. It's in the air for a long time. So the player out there at mid-wicket, he puts his hands to his eyes. He's got a cap on. He then puts his hands up to help protect from the sun even more, pulls out of the shot, and then puts his hands on his head as the ball lands with a thud about a metre away from him. That's one way to cop a bit of an injury. And a couple of his teammates are giving him a good ribbing for that one as well. Kumar continues. Wild swing. And it's just wild swinging here. They still need over 100 runs. And just a bullet point for anyone checking the bonus point situation here. I believe that the bonus point score on that 172 is 120. So for the Lisbon Capitals to take 1 point away from this game, they need to score 121 or better. And at the moment, that's looking like that is not going to happen. Hit down the ground, chance of a catch. No, it's one bounce in front of the fielder. I really thought he was going to go for that. Jiwangiri has been patrolling the boundary in front of me here for the entire game. Hasn't had a lot to do because there haven't been too many hits straight down the ground. But that one bounced probably about 4 or 5 metres in front of me. I thought he might rush up there. And as I say that, I think he's going to go up and take the ball for the 9th. 8 overs gone, 65 for 4. Capitals in all sorts of trouble, just failing to make a bit of a fist of it here and not really making a good contest. Unfortunately, against the Lisbon Supergiants, they have hit another brick wall for the second time today. Pathan Saruk asking, is anyone from Europe? Well, they all reside in Europe, these players. Doesn't really make a difference where you come from. It makes a difference where you are. Let's talk about in the present. Dave B with the appropriate answer. 100% there, Dave. Bowler in again. That's a nice shot. Well, we want more of that, and the Capitals need more of that, and that's been cut away aerial for a good 6 over the point boundary. Nice shot. Sunakumar Patel, captain. He's been there for a while. It's been a tough lunchtime. I was going to say morning or afternoon there. It doesn't matter what it is. It's a bit of both. It's a lunchtime game, this, and that is tough going for Lisbon Capitals, but a good boundary. 10 more legal deliveries to come. Lisbon Capitals up to 71. Jiwangiri copping a boundary there. Comes back with a beautiful delivery. It's almost cut the batter in half. What a great ball that is. Now, Monty, interesting. I'm not sure where that comes from. Recall a time when Phil wasn't hungry? I can recall times I wasn't hungry. I'm not sure where that's coming from, Monty, but okay. Okay. Is that because I called it lunchtime match? By the way, I didn't have time to have lunch, in case anyone was wondering. I'm not looking for any tears or sympathy. It's just the short break between the games means that I have to sit here and drink some water and munch on some snacks and get ready for game number 3. I know. When Tina was here, when I got a co-commentator, we get to share the lunchtime break. But unfortunately, when you're running solo, the break between the games doesn't always give you time to grab a meal. Saw that during the night series many times playing up in Coimbra. Although I got to give a shout out to the hosts up there, as they always brought a lovely plate of food out to me in the commentary tent at the end of the 9th over of the first innings. Sorry, of the second innings. And that enabled me to vacuum something down my down into my to keep me going through the second match. Had a really cold night series last year too up there in Coimbra. I think all the evenings were down to about 5 or 6 degrees. Even had some fog a few times as well. It was quite crazy. Anyway, that is the end of the night. 72 for 4 after 9. 7 from that over. Jiwangiri got hit for a 6 on the second ball of that over, and he's bounced back beautifully with dots and just that single, as this game is petering out to its inevitable conclusion, and it is going to be a big win. It's going to be a 4-point win to the Lisbon Supergiants. And for Lisbon Capitals, they are going to be the cellar dwellers. And they're going to be clear cellar dwellers by a couple of games. And I'm quite fearful that that is where they're going to stay for the next day and a half. And I talk about a day and a half because tomorrow, at the conclusion of tomorrow's games, we'll know who plays in the finals and where they play in the finals. Marlo, Awarish, Punjab Sisatmaradora already booked their Saturday finals action. One of these two teams will also do the same. I get the feeling it'll be the Supergiants, but we still need to get the first to confirm that. So after that dot on the first ball, swings very hard and connects with that one, does Sunakumar Patel. Playing a lone hand here for his team. Just hasn't had support. It's been a couple of first ball ducks in this innings as well. It's been really tough going for them. But the Supergiants, to their credit, have put together a sensational batting display followed by a very disciplined, focused bowling display as well. Shouts at catch it, catch it. And that's what he's done. Well done. Well judged catch there coming off the boundary. Just no juggle, straight to the hands. Didn't have the sun to worry about because it was on a good angle there. Trying to see who that is at there. I apologize. I can't quite see who the fielder is at there, but that is a lovely catch. Easy catch as well. So Sunakuma Patel, the captain, has to depart. His time in the centre is done. He will be looking forward to taking a well-earned rest as they will not face the next match. They get to have one game rest and they're going to come back to play the final match later on today. He looks a bit forlorn as he's walking off the field. And he gets back to his, the tent over there, which is the hideout where the players are. And I'm sure he's going to have strong conversation with his team about what's to be done in the game they play later today. However, they are playing Marlo, the current champions, in that final match for today. Score is currently 78 for loss of 5 wickets. There's only 2 legal deliveries to come now. Byes indicated there by the umpire, as there was nothing on that. And this game is getting, it's getting to its inevitable conclusion, as I said moments ago. We're almost there. Well, there we go. Stumps akimbo. Chris Smith, that's just for you. Crashes into the stumps. As Kumar picks up a wicket, maybe a bit of a consolation for him. He just bowled it straight. Didn't try to do anything silly there. Just put it bang straight on the stumps. Ankit Kumar picks up his second. He's got 2 for 9. And they've picked up in this over too. This is a very good 10th over. Just a Maximo and 1 bye and a couple of wickets, keeping the breaks well and truly on here. So, batter strides to the crease to face the final ball of the match. Looks like it's Shahan Khan. Wonder what the Super Giants will do. They probably won't mind what happens here. He could hit a 6. He could hit a 4. He might dot up, maybe lose his wicket. They really won't mind what happens here because this is a thoroughly well-deserved win to the Super Giants. It's been one-way traffic since the very first ball when Dinesh Siddiqui lost his wicket on the first ball of the innings. Last ball of the innings now. It's been hit out towards mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket gets around. Not needed though, as mid-on comes around in front of him. Fields the ball. Bowls it back in, and that is the end of the innings. That's also the end of the game. And I'm sorry to say it for Lisbon Capitals. Very good friends of mine. Big fans I am of them. However, I believe that's the end of their ECS campaign. And that is going to be a bitter pill for them to swallow. They're going to go and regroup now. So there we go. 80 for 6 in response to a big score of 172. Lisbon Capitals just couldn't show enough firepower. And losing Dinesh Siddiqui at the first ball of the innings, like I just said a few moments ago, that really set the tone, and they never really recovered from that golden duck. There was another golden duck later on as well. I almost missed who it was. It actually came out and lost his wicket straight away. And no other batter could really get runs on the board. Give a shout out to the captain, Sunakuma Patel, who really tried hard there, toiled. A couple of big hits. It wasn't on strike enough, and when he was, the bowling was just too good. So this has been a complete demolition of the Lisbon Capitals in the first 2 matches today. Firstly by Marlo, secondly by the Super Giants, and that's where we are right now. The next match coming your way is going to be Marlo taking on the Super Giants. That could be a really good tussle. 2 teams who have seemed to be in very good touch with obviously very good performances against the same side who they've just beaten here. So stick around for that one. That's happening at hour. Still a few minutes away. We're going to take a short break here. I'll be back to bring you into game number 3 for today very, very shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, and you are watching ECS Portugal Premier Division. Back soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here to take you through the afternoon games. The first of those is coming up very, very short. It's going to be Marlo taking on the Lisbon Supergiants. Two teams who had big 4-point wins today already over, sadly, the Lisbon Capitals. But these two teams now who have had those big wins, they're going to go head-to-head. This is a good contest coming up. I'm looking forward to this one. Strong batting teams, strong bowling teams. This is a contest I've been looking forward to, and I hope you are as well. In the last game we just played, Lisbon Capitals, they went down to Lisbon Supergiants, and they just struggled to get runs on the board. I feel with this game, based on what we've just seen already, you never know what's going to happen. Hey, look, thank you to Rado for the coin toss information, and the information is that Marlo won the toss, wanted to bat first. They're out there in the middle. They're ready to go. The bowlers are ready to go. This is going to be an exciting contest. Just hopefully we don't get a one-sided contest here. If you hope for it enough, it will happen. Let's see how we go. First ball coming up. Oh, we start with a wide. All that build-up and we start with the wide ball. But that's your standard operating procedure for a lot of the ECS matches we see here on the network. A leg side wide. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Hope you enjoyed your little lunch break or just your little snack break. Wherever you're watching from around the world. To our friends watching from the other side of the planet, it's wonderful to have your company. Maybe you've just had a quick dinner break, settling in for a cup of tea maybe. I know we've got a lot of people tuning in from India and the subcontinent. It's wonderful to have your company. Hope you are well. I'm looking forward to a very exciting contest between two teams that are finding form. Marlo had a bit of a rough start on Monday. Just only got 2 wins from 3 games. And the Supergiants hitting their strides as well at the right time. Ooh, goes for the big hit. Asim Sawa gets the duty to open the bowling yet again. I saw him during the drinks break. During the break we just had, and he said he's happy, the team's happy. Couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Them getting a very big win over the Lisbon Capitals. I've said a few times just in the last 24 hours that Lisbon Capitals and Lisbon Supergiants, you feel, are the two teams that are going to battle out for 4th place in the standings. And right now, Supergiants definitely got their nose in front. 2 games ahead, 2 wins ahead, I should say, of the Lisbon Capitals, who currently are languishing without a win. Marlo opened their account with the bat. Ooh, only just. Desperate dive effort there as that is mistimed, skied straight in the air. Amandeep Singh gets out there in the middle, gets his chance to open the batting. I think that's a pretty good move. He needs a bit of time out in the centre. I also got a chance just to give him a nod and a wave as I was making my way back from the clubhouse, and he was heading towards the dugout area there for the teams. I said, "How you feeling?" And he had a big smile, and he said, "We are going to win this." That's all he said, with a big, massive smile. Got a lot of time for Amandeep Singh. He's been my taxi driver here a few times over the years, so yeah, we sort of have that funny old little connection. Let's that one go. His batting partner is Asim Sawa. I don't need to talk to the chat too much about Asim Sawa. You saw him in devastating form this morning when he belted a very, very formidable quick-fire 120 of 35 deliveries in that score of 181 for 3 this morning, which demolished the Lisbon Capitals. Singh hits this one down the ground, goes for a bit of footwork, cannot get anything on that one, and it trickles over the line for 4 runs. First boundary of the Marlo innings coming off the 4th delivery. Bang. Hakaran Singh joins us. I was just thinking of you, Hakaran. I thought, yes, we'll get you tuning in. I know that in the evenings you like to settle down with a good cup of tea and watch the European Cricket Network. So thank you for joining us again. Wonderful to have your company. And great to have everybody's company as well. I understand there's a little bit of rain over there in Malta, which is not good. Lofts over the infield. Does Amandeep Singh. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cracking shot that. So Supergiants, we're hoping they don't fall afoul of what happened earlier with the Lisbon Capitals getting absolutely taken to the cleaners 2 games in a row, once by this team Marlo and once by the Supergiants in the game that followed as well. Bowler in again. Squares up the batter. Happy to take the single off that last ball of the over. A commanding couple of boundaries in that over. It does end up going for a few runs there. It started with a bit of a rough start there. Score has already raced up to 17 in that first over. So, what do you think? A bout of the two teams that have just put the Lisbon Capitals to the sword today. So this is going to be a very hotly contested game, this one. Could be a bit of fire in this match as well. Wouldn't be surprised. Marlo fancy themselves. Of course they do. The Super Giants, though, they're no slouch. No slouch at all. They are, well, they were the reigning, I guess you could say they still are the reigning challenger, ECS Portugal challenger champions. They won the challenger division last year, hence they get the step up into this Premier division. So they bring that bit of luck with them, and they bring that really good form with them as well. Continue with the second over now. Wow, that hit been swung away. So it looks like it's time for the Amandeep Singh show. He has put the foot down, and Kit Kumar is taken a long, long way back over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Already, this is getting scary. Marlo once again showing their form here. Looking good. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well today. On this lovely sunny Thursday here at the ground. Wherever you're on the world, hopefully it's lovely as well. Back-to-back Maximos from the swinging blade of Amandeep Singh, who is no slouch himself. We only saw him for a few deliveries in the earlier game. He's come out now to open. His captain's obviously said to him, I need you to get in a bit of form. Get out there, see what you can do. Get amongst it. Have a look at the Maximo rating. See Irish leading the way. Very aggressive batting from Irish. We saw the Chad in action, and wasn't he absolutely on fire yesterday with the bat? The only batter who has actually hit the commentary hut. Amandeep goes up in the air, shouts to catch it. No one's going to catch that though, as it goes for another 6. 3 sixes in a row. It's a hat trick of 6s as Amandeep Singh puts the foot down and basically channels his inner Asim Sawa here. And this score is already getting away from the Super Giants as Marlo just continue their steamrolling effort here. They are an absolute juggernaut. And they can do this to any opposition. They switch it on so quickly. Shouts to catch it. Oh, big breakthrough. Massive breakthrough here. So, unlike the match this morning, a wicket does fall, and it's going to be Amandeep Singh who looks to continue on with the carnage, and he falls for 29 from 10 deliveries. It was a blistering 29 that he played. He's got the team off to a flyer, but how badly would he have wanted to stick around and just continue the carnage? Asim Sawa at the non-striker's end, yet to face a delivery. Amandeep Singh has faced all the deliveries of this inning so far, and he has to go for 29. Score is 35 for loss of 1 wicket. So we just pause for a second while the new batter comes to the crease. Marlo lose their first wicket inside the power play. Amandeep Singh has to go. So success there. I'm very happy Ankit Kumar gets a wicket. Having been taken for 3 sixes in a row. Gets a little bit of revenge there on Amandeep Singh. Kind of feel though that damage is done. Looks like it's Usama Javed comes out, left-hander. So a couple of left-handers now for the Super Giants to negotiate. Let's see if they can get their fielding positions right. And how do the bowlers react to 2 left-handers? Good contest this between 2 teams. 2 teams are really picking up in form at the moment. Oh, just in at the body. Oh, hands on heads. That has just missed the player at square leg. Not by much. 1 bounce, 4 runs, but oh, almost hit it straight down his throat. Wow. Wasn't a chance, not a chance, didn't go to hand, but it went past that player at catchable height, and it wasn't far away. Maybe 3 meters to the side of the player. You can see Ankit Kumar very emotional there, with that almost goes to hand. Continues. Last ball of the over, coming around the wicket. And this has been flayed. Again, up in the air, though. Ooh, there's a few super giants standing around with hands on heads and hands on hips. Not sure what to make of the body language. They need to make sure they get into the game here, because it's now just ticked over to an even 40 runs for loss of 1 wicket with 2 overs gone. So that run rate, that's pretty easy to work out. It's going along at 20. Marlo, 40 for 1 after 2. Sawa continues to stay off strike, yet to face the delivery. That's 2 full overs, and second over in a row where the batter at the striker's end has managed to farm the strike, so he will face the first ball of the third. Sawa wondering, when am I going to get my chance? Didn't I do good? Didn't I do good this morning? Last over goes magical indeed. Look at that, 23 from it. 17 from the first from Samad's over. He's into bowl again. And that's been square driven. I think the fielder might have got a little something on that. It still goes through for 4, so that would have stung. And Samad just a little bit expensive here in his overs. He's gone for 16 off 1.1. Bowls with a lot of fire. He's not a big fella. He's quite young. He's only about my height, but he can generate some real proper speed and loves taking the challenge up to the big fellas. That's too far down leg. Looking to fire in the Yorker, and he's missed that one completely. Good work from the keeper, though. Been very impressed with the keeping here today, especially. Hardik Kumar Patel gets across and does very well then. Strikes this one towards leg side, straight to the fielder at a short third, and a very wide short third. That's the best way to describe the fielder there. Almost a fine backward square leg inside the circle, just on a 45. So the shot just off the hip, that's where it's going to end up, just with that man right there. Good dot, bowler in again. Oh, miss hits this one as well. Good change of pace. Guess the batter playing the shot before the ball that actually got to him ends up getting a leading edge all the way along the ground back to the bowler. A couple of dots here. Good comeback from the bowler. Good intelligent bowling that. Says he 23, saying Amninder not playing in the match. He's listed in the team. I see him down there, the big 81 on his back. Oh, disappointing there for the bowler, as a desperate dive from the fine leg fielder up inside the circle. Doesn't cut that one off. The disputed line with a good comeback there. I should have left that door open for you to reply to the comment. That's a lovely line. Oh, dear. Amninder happy. I do see him listed in the side. So he is out there somewhere. I'm sure he'll make his presence known. I'll try and find him. He's got the big 8-1 on his back. I'll try to locate him in a moment with Lucky's help, plus with Carlos. Ricardo. Carlos is someone else. He comes here on public holidays. But with Ricardo, our roving cameraman, he will try and find him. As another smash to the boundary, Javed taken over here. This over then, it's gone for 13 so far. A couple of dots which help things along, but the 50's up inside the power play. 53 for 1 at 2.5. So one more to come to make it a full over. Samad desperately seeking for a breakthrough here. Well-directed Yorker, dug it nicely. Got to be quick. Oh, almost could have had Sawa in a bit of strife there. Sawa does get home. Think for a moment how upset he would have been to be the non-striker for 3 full overs, only to get run out for a diamond duck. Ouch. So the strike is turned over. Javed maintains the strike at the end of the over. Sawa once again thinking, well, I've been here for 3 overs. I still haven't faced the delivery. Super Giants, maybe that's the battle plan. Maybe that's the plan all along. Just kidding. I'm sure it's not. Hakaran Singh gives a good observation there. High-scoring games, yep, have very high-scoring games today. I expect this one to pick up as well. And also, I expect this one to be a good competitive run chase as well. Obviously, we don't know what the score is yet. Looking forward to seeing what that is. Super Giants have been no slouch with the bat, so it should be a very competitive game, this one. Looking forward to this. Should be the pick of the matches today. Crush Master, indeed. We're waiting for Sawa to get on strike. Shouts to catch it. I think the shout was meant for the team huddle, as that finds its way all the way to the dugout. That's gone a long way back. Wow, what a strike. So Osama Javad, they're all channeling their inner Asim Sawa, and Asim Sawa is out there, and he wants a chance to channel his Asim Sawa because he's just not getting anywhere near the strike. He's probably thinking, just get a single, just give me a chance to get bat on ball once. Wow, this one strays onto the legs, and that is helped on its way. That's just not a good delivery. Takes the pressure right off. Bapinda Singh strays, and I think, has that gone all the way? Just watching the umpire here for the final call. Hard to see the rope down the hill there. Is indeed a Maximo. It goes all the way. Bapinda standing there, double teapot with the arms up just a moment ago. Drops them now. Got to come back here, the bowler. And he does. It's a quicker delivery. It's a good proper length. Stays off the body. Doesn't allow the batter to get anything on that one. So dots up. But that's the plan. Keep Sawa off strike. Clearly. 66 for 1 is the score. This one's been elevated. Coming down towards us. Is this the second ball to hit the hut? It's not. It goes to the side. Actually misses us by quite a fair way. Osama Javed kicking on here with another 6. So that's 3 sixes off the over. Bapinda Singh is running, well, this is not good. And Marlo picking up where they left off after they demolished the Lisbon Capitals bowling attack. And this is formidable. Still 2 to come. Goes towards leg side now. It's all aerial. Any low-flying jets in the area should avoid this part of Portugal because this grizzly is going to become a danger. That ball went quite high and quite a long way. In fact, that ball went so high up in there, I reckon I might have heard the stewardess of that plane flying overhead tell it to sit down. Crush Master calls it. What if he takes a single off the last ball? What are the chances it'll be a single off the last ball? Here we go. Final ball, the 4th. And I think it's been carved to the boundary. All the way across the rope. It's gone for 6. Sawa's happy. He punches the glove of Osama Javid. He says, that's a great shot. Thank you. I get to face my first delivery. Osama Javid owned that over there. What a terrific over that is. It's 28 off the over. Have a look at that graph of over by over carnage. Marlo just picking up where they left off from the Capitals, and now they're putting the Super Giants, absolutely putting them away. That run rate is at 20.5. And we still haven't seen Asim Sawa face a delivery. And that is about to change. Dare I tempt fate by suggesting an ironic moment coming up? No, I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to follow through with that thought process. Rahul Vishwakarma comes on to bowl. This is going to be an interesting battle between these two. Will Sawa look to get after him straight away? Let's have a look at the deep fielders. So for the left-hander, you've got a long on, a deep mid-wicket. On the offside, it looks like long off. No long off. It's a wide long off. And then you have a deep point. And it looks like, I'm seeing here, who's the 5th player out? Oh, there he is, hiding there on the square leg boundary. So deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, a wide long off, pushing towards deep cover, and then square of the wicket on the offside. Here we go. Vishwakarma versus Sawa. Sawa faces his first delivery, and he puts it out of the ground. Obviously, I was tempting fate there by suggesting an ironic moment where he goes for a first ball. It doesn't happen. Puts it out of the ground. at least he faces a delivery. He's waited patiently for 24 deliveries before he faces his first. That's a very patient man. Out there under the hot sun. Coming off an unbeaten 100 in the previous match he played as well. Raul lines up again. Push down the ground. Going to be a rarely seen single here. Unless, of course, it's the end of the over, which a couple of batters have done. Well, the first 3 overs ended up like that. So, turns the strike over and says to Asim Sawa, that's how you turn the strike over. 6 and a 1. Just having a bit of fun. Asim Sawa, he's on 46 and 14. And he stays on 46. However, that's now ticks up to 15 as he misses the quicker delivery. That's in a bit of an awkward position. A bit close to him to play that shot. Well-judged delivery and a well-judged take by the keeper. Gets that one on the full, down the ground. Desperate diving attempt. That was a proper desperate diving attempt there. Oh, so close to knocking it back. He was looking to knock it in front of him there, and unfortunately, that has come undone. So those in the chat who are saying, where is Amninda Happy? He's right in front of me. The big 8-1 on his back. Desperate dive to knock that one down and stop it going to the bench line. He can't stop it. So Amninda Happy is a long on right now. So a few of his fans in the chat asking where he's fielding. As a motorbike screams very close behind me here. So Vishwakarma successful in slowing things down, albeit slightly, but still it's 12 off the over. One more to come. And shout out in the chat to Dave B. Dave, could you maybe just hang on a minute, wait for this delivery. Swung hard. Happy with a big leap. Can't stop that one getting over his head for a big 6. Big Maximo. And he chooses not to get the ball because Joshua, our scorer, runs out to get that one. Hope you said thank you. Yeah, Dave B in the chat, could you maybe just throw an update of what's going on there in Malta, where Vinny and Rico are handling the commentary and doing a sensational job as well. Just love to know whether there's been a pitch inspection, a ground inspection, and if they're going to restart anytime soon, and maybe if there's going to be any sort of, well, there should be change to the match conditions, I would expect, because it is finals day there. So yeah, appreciate any news you can throw our way. Crushmaster in the chat says carnage, exclamation mark. You are 100% correct there, Crushmaster. What a display from these batters. 100 up, by the way, in case you missed it. Wide ball. So here's the catch. Marlo is still going at 20 runs and over. That's the run rate. Lisbon Capitals, who are waiting there in the shade to come and play the last match, they're probably smiling and saying, well, at least we didn't go at running at 20 runs and over. Shouts to catch it. Desperate attempt to catch it. And it's been taken. The dive, the lack of anything from the fielders. However, the diving fielder does complete the catch, holds it. So Javed, after making a 51 in that last over off the final ball, well, the final ball he faced, he goes 51 from 18. Sawa, still there, only faced 3 deliveries for his 13, and the second wicket falls on 101, and that run rate takes a bit of a hit and goes down to 19.5. Hello, Jake Stewart. Okay. He says, don't tell anyone, but I've set an alarm for Oz versus Canada in Malta, but there's no play at the moment. All right, I won't tell anyone. I'll be shush. Won't tell a soul. Mind you, what you've written and what I'm saying is going out across the airways for everyone in the world to see. Ground inspection at 3 p.m. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, that's coming up in a few minutes' time. Bit of action here as well as there's appeals. New batter to the crease. Asim Sawa, like a caged animal, pacing back and forth, looking to get on strike. And Captain Mian Shahid comes out, wants to get a bit of batting practice in. I don't blame him. Taking on Partap, who's got a wicket with his second delivery. Swings hard at this one. One bounce. In the end, Mian needs to get on his skates a bit there. Just a little bit don't have to run too hard for that one. In the end, he did have to run just a quick couple of paces. Those last 3 or 4 steps quickened. Sawa, the left-handed on strike. The field move around to accommodate their bowler and bowl into a left-hander. Deep fielders drop back. Deep mid-wicket, although he's a very squarish deep mid-wicket. Long on, deep square. A wide long off and protection on the boundary at point, deep point. No, deep point has just moved backward of point. So 103 for 2 the score. Sawa on strike. This one will stay in the field of play. Happy runs around from that long on area. Picks up the ball clean and a good throw back. Just the one. So maintaining magical overs seems to be proving a bit of a problem there for Marlo. Mind you though, if that's the worst problem they've got, that's a problem you'd probably accept. So it's been, 4 legal deliveries off the over, and it's been only 2 runs off the bat. How about that? Shouts to catch it. Oh, it just doesn't quite. It does go all the way for 6. That was super close. It was held, but the momentum takes the player over. Oh dear. Well, I would say it was held. It did shoot through the fingertips, and in the end it wasn't held. But the player was always in trouble. Momentum taking you backwards there. It wasn't cleanly hit, though. And Shahid almost comes undone, but he continues. Thank you, Dave B, for the update there. Appreciated on what's going over there in Malta. I do hope they can get play in. I hope it's not fully abandoned. It sounds like it's not. Swung away to the leg side here. Oh dear. That's not good from the fielder. And Lisbon Supergiants, yeah, just a few little blues in the field every now and then. Just giving Marlo a little chance to relax. Looks like we have a bit of a shoelace situation there. Captain helping his number 1 batter. I hope none of the other Marlo batters mind me calling Sawa number 1 batter, but right now he's definitely number 1 batter. Yeah, thank you to Dave B for the update there in coming in from Malta that they must play that final, at least a 10-over match for the match to be validated. If not, Canada will win by the higher run rate. Well, that'd be disappointing for the Canada-Australia match to end up in a washout and for Canada to win because of that best net run rate. Because we all know that Australia is clearly the better team there. Always was. Even before they got there, they were the better team. That's pretty much policy. Coming from an Australian, you would expect nothing less. Jake Stewart describing his situation right now. Well, the cheers. Where's that? That's landing near me, I think. That's landing over me. That may have landed on the other side of the scorer's tent. I think it has. That's gone over the scorer's tent. That has landed, I think, about 3 metres short of the hedge that guards the ground from the road. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that's a 95, maybe even 98 metre strike. This time he goes towards, oh dear. He goes towards the player at backward square leg. He put his hands up to take the shot, and I think, if anything, it turned into a defensive mood of, please don't hurt me. So Sawa is just brushing off the cobwebs from his lunch break. Mian Shahid doing the captain's thing, walking over and fielding the ball, because there is no Lisbon Supergiant fielder within about 30 metres of where the ball ended up on the throwback, so the batter had to go and get it. That's how friendly they are here. Has to lean in for that one. He's going to find the boundary as well. So Marlo dealing in 4s and 6s and the occasional 1s just to keep things interesting, but this game is totally getting absolutely pummeled. You're more than welcome, Dave, of course. Unbiased, 100%. I do find that, sometimes, occasionally, you could throw biased comments in and it's all in jest. I mean, obviously I was in jest then, but it's the comments that come out like that where people are serious, where I just get a little bit frowning, a bit sort of, why would you say that? It's sport. Be sporting. In the air, almost a brilliant diving catch there. Once again, the fielder saying that the sun was in my eyes. I think I'm a bit tired of hearing that. It's like a broken record. We know the sun's up there. We see it. So a chance for Sawa on 28. He's dropped on 28. Now goes to 29. The score 129 for 2. That run rate, it's still at 19.4. 19.4 is the run rate. It's been around 20 throughout the entire match. We've had 15 off the over. 2 balls to come. Clubbed. Shouts to catch it. Well, once again, the shouts to catch it are very ambitious. That's a big 6. So that now is 21 off the over. It's another magical over. 135 for 2. One more ball to come. Still one more ball to come in this over. Oh, another shout to catch it. Another shout to catch it. And catch it is exactly what's happened there. So finally a breakthrough after, well, a nice little partnership between these two, but it's only about 30 odd, but it's the quick time that it took. This partnership was maybe 2.5 overs. I'd have to double check that, but it was so quick. And so Mian Shahid have to go with a quick fire, 17 from 6 deliveries. Sawa still there. And you get the feeling, the way he's looking, he's going to carry his bat all the way through. The score, 135 for 3 after 7. That run rate at 19.3. Very, very healthy indeed. A few people in the chat are throwing the big 180 number into the mix. Oh, I see someone there tempted to say over 100. Ooh, sorry, over 200. It's possible. It's very possible. At this point, at 20 runs and over, well, that's a 195. Maybe with a rush of blood. Maybe if Sawa gets a few bad deliveries. Haven't seen 200 scored on the European Cricket Network for quite a while. And Marlo have set themselves up to maybe disturb that number. You never know. Super Giants will hope not. Super Giants are going to feel very, very disheartened by this performance here. It's been tough. Been tough going for them. Up against a side that is just on. Sawa facing. And Sawa putting that away through the covers. This time it's a bounce across the boundary line rope for a boundary, 4 runs. Nice strike. That score goes up to 139 for 3. A big scoring day here. A lot of runs here today. Jake Stewart, good shout there. Canadians are just Aussies with warmer coats. They live on the other side of the world as well. We're all special breeds. We're all special in our own way. But we all breathe the same air, and we all have the same blood flowing in our veins. Sawa, 33 from 9. Imran Khan at the non-striker's end, yet to face there. Sawa, quick in the air, and taken. So he's finally dismissed for the first time today after that amazing innings he had this morning. He had an unbeaten 120 off 35. He now has to go for 33 off 10. So that is the end of another good, powerful innings from him. It's more of a cameo, this one, though. But his effort for today so far is 153 runs dismissed only just the once. He's had a good day. Just didn't manage to elevate that over the cow corner. And deep mid-wicket, accepted the catch. No juggle, straight into the mitt, held. So 200 suddenly was looking a little bit steep as Asim Sawa has to go. It's 139 for 4. Still a huge score coming. Another big score coming. Have a look at that spread of overs there. You can see there's a couple of magical overs there. 3 magical overs in total, actually. But also a couple of very good overs over 15 runs. There's 2 of those as well to go with it. That's why the score is on the board looking as formidable as it is. Could be looking at a record chase. That's a good call there in the chat. Could be a record chase coming. So probably won't be an ECN record. That score is, they'd have to do a lot to get close to that score. But it's still going to be a big chase coming. Big score coming too. Just works that. Might have just come off the pad watching the umpire here. What does he say? And leg byes indicated. Good call, Phil. You got that one right. It was indicated as leg byes. So the best score we've had here in the Premier Division is 181 for 3. That was Marlo this morning against Lisbon Capitals. That's the best score we've seen so far. Will Marlo eclipse that total from only 2 games ago? just goes to backward point just for a quick one. Got to wonder. You would expect it. You really would expect it. Hardeep Katan, that's a good shout. He has played a couple of good innings as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got license to thrill here, as he's going to get after the batting. We're going to see now. Only faced one delivery. He lines up now. Let's see what he can do. Second delivery. Oh, now, hang on a minute. Wicketkeeper thought that the back foot may have lifted, hit the stumps, took the bails and knocked the stumps over as well. And umpire in perfect position says no. No. Oh, the keeper was absolutely adamant. He'd got his man there. Really adamant. Good over this from Partap. Got hit for 4 by Sawa off the first ball of the over. Came back the next delivery, got the wicket. And since then, just a leg by and a single. Oh, that's been picked up beautifully. Down on one knee. Big swing. Hitting through the line of the ball. And there's a lesson for you kids. Hit through the line of the ball. Hit across the line. Yeah, you probably need to be pretty good to do that. A lot of people are, but you know, when you're starting your career, try to play it correct. Try to hit through the line of the ball. That's a great effort there. 147 for 4 after 8. 2 overs to come. That run rate now just dipped down a bit with a couple of good tight overs and a few more dot balls. And, of course, the loss of a couple of wickets as well. Just a bit of momentum falling away. Thank you, Dave. Next ground inspection at 3:15 in Malta. Okay, we'll keep our eyes and ears open for that one. Looking forward to hearing some good news there. So, as I said, a couple of wickets falling. Just losing a bit of rhythm is the Marlo innings, but they've got the runs on the board already. Big hitting, Asim Sawa's gone. Mian Shahid's gone. Amandeep Singh has come and gone at the top order as well. So, Rahul Vishwakarma looking to put the brakes on heavily here, trying to find a nice tight over. He's going to bowl the 9th. Elevates. Good fielding. Just the one. Very good fielding. Vishwakarma, very good bowler. Very cagey customer here. He would love to make sure the brakes stay on nice and tight. Puts that, he's just missed the length on that one, I think. Oh, that's, I think that catch has been brought in, has it? No. Just watching the body language here, I think hope the fielder's okay. I think he's either put it down or he's hurt himself. He's down on his haunches. Now what's going on here? I got a feeling the player's done himself a bit of a mischief. Bowler's walking over. A couple of people from the sidelines are coming over to make sure he's okay as well. I hope he's all right. I think he might have worn that one somewhere in the body. One player from Marlo and actually a couple of players from Marlo, including Asad Mahmood, who's not even playing for Marlo, just goes over to make sure the field is okay. I think he's worn that one rather than taking the catch, and it has took it over for 4 runs. He's on his feet. He looks okay. I'm trying to see who it is. I can't quite see through the sight screen who that is there. Elevates straight down towards us. And Joshua, our legendary scorer and protector of all things commentary related, runs out to field that one. $150 up as well with that boundary, or with the previous boundary. That's going to now jump up a little bit more now to a 158 for 4. Halfway through the 9th. Vishwakarma getting a bit of treatment here from Katan, who's getting after him, but that ball was a bit of a slot delivery. Now he has to sort of swing the arms on this one and rotate a bit, but he does manage to get this one very, very fine. There's no protection on the boundary at fine leg. They're all up inside the circle there. So that's a pretty good shot selection from Katan to find a boundary there. He moves to 20 from 6 deliveries, 162 for 4. 8 legal deliveries left in this game. Sorry, in this innings. Don't get ahead of yourself, Phil. They got to have a bat as well. Yeah, Katan, I agree. There's a comment in the chat there from Sezi23. Yeah, Katan is a bit of class, isn't he? He's a good all-rounder. More I see him play, the more I'm liking his style, where he's coming from. Clean hitter, does things like that. And maybe, well, I think he might have been caught here, but he might open the batting. It's not a bad shout, actually. I like him, like the idea of him opening the batting with either Asim Sawa or Amardeep Singh. Maybe just keep Sawa back and let these batters get amongst the runs. But he does get, he holds out looking for big runs here towards the end of the innings. Can't blame him for going for every shot he can possibly get. He holds out pretty deep there at backward square leg. Good head, well-held catch. Go 20 from 7. Marlo lose their 5th wicket on 162. Super Giants just trying to pull things back a little bit here. They're going to be chasing a mammoth score anywhere you cut it. But nice little effort here. Pure Entertainment asking about the boundary size. It's 50 metres from the centre of the wicket. Guess that one on the full. Has he got enough? Does indeed. So we finish the 9th over with a Maximo just straight down the ground. Ends up next to the sight screen. That's another 6. We've had a lot of 6s in this competition. Luckily, there's no one here to count the 6s. Otherwise, we'd probably have to pay him a lot of money because they were doing a lot of work. Probably running out of pens as well. 168 for 5, and there is just one more over to come. That run rate at 18.7 suggests a score well into the 180s is coming. And of course, another magical over. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 magical overs, and then you have 2 overs worth more than 15, a couple of 14 run overs, and the worst over they had, it looks like that's about 13 runs. Maybe it's 12 runs. Just trying to line that up with a number. Maybe it's 12. Final over starts. Gives the charge, swats it out to the leg side. It goes straight to the player at the deep square leg position. Just a single. Imran Khan, he's out there with Shamshir Singh. Shamshir Singh, who came into bat, well, he came into bat a few moments ago, hit a 6 off the first ball. See what he can do here. Swings hard towards the leg side as well. It's along the deck. Wanted 2, can only get 1. Good start from Ravi Ralan to this last over. Very good start. Just 2 singles. The score is already on the board. You feel that that's already there. And Marlo bowling, looking to protect a score of around about 170, possibly 180. You do fancy their chances. Now, gave a charge down the pitch, put it out wide, and the batter was lucky to get a little bit of something on that, and scurries back for 2. Overshoots the mark and can't get back for a 3rd. So, 4 off the final over so far. Haven't found the boundary yet, Marlo. But considering the carnage that they've done, it's still very, very good. 172 for 5 on the board. Just a slower delivery. It's a looping slower delivery going towards the stumps. Swung across the line out towards deep mid wicket for a single. 5 off the over so far. 2 to come. Marlo with a huge score here for their bowlers to work with, and they'll be very happy about that. Looking very, very strong at the right time here, Marlo. Oh, hands on heads there. I think Ravi tried the slower ball again. Might have come out a little bit quicker than he wanted. And Shamshir manages to get that punch down the ground for another single. So, last ball in is coming up. 174 for 5 is on the board. Marlo, one big strike to maybe get in the 180s. See if this could be a psychological win for Super Giants. It's a slow ball. It's a looping delivery. It's in the air. Oh, it's been put down. But it actually, not just put down, it gets through the fielder. So the boundary is not protected. It goes all the way for 4. Can you believe it? So 178 on the board from Marlo. What a terrific effort that is. From all the batters involved as well, they've done really, really well. Welcome back into the commentary hut here. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of carnage going on there from Marlo once again on the warpath. 178 on the board. What a great score that is. That last over there from Ravi Roland, really, really good. Unfortunately, he'll probably have a couple of words to the fielder over there at the deep mid-wicket area. He let that boundary get through, but that was just 1 out of 60 deliveries. Look, Lisbon Supergiants got all to do here. This is going to really test their character and test how they go against a big score. Be interested to see how they go. I'm looking forward to that. Hope you are as well. I'm going to be back here in about 10 minutes time for the run chase. Don't go too far. I'm Phil G. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is ECS Portugal, and this is the Premier Division. This is what we do. See you back here shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Wonderful to have you back with us for the run chase, where the Lisbon Supergiants have got a pretty tall order in front of them indeed, after that team from Marlo had another blistering innings, almost the same as what they had this morning. This time only a handful of runs less than what they scored this morning. They're on a bit of a heater at the moment, aren't they? 178 is the score, 178 for 5. So 179 required here for Lisbon Supergiants. Have they got a chance? Have they got a shout? We're going to find out very shortly, and I'll let you know in about 45 minutes' time what the outcome is. In the meantime, sit back, relax. Here comes the first ball. Lucky with the slippery fingers forgetting to press the button there. It's all right. I got you back, Lucky. I got you back. A little bit of Phil G animation to keep things going along. I am, after all, mostly AI. Hello to Trip, who joins us in the chat. Wonderful to have you. Terry Richmond joins us as well. Wonderful to see you all there. Julian as well. So I believe people will come over here. I'm sorry about the news coming out of Malta as well, that the seniors event, the final between Canada and Australia, has unfortunately been washed out. And, well, we tip our lids to the organisers for putting together a sensational tournament that has been thoroughly enjoyable. I know it's been very, very well received by many people, and it looked good. And Vinny and Rico obviously doing the commentary duties over there. Got a lot of friends from ECN over there watching as well. And now we have a look at the run chase here. But yeah, the news out of Malta is not the best. And that is that the final match was abandoned due to the outfield condition after some pretty heavy torrential rain has swept through Malta recently. So disappointing for everybody that didn't finish on a high, but it was still a wonderful tournament, and I'm looking forward to the next one. Trying to get myself over for the next one. Hit down the ground pretty hard. Just flat battered. Tennis shot style. Almost like almost baseball style as well. Just went straight back. It's good to see that the Supergiants have tried their best to get aggressive here by putting Amninda Happy up at the top order opening with Jiwan Giri. But so far, 4 dots. 4 dots already. 5th ball of the over. 5th time lucky. Oh, shouts to catch it. Chance to run out here. Oh, it's a desperate single. Well, that's how they get off the mark, the Supergiants, with a really quick single towards the mid-on area. And Happy, who's a very big striker of the ball, just had nothing to work with there from Kutan, who is bowling very well. Very good all-rounder is that man. He had a bit of love in the chat during the batting as well. People asking for him to come out and throw the blade around. And he did exactly that. Now he's got the ball. Last ball, the first over. Even too hot for the keeper to hang on to there. As Roshan Singh puts down a chance. Well, not chance, sorry. Puts down the delivery. No edge. Nothing to worry about there. Well bowled. What a great over. Roshan Singh behind the stunts with the gloves there. Have a look at that. What a start for Marlo, defending a massive total. Just 1 run. No wicket. Supergiants pressed hard up against the wall here to try to battle out of a corner. Can they come out swinging of the next one? We'll see. Hello to Ray Tipping joins us again. Yes, Terry, your lovely wife joined us yesterday in the chat and told her all about the Corey April Fool's Day gag, which is quite fun. We had Corey on the chat yesterday in case you missed it. He joined me remotely for the second match yesterday and planted a pretty funny April Fool's Day, pretty convincing April Fool's Day gag into the chat. At the end, he fessed up and said, no, it was an April Fool's Day gag. And I just had my fingers crossed that nobody had booked flights to Spain for September, as Corey's gag was that the Nepal national team had just announced a tour of Spain. And Corey was obviously very happy to announce that as well. It was a great gag. Tough going here for the Supergiants. Good bowling from Marlo. The power play is their focus here. Usama Javed comes on to bowl now. Got taken for 4 with that first ball. And, well, the second ball, things sort of tighten up a little bit here. Because, well, it's a no ball. Free hit coming. Maybe this is the moment after that no ball. Girangiri, he has only faced one ball. He has yet to get off the mark. Maybe this will be the free hit, the chance for him to get off the mark. At the bare least, he should get off the mark here, right? And he's got a free hit to do it. Awesome, Javid. Off the short run. It's a short ball. Ooh, it's a short delivery. Probably get a bit told that's for head high. Well, it hasn't come off the blade, so he's not off the mark. It does go for 4 byes, though. Oh, Girangiri won't be happy. He's still got his 0 next to his name at the moment. Jacob Jake Stewart, go to bed. There you go. I'll take the role and tell you now. It's past your bedtime, young man. Off you go to bed. But thank you for joining us. Hey, try and hang around as long as you can, but I want to be responsible for you having a big sleep in tomorrow and then blaming Phil G on the European Cricket Network. Shouts to catch. I don't know why the shout of catch came. That just fell onto the ground, onto the onside. Super Giants here. Look, they do have a big total to chase, but this start for them is not what they wanted. They've elevated Amninda Happy to one of the opening partners to try to get some runs on the board, and it's just not happening. Girangiri finally gets off the mark with a big 6, belts that over the top of the covers. So they get up to 17 now after 1.5 overs. But still, if they need to be going at 20 runs and over, they are still almost 1 full over behind where they need to be. Let's see what they can do here. Just looking at some of the flies in here. Lucky, the flies in here are just crazy. I need a fly swatter or a flamethrower, one or the other. I'm going to make an improvised fly swatter tonight. So, folks, that'll be part of the commentary tomorrow. Swings hard at this one towards the leg side. That's going to pierce the gap, and I got a feeling that's gone over the rope. No, it's bounced just inside the rope for 4 runs, as indicated by birthday boy Krit Patel, who says, "No, Phil, that's a 4. That's a 4 in my book. 21 for the loss of no wicket. 2 overs gone. Amninda Happy and Girangiri with a bit to do here. Try to claw their team back into the contest, but they've only got 8 more overs to collect 158 runs. It's looking really, really tough." Hello, big hello to Trip Denny in the chat there. Good to see you. Hello to Ray as well. Dave B, who's been keeping updated on all the goings in around the Malta cricket scene there with the seniors competition coming to a close today. Terry Richmond as well. Wonderful to have you in the chat. And as I said before, it's great to see Cheryl in the chat yesterday. She was there for Corey's gag. I asked her to explain it to you just in case you were thinking of booking some tickets to Spain next year. Sorry, in September. We continue now. Nice pull shot. Nicely played. Keeps it down. That's the most important thing. Doesn't try to go aerial. Amninda B doesn't quite get all of that. And Kutan is bowling out. What a sensational first over he had. Talk about setting the tone. Just 1 run off the first over when they need to be going at 20s. Oh, swings hard at this one too. This is going right up in the air. Keeper wants it. Keeper has spilled it. Roshan Singh. Oh dear. That's very un-Roshan Singh-like to drop that one. I've seen him take some absolute blinding catches in my time. There's a couple of Marlo players who are flat on the field. The man at mid-on, trying to see who that is. Is that Amdeep Singh? I can't see who that is. He's just gone flat on his face and cannot believe that was put down. I think Marlo can be allowed a little bit of a moment there. I think a few of the players have still got smiles on their faces. But yeah, the man at mid-off just threw himself to the ground flat. Couldn't believe it was put down. We continue though. Girangiri winds up and puts a bit behind that one. And that is 1 bounce, 4 runs. The players out deep during this power play have been the deep mid-wicket. And that goes a lot more straighter than deep mid-wicket. And the other deep fielder. All right, now it's going to take all of my Phil G-ness to try to find him. Is it behind the side screen? No, that's you. Apologies, folks. I can't find the other deep player. He's hiding. Doesn't matter. That's been hit really nicely all the way to the boundary line there, just behind square on about a 45. Well, there's no player down there because the fine leg has had to run a long way back to find that delivery. You know what? I don't think there was a second deep player out. I think they had the rest of the field all up inside the circle for these last couple of overs. Oh, sorry, last couple of deliveries, apologies. But they just had a deep mid-wicket back, and that was it. Astonishing. There you go. But that's how they play it. That's how they do it. Very good. So we've still got a few deliveries to go to get to the end of the power play. That's been struck away to the same place, identical place as that previous boundary. Same result. Another boundary, another 4. Catan, just a few runs coming off the bat now with 3 boundaries in a row. Terry Richmond confirming Nepal is not touring Spain. I confirm that. Nepal is not touring Spain. Corey's gag was executed perfectly to the point of everybody believed it. I got to say, he did it in such a straight tone and face. Very Orson Welles' War of the Worlds like the way he delivered that as well. Obviously, he had some support from yours truly, who played the ignorant interviewer on that one. But anyway, it was all Corey. He did it very well. So that's the end of the over. That's the end of the power play as well. And 35 on the board. They haven't lost the wicket, but they find it very tough going here. Aminda happy, just struggling to find some touch here. And Jiwan Giri, he's doing okay. 23 from 11. That's the kind of rate they want to be going at. The asking run rate from here on in, 20.6 needed per over. So every time they're not getting 20.6 and over, that is just clocking upwards constantly. And that's around about, what's that, 3 1/3 runs every delivery, if you want to break it down to that. Makes it very, very tough indeed. People saying about Nepal coming to Spain, Nepal is not touring Spain this year. They are not touring Spain. Let's make that clear. Nepal is not touring Spain. As much as we'd love that to be the case, no, Nepal is not touring Spain. And that hit has been caught really well on the boundary. Very good catch. Snatches out of the air as he's staring into the sun. That's a well-judged catch. And that is the first wicket to fall at the start of the 4th. Jiwangiri, who was making the play there in between these two, he has to go. I'm into happy still out there, but that is a nice catch on the boundary. Really good take. Just sort of snatched at it, but I think he only did that because he didn't want to spend too much time staring up towards the air. But that brings the fall of the first wicket. Lisbon Super Giants slumping into trouble here. Marlo right on top in this match. The bowlers have got a massive total behind them as well, so they must be absolutely brimming with confidence. Julian Dawson, that's a great story about the April Fool's Day gag. That's very, very good. I wonder how many people fell for that. I bet everyone who's got a smartphone in their hands right now probably fell for that. And I know there's a lot of you out there too. All right. 35 for 1. Just started the 4th. Amandeep Singh strikes straight away with the first ball of his first over. Dots up on the second. And as I said, Marlo in complete command here. Pushed away into the gap. There's a massive gap. It's a huge gap on the leg side. Obviously, Mian Shahid with his field placements was very confident that the left-hander at no time was going to hit it towards the leg side. There was nobody at all mid-wicket. There was no one at square leg. There was no one at mid-on. There was absolutely nobody within about, let's say, 30 metres where that ball ended up. Shouts to catch it. He loves the caught and bowled as Amandeep Singh. Keeps his eye on it all the way, and it just gets away from him. It ends up about 6 or 7 metres behind the umpire. Can't quite get to it. Gets Vishwakarma on strike. I'm into happy, just having a bit of a shocker in this game. Just can't seem to connect really well with any delivery. I think he's mishit everything he's faced. Raul has struck that beautifully. That's a great shot. It goes for 4. but he's absolutely middled that one all the way along the deck. Hasn't tried to go too aerial. Lovely strike. So Armanit Singh is taken down the ground for a big, a big 4. We'll just make it a big 4. And dots up the next ball. Good comeback. Well, if Lisbon Supergiants are going to make any kind of charge or any kind of inroad into this total, these two need to start right now, and they need to not stop until the final ball is bowled. That's pretty much my analysis of the situation right now. It's got to be on these two. Lisbon Supergiants are 41 for 1 after 4, chasing a target of 179 after they went out to bowl, and Marlo muscled their way up to 178 for Flosser 5 wickets after winning the toss and electing to bat first in this match number 15 of this European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division. Simmering along nicely this contest. Well, the overall contest between all the 5 teams. I do get the feeling, however, that this contest, this Premier Division, will indeed be dominated by 3 teams. Marlo, Punjab CC Amadora, and O'Irish. Get the feeling that Lisbon Supergiants and Lisbon Capitals just going to be found wanting here. And that could be simply through players who are available. It could be simply through timings. We know that they're a very skilled bunch of cricketers here in Portugal. Lofted. That goes a long way back for a big 6 over the top of the long off fielder who set himself and then had to go back and retrieve, as that has gone a long way back. I'm sure he bowls some left arm. That's just hit into the mid-off position. Shy at the stumps is no good. Quick singles. Quick singles won't do it, though. It's good to get a quick single instead of a dot ball, but when you need to go at 23.6 and over, on average, every one of these shots has to find the boundary. That's the kind of trouble they're in. Lisbon Supergiants won't want to stop here. Absolutely don't want to stop and lie down, because net run rate could have a bit to do with the outcome of who ends up playing on Saturday between Supergiants and Capitals. Wide ball shown there. Dave B says, can't do April Fool Day after midday, guys. I hear what you're saying, Dave. But you ever heard of time zones? Different time zones in different parts of the world. Shouts at catch it. Just gets away from that backward point fielder. Goes for 4 runs. When Corey laid that joke down, it was definitely before midday, so that's fine. I know because he was on with me at just a couple of overs into the first innings of the second match yesterday, so Corey's joke was legit and within the boundaries of April Fool's rules, if that's such a thing. Swings hard at this one. That's being clattered a long way back out of the ground for a big Maximo. That's what we want to see from Happy. That'll put a smile on his face. He's now up to 19 from 11 balls faced. Unfortunately for Happy, he's had a few dots. This over, though, is getting expensive. Javed proven to be expensive here for Marlo. He's gone for 35 from almost 2 overs. This is the last ball coming up. Or maybe it should be the last ball coming up. Let's see if it's not a wide. Oh, wanted a run. Happy wanted to keep the strike. Vishwakarma's going nowhere. And turned back pretty quickly. So the score does finish on 60 for 1 after 5. And sadly for Lisbon Supergiants, it's not the run rate they need, but it's the run rate they have. And the run rate required, it's going to tick up any second now after we get confirmation of the end of the over. There it is. Goes up to 23.8. 119 needed off 5 overs. So, Lisbon Supergiants, they need to keep powering on here. The game may be almost gone. Mathematically, it's still possible, but it's very improbable that these guys could get the runs on the board. Marlo would still love to remove one or even both of these batters just to put any doubt completely out of the minds of you, me, and all the chatters out there in YouTube land watching this game. As we struck towards the mid-wicket boundary, fielded cleanly. Raul Vishwakarma goes up to 13 from 7. He's not looking at his fluid best that we saw a couple of days ago when he came out and scored runs pretty happily on day 2 of the Premier Division. That was back on Tuesday. He's just seems to be struggling a bit out of touch. Happy also yesterday had a couple of good innings, and this morning he played very well too, didn't he? And that win against the Lisbon Capitals, he scored 62 from 17, and he's not even close to that performance at the moment. But he is facing a Marlo bowling attack, which is, well, let's be honest, it's a lot more potent than the Capitals. The Capitals have got a good bowling attack, don't get me wrong. However, it just hasn't clicked for them. Swung high. That is just over the top. Just not by a long way. I got a good side on view to that. And just as the long on field was about to take a bit of a leap to try to catch that shot from Vishwakarma, he pulled out of the jump and realised that maybe a jump might have had a fingertip, maybe even try to affect a spoil. It landed about 1.5 meters over the rope. That's how close it was. Rashida Akhtar asks us if it's the last match of the day. No, there's one more game that comes up after today, as that shot goes out of the park. There's no doubt about that one. That goes a long way back. So thank you for asking the question, Rashida. Rashida, there is one more game after this, and that will be Marlo taking on Lisbon Capitals in a repeat of the game you saw earlier this morning, where Marlo absolutely demolished, steamrolled the Lisbon Capitals in that very one-sided 4-point match. So thank you for the question. One more to come. Alan's jumped in to cover that for me as well. Thank you, Alan. Hit out towards the leg side. A lot more squarer. 2 fielders combined. Almost clashed, but they do combine. So Raul Vishwakarma heard my comments and starts to elevate his run rate a bit there. Happy. He's on 20 from 14. Not the usual happy person that we've seen. 75 on the board, getting towards the end of the 6th. Clubs this. That's gone quite a ways back there of the boundary. So, occasional rushes of blood, but they need overs, which are magical, bordering on supersonic. And 20 runs and over right now is not going to be good enough, as that now goes for 21. Good over. Good over nonetheless for Lisbon Supergiants, but when you need 24.5 and over, you really need to see better than that. 4 overs left, 98 runs required. Feel that the game is pretty much gone there. I get the feeling that Jake Stewart is about to say goodnight to everybody. Only because he's not typing in English, which is fine. 6 overs gone, 81 on the board, loss of 1 wicket only. Only 1 wicket has fallen. But these two are the power hitters for Lisbon Supergiants. They got 4 overs to try to do something here. Whatever they do, it's got to help their net run rate, just to make sure that they don't leave themselves open for Lisbon Capitals to come out of nowhere and maybe sneak a couple of wins and surprise them. It does make the game tomorrow. Let me tell you about this. The second match tomorrow is Lisbon Supergiants versus Lisbon Capitals. That will be the game that will seal whoever finishes 4th on the placings, and of course seal the fate of the team that will finish 5th in the placings. So looking forward to that match. I think after that match might be safe for us to maybe talk about the finals and who's going to play where and things like that. Obviously, Awarish tomorrow have got a couple of games as well. Awarish will be back for 3 matches tomorrow. Supergiants for 3 matches, Capitals for 2 matches. And Awarish will love to put together a really good bunch of games. They will not want to lose any games because they're currently sitting 2nd due to the good net run rate they've got. So it can only be a couple of losses that may knock them down to 3rd. If they lose all 3 games tomorrow, they could fall to 3rd. Mind you, though, the games tomorrow for Awarish, 2 matches against the Supergiants and 1 match against the Lisbon Capitals. All they need to do is to take at least 1 or 2 points out of that one. It's very unlikely. Well, it is possible. It is mathematically possible for the Lisbon Supergiants to get a couple of wins tomorrow and maybe threaten Irish there in second place, but we'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow. Just pausing for a moment here. Umpires are over there just making sure everyone's okay after that delivery. Raul Vishwakarma getting a funny old delivery there. I think he's all right. Set to resume here now. So, just a little pause in the play there while we just check on Raul Vishwakarma and make sure he's okay. Just lost sight of that one. Here we go. We continue. Swings this high into the air on the leg side. Goes a long way back. There's a fielder back there, but he's in the undergrowth in the scrubbery. There is the 12th man out there with some water. He's going to have to give some water to the fielder who's run quite a fair way back to retrieve that one from the bushes. Probably also just making sure from an occupational health and safety viewpoint that we get the fielder back. Once again, not for the first time, the batter has had to go out towards the covers to retrieve the ball. Marlo, they're just such gentlemen, aren't they? I love the way they professionally will do that and help out the opposition team. Mind you, the Marlo just want to get on with it. That's probably the catch there. He's had to go out about 20 metres out of his way to get the ball because no Supergiant fielders were going to get it. Sorry, no Marlo fielders were going to get it. We saw that before in the previous innings. And that is the end of that. Stumps are akimbo. Chris Smith, where are you when I need you? Raul Vishwakarma's time at the crease is done. He is bowled. Trying to accelerate here in these overs. Having dotted up, found the boundary, and then it was Khan who found the wicket. So it is indeed Hassan Khan who gets the big hitting Vishwakarma, who has to go 32 from 14 for him. Supergiants just struggling here against a very potent Marlo bowling attack, and very focused Marlo here as well. This is the 7th match for Marlo, by the way. They've secured top spot on the standings and then some. Be interested to see who plays in the team in the last game today, as they look like they're marching towards a victory here. Irish could get more wins and knock them off top spot. However, they wouldn't knock them out of top 2. And that could happen tomorrow when Irish come in to play their last 3 games. But we'll have a look at the standings after this match, and I'll give you a full wrap-up of what could happen, and we'll have a bit of a chat about that. Last ball, the 7th coming up. Good over this one from Khan. Only 6 from it. A big 6. Wicket, 3 dots. Sounds like a bit of a bottom of the bat shot, that one. Sounded like a very much a high-pitched clicky noise coming through my headset. Not sure how it came through yours. And just the one. 7 runs from it. 1 wicket. Score goes to 88 for 2. 3 overs to come. Whereabouts will the Supergiants end up? At the moment, you probably think they're going to probably break the 110 mark, but that may be about it. Maybe about it. Bhupinder Singh is out there. Let's see what he can do with Happy. If he can get Happy on strike and keep him there, maybe they can muscle into about the 130s, but it's not going to be a big score at all. And once again, I'll just ask people in the chat to maybe just watch out for the use of language. Don't like to see any bad language. Thank you very much in the chat. You will be sent out of the chat packing. We keep it PG, thank you. Even abbreviations, acronyms, using words that are inappropriate for the chat. Thank you. Start the 8th. 88 for 2 is the score on the board. And a swing and miss. Shamsher coming on to bowl. He'll bowl this and he'll probably bowl the 10th. He's proven to be a very handy last over bowler for Marlo too. Been really impressed with him in this tournament so far. Coming on at a time when the game sometimes can be in the balance or sometimes it's one way or the other, and he's bowling pretty well. Swung out to deep mid wicket, just the one. Happy lining up now. He's 26 and 15. Works it off the hip. Doesn't get it past the fine leg. He gets a generous applause from his teammates for that bit of fielding. Nicely done there. If it gets past fine leg, there is nobody deep behind square. It would be a long chase. Potentially square leg could probably turn around. I think it's Amandeep Singh at square leg. He would have to turn around to lend assistance. This one goes straight down the ground. It's a lot of time in the air. That is a great catch. That is an excellent catch. Even the roll was very protective of the ball there. That's an excellent bit of work right down the ground. And Happy is not going to be happy with that. It was a laboured innings. It was not the same Amninda Happy we saw in the previous match against the Capitals. It was a very different Amninda Happy there who struggled. The bowling was better. They knew how to bowl to him. They got him bogged down. And 26 from 17 with that kind of strike rate tells the story. And unfortunately, his time at the centre is done. He's having a chat there with, trying to see who the Marlo fielder is there. He's just having a chat, probably saying, this is why I'm not happy. In fact, probably that's the whole conversation. Are you happy? You're not happy. He's not happy. And neither is the Super Giants, as now they lose a third wicket on 89 in the fourth. What an over this has been, though, from Shamsher. It's just the one run from it. A wicket, still 2 balls to come. Still a lot of work to do. Shout for a leg before. Kru Patel raises a finger and says, I agree with that appeal. Caught plumb in front, and that is a first baller. Oh dear. Walks off with some assistance. One more time. There we go. Oh, golden wiki. Time for one more. There he is. The golden wiki in tears as he escorts Amandeep Singh from the ground. Oh dear. Not going well. Lisbon Super Giants slump even further. They lose 2 in 2. Shamsher Singh, that means he's going to be on a hat-trick. Can Marlo get a cherry on top in this match by having one of their bowlers pick up a hat-trick? We're going to find out in just a few moments. Hey to Chris Smith. Shouts to catch it. Oh, the catch is not taken. Throw to the keeper's end. They're home. Oh, Shamsher wanted that hat-trick. He was desperate for that hat-trick. Oh, dear. It finishes the over. I think that's his skipper out there, Mian Shahid. So, bite your tongue, Shamsher. Bite your tongue. Get into fielding position and accept the acknowledgement from the skipper that you've done a terrific job in that over. It's 2 wickets and it's just 1 run for that man. He has put the nail in the coffin for the Lisbon Super Giants. It was already there anyway to begin with. They needed way too many runs off a lot of deliveries. 90 off 12. It's academic. It's just all about where they finish now and how they finish for the Super Giants. See if they can maybe sort of hit themselves a little bit of respectability on the scorecard here, as the damage has well and truly been done. Chip Denny saying he thinks that Derek is sweating, not crying. Yeah, I think that's probably fair as well. He's definitely crying, but he does look quite warm, doesn't he? He looks quite warm, and it is warm out there in the centre as well. Ooh, Chris Smith. Lions have put the Magpies away. Taken around the corner. Nicely placed. No one down there. It's going to run all the way along the turf. And that's going to cross the boundary line for 4 runs. So 6 and a 4. Maybe a Bipinda Singh is hungry for more. I'm not too sure. But he's definitely hit a 4. At least he didn't fall to the floor or run into the door. Do you want some more? Yeah, for sure. All right, I'll get back to it now. Thank you very much. My spoken word album will be released very soon. Gives a charge, hits hard, and a desperate attempt to try to get fingertips to hit that back into play is not successful. Close, but not quite successful. So a flurry of runs coming here. And Ali Hassan, copping a little bit of stick here from the batters. He's probably I'm going to come on bowl the 9th. I'm not expecting to get belted down the ground and around the ground for 16 runs off the first 3 deliveries. Let's see how he goes. Tripped Denny with a fleet of motor vehicles there, indeed. I think Dave B's got the keys. 100 up as well, by the way. 105 for 4. Supergiant's looking to make sure that the net run rate doesn't get damaged too much by a big defeat with some big hits there. However, that ends up being a dot. Compare those run rate graphs, and that tells the story, and that's the why Supergiants are languishing behind. The consistency of the Marlo innings was something else. Gets around this one. That's a lovely strike. Pulled around the corner, taken from well outside off, and he has absolutely middled that one and timed it beautifully. So Bhupinder Singh stepping up here for the team, nailing a couple of big hits in this final over. It's gone for 22 already. Ali Hassan is... well, he can bowl with a bit of confidence because the score is on the board and there's no way they could lose the match from here. Okay, it's improbable they could lose the match from here. There's still 7 deliveries left. Score is on Lord Nelson, 111 for 4. Swings hard again. And that is a sensational over for the Supergiants. Sadly, it's too little and it's too late. And it's 28 off the over. Now, Mian Shahid will probably not be impressed with that, even though he knows that the game is his. He still will not be too happy with that bowling effort, thinking, well, if you're going to bowl it short to a middle order batter like Rubinder, that's what's going to happen. So, 117 for 4 on the board. One over to come. Let's see, who's going to bowl after? It should be Shamshur, I would say. It looks like it is. Becoming very fast. My favourite late over bowler. He's bowling to Atta As-Samad. Has yet to face... Well, he's faced one ball for not yet off the mark. Gets off the mark there with that one, I believe. Unless he falls over, doesn't make his ground. He does make his ground, of course. Nice and easily in the end. And just the one. 118 for 4, the score on the board. Still a full 60 runs behind where they need to be to win the game. I mentioned before about the runs per over there. The consistency of Marlo is the reason why they've won this game. But that man, he's hit the ball quite nicely indeed. That's another 6 from the blade of Bhupinder Singh. Where was he? Who knew Bhupinder Singh really enjoys Marlo bowling? But he clearly does. Scoreboard's just catching up with the live action. Just one more 6. There it is. Thank you, guys. Good work. 124 for 4. All the 4s for 4. 4, 4, 4. Outfielders appealing for leg before wicket. Wicket keeper and bowler just keen to make sure the ball doesn't run away for a leg bye. Appeal clearly turned down. 9.4 overs gone. 2 deliveries left. Supergiants suffer quite a loss here at the hands of Marlo. Marlo looking to carry this momentum maybe to the next game. They've got the Lisbon Capitals up next. Lisbon Capitals have taken a break, the well-earned break from the 2 matches had this morning. They have to come back, though, and face Marlo for the second time. And that's happening right after this game, as that has been whipped away for yet another 6. Yep, too little too late, but what a lovely bit of momentum for Lisbon Supergiants just here towards the end, as they now race up to 130 for 4. And these last couple of overs, well, we had 28 off over number 9. It is, well, let's pick it up now. It's, what's that, 13 off this over. Another 2 big hits, and suddenly it's at 140s, which is still well short of where they have to be, but adding respectability to the score. Well, it's not going to get to that score because that has just been a straight delivery, completely missed. Going for a big hit to the same part of the ground, Bhupinder Singh is undone. But that cameo of 42 or 14 deliveries, just keep that in the back of your head, because that is actually really good striking of the ball from that youngster. Well done. Takes up the challenge straight to the Marlo bowlers and really got stuck into them. Ali Hassan will agree with me on that comment. even though he won't want to, but he will have to agree with that. So it's 130 for 5. 5th wicket falls on the second last ball of the innings of the match. One more to come. Good high-scoring matches here today. Will we see another high-scoring match coming up? You'll have to join me to find out what's going to happen there, won't you? As we still have one more game to go. That game starts in about 25 minutes' time. I'll talk about that in just a moment when we get through this last delivery. Swings high in the air. Falls very, very short. I want to go for 2. Why not? Why not? It's all for net run rate. So an extra run on the overthrow. I thought Samad was onto that one, but I'm not sure the striker wasn't really onto that. Kumar was happy to take a single, and Samad said, no, come on, get through for another one. Let's see how we go. So welcome back into the commentary hut here. Wonderful to have your company. Phil G here after just taking you through the action of that match. Marlo once again proving why they are champions. They are champions indeed. And Lisbon Supergiants, you've kind of felt they're never really in the contest. There was no real threat from them along the way. But that last little cameo towards the end there from Bhupinder Singh, well done Bhupinder Singh, very well done indeed. I enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed it as well. Not a close game. So we've had 3 games now which have sort of been blown apart. Let's see if the next game, the 4th game today, is a little bit closer. That's going to be the return of Marlo. They're going to take on Lisbon Capitals for the 2nd time today. Expect to see a different Lisbon Capitals. If it's not going to be, then their campaign's going to be done and dusted. Don't worry about how many games they got tomorrow. If they can't make some fist of this competition now in this game against Marlo coming up next, I'm not sure they're going to be there on final Saturday. And remember, final Saturday is going to be myself alongside Mr. Maximilian Sal, Vinny Sander will be joining me. He's already told me the flights are booked. He's on his way from Malta. He'll be flying out tomorrow morning, and I can't wait to see him. I hope you can as well. Anyway, that's the end of that match. That match is done. Dustin, match 15 done. Match 16. Looking ahead to that one coming your way very shortly. I'm Phil G. This is the European Cricket Network, and you are watching ECS Portugal Premier Division, and we will see you back here shortly for the last match of the day. Match 16, Marlo taking on Lisbon Capitals. See you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
As I was saying, a warm welcome back to everybody to the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here to take you through the final game coming your way very shortly. Match 16, Marlo taking on Lisbon Capitals. The volume control will be on this time as well, I promise you that. That's the only thing I'm going to promise you, because I don't know what's going to happen in this game. We're hoping for a very close game. We've had a couple of blowouts today already. 2 games that have gone 4 points the way of the victor. That last game only just, I think it was about 10 runs in the end, possibly even less, that allowed Lisbon Supergiants to pick up just that 1 point in their contest against Marlo. Speaking of Marlo, won the toss, elected to bat first in this next game against the Lisbon Capitals. And let's see how they go as we start off. So, Marlo, they've batted first today twice. Firstly, they made 181 for 3 against Lisbon Capitals. In the next match, they just finished that one against Supergiants. They made 178 for 5. And now they come out now. And, well, normal service has resumed. That is a cracking big shot. So, Marlo looking to bat first today and looking to get scores on the board, big scores on the board. Thanks to people like Asim Sawa, Singh's been getting in the runs. Been impressed with Gutan as well with the bat. Interested to see who they have and how we go. Shout out to the chat for Chris Smith, who's joined us. Hello there to Chris. Ray's in the chat as well. Kev, great to see you as well, as always. And everyone in the chat, thanks for joining us here today. Sawa and Singh, 2 of the big hitters. They opened the batting in the previous match that Marlo played just earlier, where they scored the 178 for 5. Every chance this could be a big score. Lisbon Capitals, what lessons have they learnt from this morning's game that they can bring into this afternoon match, because it is the return game of these 2 teams? As that is a full toss. That's been hit, 1 bounce, 4 runs. I'm sure one of the lessons would be don't bowl full tosses to Sawa. Whatever you do, don't do that, because he'll do that all day, every day. He swings a very heavy blade, does Asim Sawa. Already races to 10 from 5. Been a few dots in there as well, so not a bad over from Sunakumar Patel. See if he can finish strong. Tossed up. And that's just been pushed very gently on the offside for a single. Sawa hangs on to the strike. Maybe he's going to do to his batting partners what was done to him in the earlier match, where it took him 4 overs. Or sorry, it took 3 overs. He faced his first delivery at the start of the 4th over, despite the fact that he opened the batting. You never know. We'll see what happens. See if he's got a sense of humour or not. 11 on the board. First over done. Hope everyone's doing well out there watching from around the world. Disappointing news obviously coming out of Malta, with the conclusion of that series ending in a deluge of rain, wet outfield and dangerous conditions for players. So the match has been abandoned, and of course that means the championship is awarded to Canada. Australia will be your runners-up. So to all the people who are watching there, I hope you had a wonderful time watching that. We might get you back here now to watch the conclusion of the Premier Division. It's cricket aplenty, but that seniors competition was quite amazing. All credit to Frank Spiteri and all of the organisers and volunteers and everybody behind the scenes out there in Malta. It looked like a fantastic affair. I'm thinking already next time it's going to be held, I'll make sure I get some tickets to get myself out there as well. So Johnny Hissom, I'm looking at you, and a few other people who made it. The Ian Smullen's another one. You might have a Phil G in your company next time that comes about. See what I can do. Lovely part of the world, Malta, and the Marso Sporting Complex. A nice place to hang out and watch a bit of cricket. Struck high and hard and handsome. That's the Triple H. That goes out of the ground. Sawa getting back into his rhythm and routine yet again. Marches up to 21 from 8 deliveries. Maybe not as express as he was this morning, but it's been a long, warm day out there in the centre. This is, by the way, the final match for Marlo in the group stage. This is their 8th game. Sitting on top of the table, I don't think anyone can mathematically catch them The only team that could would be at Warish. They would have to have 3 massive wins with huge run differences tomorrow in order to knock them off the top. So Marlo have already booked themselves into qualifier 1 to be played the second match on Saturday. So at 11:30 Saturday morning will be the second match in the finals. Obviously, Eliminator will be played. We don't know who's going to play the Eliminator yet. We'll know around about this time tomorrow, thereabouts, who the Eliminator will be. We're going to wait until the end of play tomorrow to announce the finals, who's playing where and when. But finals Saturday, I can tell you now, Marlo have pretty much booked in their spot, barring any amazing acts of cricketing gods there to change that up. Big 6 from Sawa. And Marlo are looking comfortable. They're looking set. And against the 2 teams today, that's the Lisbon Capitals, Lisbon Super Giants, they have not put a foot wrong. They barely have given these 2 other teams a chance. And that's what champion teams do. They make sure that they get the... Well, I don't want to say the easy wins. I don't want to be disingenuous towards the Capitals or to the Super Giants. But they want to make sure that the wins they get are comfortable. They're professionally handled. The run chases are going well. The defensive totals as well. They need to be careful. A bit of a spillage there in the covers. Sorry, mid-wicket for the left-hander. Allows a single to come through. Amandeep Singh gets to face his first delivery after 20 run has been pummeled off this over. Don't use the word pummel very often, but there you go. That's a good one. Raul Huda has been absolutely pummeled in submission in this over. Gone for 21. Plus this, Amandeep Singh faces his first ball at the end of the second. What can he do? He clips that one out towards point and immediately takes off for a run. He'll keep the strike going into the third over. 33 for no loss after 2. There you have it. Marlo continuing on their merry way here, setting a run rate that's already becoming difficult. Hello to David Swan, who joins us. I was hoping you would join us at some time soon. Good to see you again, David. Tuning in from a cold and blustery Scotland. Hello there, Alan, as well. I think you might be onto something there. We could be looking at another high-scoring affair here. And, of course, Chris Smith keeping me abreast of all the AFL bits and pieces, which I do like to know. I'm always hungry to know what's going on there at the AFL. Speaking of hungry, Chris, I'm sure you've heard of the name of the famous Richmond footballer Kevin Bartlett. I've actually got his autobiography. Biography, not autobiography, it's biography. Written by his son, Rhett Bartlett. So I'm going to start reading that. I actually brought it with me here. So I'm going to hopefully start reading that. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on the flight back on Sunday. We'll see. Bowler and batter get a bit of a tangle there at the end, but that's okay, nothing to it. Kamil Ahmed finds his way out of that tangle with the ball. Field moves over for the left-hander as well. Marlo, 34 for no loss, just at the start of the third. And again, another power play that's building ever so gently here and becoming problematic for the Capitals. Are Marlo on the way for another big score, or what do you think? It's short, sits up, literally writes out the invitation on a card with an RSVP and says, where do you want to hit me? And that man, Asim Sawa, says, over cover boundary from Maximo, thank you, with a dot. Nice and warm in here, says David Swan. I bet you probably got the fireplace roaring and a nice warm cup of something next to you as well. Do love Scotland. I visited there in 2016. Haven't had a chance to get back. Spent time on the Isle of Skye. Went all around the Highlands. Lovely part of the world. Visited Oban. Swings this one out to the leg side. And the catch is taken. Well, interesting for the field. It threw that ball away pretty quickly. I thought for a moment, why is he throwing the ball away quickly? Doesn't matter. The catch is held. And Mittal Patel has managed to hold on to a screamer, and Asim Sawa has to depart 38 from 13. He just started to look for the car keys for the car. And now he's looking at his bat saying, what was that about? So Marlo loses a wicket on 40 inside the power play. Is that the moment for a bit of a shake wobble? Possibly. It's too soon to call it, I realise. But very un-Marlo-esque, un-Sawa-esque. But hey, he's had a great day with the bat. You can't deny that. A 38 off 13 is blistering pace. to go with the 120 he scored off 35 deliveries, and plus a further 30 odd I think he made in the previous match as well. He made a 33 off just 10 deliveries in the previous match. So he's put together quite a number of runs. About 190 runs and lost his wicket twice. Excellent day for him out, and also for Marlo. So Majava, left-hander, replaces left-hander there as he goes to go around the corner. Just the one. Chris Smith talking about Storm Dave set to get stuck into Scotland and Northern England. Okay. Storm Dave. Dave B, what have you done? Is that Storm Dave B? You sure you got the spelling correct there, Chris? 2 to come. Hits this one hard. Oh, just slaps into the hands, giving that left hand a proper ring there. Is Dishit Patel. He just, that really smacked into the hands. He's swinging that left hand around. He's trying to get air on it because that really hurt. Almost took it over the boundary line too. That momentum really almost took one of his little fingers as well. Good work from the bowler. Got the body behind that one. Keeps it to 1. But desperate work from the bowler there from Kamal Ahmed. He goes for 10 in his over. Gets a wicket as well. Good over that all up. That's the end of the power play. 43 off the power play. Marlo lose just the 1 wicket in that over. And it's a big hitting Asim Sawa who has to go. So I can see people in the chat asking about updates on the year and the events on the European Cricket Network. I would invite you to check out our website, which is, of course, is ecn.cricket. Click on the events and have a look and see what is locked in there. There's a lot of work going on in the background to put more events in, and that's what we do. We lock in more events as the year goes on and try to present you with a lot more cricket as much as we can. But you can have a look and see what's been greenlit. Obviously, it won't show you what we're working on in the background, but we'll show you what's been greenlit and what will be happening. So I invite you to check out our website for all the details. And don't forget, have a look at our website for all the toss news and the lineups and all the information about the current match and the current event as well. Great place to find a whole lot of data. ECN.cricket is where you want to be. Get it, bookmark it, and check it out every day for all the latest news. And as we announce new dates and new tours, you'll be the first to know. How good is that? Don't have to wait to be told. You can find all the information you need at your fingertips. 47 for 1. Just start of the 4th with the field restrictions lifted. So the fielders have dropped back a bit now. Mid on, mid off. Got deep mid wicket as well. Goes the reverse. And that has just gone to the left of a diving figure there. For a left-hander, he started off as a third, and with the reverse, end up being a fine leg, and it's gone just wide of the fingertips there. There are two fine. Just noticed, as I move to the left and the right, just behind where the umpire's standing, on my direct line of sight, I can see a fielder way back on the boundary line there. Didn't see that before. So you have a fine third, and then you have another third, almost on a 45. And having 2 third players means there's nobody out there. So the batter has pretty much carte blanche to get after that delivery, and does indeed with minimal risk. And there's only 1 fielder deep in front of the wicket on the leg side, deep mid wicket. There's nobody square. So Usama Javed can swing away as much as he likes to the leg side because there's only 1 fielder deep. And I kind of think that that's maybe a bit of a mix-up for the Capitals, especially if the bowler's going to put it on the stumps. Oh, I think he's got him. He has indeed. That's great work behind the stumps. Excellent work from Shahan Khan to remove the bails. Quick as a flash with a big swing. And bang. Umpire Krit Patel, the birthday boy. I hope everyone in the chat is wishing happy birthday. I know a lot of you did wish happy birthday. If you haven't, please just throw a quick little birthday cake emoji. That'll keep Krit very happy. There is actually a very good-looking chocolate birthday cake in the clubhouse waiting for him at the end of the day today. Actually, it's actually waiting for all of us, to be honest. So there's going to be a few of us piling in on top of that one when the opportunity comes along. He's a good egg, Krip Patel. He is a very good, outstanding umpire. Came to Portugal about 4 years ago as a player. Joined a couple of different teams. Still plays for a couple of different teams as well, but he's found his calling now as an umpire. He's very well known and respected throughout the country as an umpire, and you've seen him on the European Cricket Network as well. He always seems to celebrate his birthday when the ECS Portugal series is on. How about that? Goes for the punch of the covers, just misses this one completely. Lovely bit of flight there. Always love to see a bowler not afraid to show a bit of flight. Oh, hands on heads. A lot of hands on heads. I'm counting about 5 players with hands on heads. Almost got their person. Almost got their batter again. Great over. Started all wrong. 4, 4, 6. Then the wicket tumbled. And then the dots picked up. So 14 off the over. Does pick up a wicket. And that is Akshar Patel, who's turned things on a little bit here. Marlo is the second wicket. 57 on the board. 4 overs gone. And that's where we are. So Capitals, I thought we'd see a different Capitals, and really good to see that as well. And shout out to Chris Smith. Thank you for posting that as well. Sorry, Chris. I just saw your comment about Dave B and the eggs too. Bob. Thanks for coming. Don't forget tip your waitress. So 57 for 2. 4 overs gone. We're about to start the 5th. Kamal Ahmed is going to bowl himself out. And that is down the throw. It's not down the throat. Yeah, I lost the ball, but I could see the fielder setting himself, and I was thinking, oh, here we go. No, that's gone over his head for 6 runs. Good strike there. Amandeep Singh putting that one out of the ground. Amandeep Singh's missed out a little bit of the strike here. He's only faced, prior to that, it was only 3 balls. This is only his 4th delivery. I feel like he's been there forever. Oh, goes downtown with a massive strike. Way over long off for a big 6. Good clean hitter of the ball he is. So Marlo looking to pick up a 3rd win. They'd love to get a 3rd win. They started the day alongside Irish and Punjab City Amador on 14 points in the standings. So what's happened with them today is they've had they've had a 4-point win over Lisbon Capitals in the first match today. They've had a 3-point win over the Supergiants. So they're now up to 21 points in the standings. Secured themselves, obviously, finals action. They'd already done that. But it'd be interesting to see. I'm pretty confident saying they've already secured top spot. But Irish have got 3 games tomorrow. Depending on the outcome of those 3 games, they may take top spot, but I don't think, they'll only knock Marlo down to 2nd. That's the worst thing that can happen to Marlo right now, is they might end up 2nd on the standings. So just consider that. They're such a dominant team. Defending their ECS title as well. That's the worst thing that can happen to Marlo today or tomorrow in terms of their position in the standings. Amandeep Singh has picked things up. He's missed out on facing some deliveries, but he's belted 3 6s in this over. There was a dot ball. He could be afforded a bit of respite, I think. Oh, he goes to swing hard here. He's a little bit filthy with himself. I heard a genuine groan there as that just dribbles away to square leg for 1. He moves to 22 from 8. Roshan Singh, who usually wears the gloves behind the stumps, he'll get a chance to have a bat. Good to see Roshan Singh again. In the night series at the start of last year, he took a really bad shot to the mouth from the ball, which bounced up horribly off the ground and hit him right in the mush. And he went off to the hospital. I know people might remember this story from last year's night series. He went off to the hospital to get stitches, and after an hour in the waiting room, he just came back to the ground and said, I'm not waiting that long. And he shoved a whole lot of cotton wool in his mouth and went out to wicket keep again in the second match. Love it. Nerves of steel, standing up for his team as well. So 5 overs gone, 76 on the board, loss of 2 wickets. Marlo here going along at 15.2, still a very healthy run rate there. Akshay Patel back on the bowl, his second. Interesting that they, well, it's the right thing to do to get it back on, try to find some more wickets, get him on there straight away, see if he could disturb things. Oh, miss hit, straight up in the air. Bowler wants it, caught and bowled chance. Well, now he was out of position for every bit of moment that ball had airtime. But now the fielder's getting over to him and saying, well caught, that is a very good catch. Very well catch. Eyes on the ball the whole time. He had to go to the right, then he had to correct himself and go to the left. And I could see he was clearly zigzagging as he got in position. There's a little bit of a breeze. It's not a heavy breeze, but obviously that ball was swirling a bit. And Amardeep Singh has to go. 22 from 10 for him. And his time at the crease is done for the day. And he'll have to go and sit this one out until he gets his chance to bowl in the run chase in about 40 minutes' time. And obviously he'll be looking forward to batting on finals Saturday. Remember, tomorrow is the last day of the group stages here. 4 more matches tomorrow to sort out who plays in the finals and where they play in the finals. And then we go to Saturday finals action. And Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, will be joining me on Saturday for the finals. Can't keep away from finals action. He's like a bloodhound. Somewhere in the world he knows there's finals on. He gets himself over there. It's uncanny. But what would an ECS finals day be without that man? Looking forward to calling a couple of games with him as well, of course. It's been a while. We haven't actually commentated together since Stockholm, I think. Stockholm last summer, which was fantastic. That's right, the final with Albizami and Hoodinger playing an absolute blistering, emotional game. That was something else. Tossed up, and that is punched. Oh, no. Well, one player had the mind to catch the ball, and another player had the mind to try to swat the ball back into play, and they end up spoiling each other. No communication, no backup, just both had their mind on one thing, and it was the different thing. And they are very, very upset with each other. And I can see a few fielders around the ground a little bit frustrated as well. Oh dear, that could have been huge. They're not even back in their position. They're still having that conversation deep mid wicket. There were 2 deep mid wickets there, just for that delivery. Oh dear. Players gone down. Oh, if they can hear a bit of sound coming through the effects mic, that is the sound of the breeze picking up out there. And I mentioned before with that caught and bowled from Akshay Patel. Yep, you can hear that sound really quite loud. That's the sound of the breeze on the trees and a little bit of the equipment as well. It is swirling out there now. I wish I could crack a window open here and let that breeze in, but we don't have any windows that open. These windows are fixed, as Ray Tipping has quite rightly said. That's a greenhouse. We have a door. The Chad hit the door yesterday on the first bounce. The Chad from Awarish. A man who can hit the ball about 110 metres in his sleep. Well, that ball's been hit down the ground. A couple of bounces and goes for 4 runs. And that is going to finish the 6th over. It's 89 for 3 after 6. Akshay Patel get a bit more expensive in this over. Not too bad though. It ends up being worth, 13 with that wide. But he does get a wicket. So 6 overs gone. Marlo, their score, it's still sub 100, nowhere close to where it was that we saw in the last 2 matches. So all credit to the Capitals. That run rate is still just a tad below 15, so it's still going to be a tough climb here. And there may be a rush of blood too from the middle order. We'll find out shortly. It's all unfolding before your eyes. In the air again. And a catch taken. So Marlo here just giving up their wickets to a couple of rash shots. I don't think it's the breeze here that's me confusing. I think it's just the bowlers just seem to have their heads screwed on a little bit better in this game, and they're bowling way, way better than we've seen in the previous match this morning against Marlo, and making things a little bit tough. So that skied catch is taken. I think that might have been Sunil Kumar Patel who ran to catch that one. And so Marlo lose their 4th at the start of the 7th. Oh, apologies to Sunukuma Patel. He bowled that one. Who was that fielding down there? It's his lookalike. It's his stunt double. I have a stunt double too. I don't know if you knew this. Not many people know that. I've got a stunt double. It's Danny here to check. He does have to crouch down a bit though and try and hide the beard. Sunukuma Patel continues. Nice delivery to the new batter. Can only tuck it on the leg side for a single. There's Marlo just slowing things up here. That run rate drifting slightly. Now down towards the low 14s. 14.2 as it ticks over. Good fight back here from the Lisbon Capitals. Making a fist of it. Oh, might have got another stumping there. Oh, umpire says no. Khan was almost on his way on his little run. I do love it when Khan gets a stumping. He's got this little run that he does. He'd already started on it. Umpire shook the head. He had to go back and accept the fact that he's just missed that one. And I mean only just. Hands on hips. Looking at the stumps. Looking at the batter. Umpire's square leg was in perfect line to see that. Doesn't have the sun in his eyes. The sun is now behind the umpire. And he calls it no, not out. But Khan was off and running. No footwork at all from the batter. Learned his lesson from that very close stumping opportunity there. And he just stands his ground and swats it down for 1. Score goes up to 91 for 4. 2 deliveries left in the captain's over. Digs out a Yorker. Again, just down the ground. So a little bit of sting. Feel like a bit of sting is just slightly going out of the game here. I'm not sure why. It's still going to be a close contest. But Marlo are not going to pile on the big 170 score that we've seen already today from them, and a 180 score as well. That score is expected now around about the 130s, as that is a terrific over. 3 runs from it and a wicket. Sunukuma Patel take a bow, put the brakes on for your team, and Lisbon Capitals might indeed be chasing something in the 130s. Marlo just slightly slipping here a bit. Let's have a look and see who is coming in next in case they wish to maybe up the ante here and try to force the run rate along. Well, Imran Khan to come in, Shamshir Singh, Mian Shahid to come in as well. So there's still a fair bit of firepower there. Let's see what happens if a wicket falls. Kutan is there. He's on strike. 2 from 2. He only came in to bat about an over ago when that wicket fell. So let's see. I get a feeling he's going to cut loose. He's capable. He's very capable. Lofts. High elbow. That's going to fall in the field of play. It does, and it trickles over the cover boundary line for just the 4. But that had a lot of hang time as well. Cover couldn't run back in time. Long off couldn't get around in time. So it just beats them both across the boundary. Nice way to start the over. If you are Kutan, if you're the bowler, Patel, you want to try and get a bit better than that. Mittal Patel, he's come for a bit of stick in today when he's coming to bowl. This is whipped. Yeah, it's whipped good. All the way down to long off. Just the 1. Ikram, the big hitting Ikram now gets a chance to get into the runs. Let's see what he can do here. He's got 12 from 6. He might enjoy the pace of that man, Patel. That, close to fingertips. Very, very close to fingertips there. That does land inside the field of play for 4. I thought that effort from the fielder was a little bit hopeful and slightly relaxed. I think that's Dikshit Patel who's run around there. It is threw the hand up and just gets away from him. Doesn't go for a maximum though. Didn't quite have the legs. 100 up by the way. 101 for 4. Halfway through the 8th. Ikram and Kutan batting there for Marlo. These two are capable of some big hits. Marlo, what do you think they'd be considering? I think they would love to get a 140 on the board here. Swings hard, Well, that's the normal that we see from these two, as that's gone quite a long way back. Big 6. 107 for 4, Marlo. 2 overs plus 1 delivery to go. People in the chat asking, is 140 possible? David Swan with a very good response to that. I love your work, Swanee. Oh, that's wide, way down the leg side. Good work from the keeper to hold his nerve and field that one. Running back into position. Keep in mind the time. They're fine for time. I think they've got a full 10 minutes to bowl the last over. So the timing's fine. I think he was just keen to get back and bowl the next ball. Worked off the toes to the leg side. Just the one. So 16 off the over. Ikram goes to 23 from 10. He'll face the start of the 9th, and Katan, he's got 7 from 4. Hasn't really had a chance to get going here, but he's a big hitter when he does get going. 109 for 4 after 8. That run rate is at 13.6, and you would expect these last 2 overs to be some pretty big fireworks. See a lot of people in the chat guessing this way and the others. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Now, Rahul Huda. Going to bowl the 9th. So pace off yet again. That's where wicket's coming from pace off delivery. Starts us off with a wide though. 110 for 4. Still 12 legal deliveries to come. Ikram, 23 from 10. Hope you've all enjoyed the coverage today. It's been another big day of cricket here. A lot of runs scored today as well. Crisply struck. And nice catch as well. Well held. On the wrong side of the circle. It's interesting. The fielder's holding the ball, and I'm not sure if he was just trying to step into players that say got that, but he was a good 2 meters behind the line. And that 6 goes in the book thus. 116 for 4. Heads out towards those players again. This time all the way along the deck. Just the one. 10 legal deliveries to come. Marlo will end up somewhere. You'd expect somewhere in the 130s. A rush of blood, maybe a little bit more. But that's what the conversation is right now. As that one then goes in the other direction. And it goes well across the cover boundary for 4 runs. So 9 deliveries left. What do you think? If they could find out of those 9, maybe 6 boundaries, could be another 20, 24 runs up for grabs here. Could end up around the mid-140s at this stage. Depends on the bowling, of course. Rahul Huda, he's struggling. He's only bowled 1.5 overs. He's gone for 34, so he's been expensive. 12 off the over so far. That goes down the ground, been mishit. Patel does well to stop that getting past him. I was a bit worried that maybe he might go to ground. It could just bobble over him, but he does manage to stop it. 2 to come in the 9th. Hit once again, same result. Field it, but it doesn't go to ground this time. So if my arithmetic is good, that's 14 off the over with the last ball, the 9th coming up. Swings out towards, well, he tries to swing towards leg side. Shahan Khan is checking out his arm. Maybe he copped a little bit of something on that one. I think the ball just ricocheted off it. Either way, cut it. That's a wicket. Falls. So Katan looking to speed things up and try to get things moving. It goes to the big swipe. It was on off stump. Missed it completely. And the over repetition of trying to hit towards cow corner comes undone. And Katan goes for 12 from 7. And that's the end of the 9th as well. As the wind picks up a little bit here, I can hear the wind outside. It's really picking up. If Terry O'Connor was here, I think he'd really appreciate me using his words from a few years ago, because that's really picking up now. Oh, exclamation mark. Oh, I miss Terry. 123 for 5 after 9. final over coming up. Ikram is on strike. Marlo will be happy that Ikram's on strike. Maybe he can pick himself up a couple of big handy runs here in the dying over. Here we go. Last over of the innings. Lofts. And that is 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 runs. So Ikram helped himself to 4 off the first delivery. 127 for 5. Hello there to Slippy Stew joining us in the chat. You certainly did turn up on you turned up on a high-scoring day, not just a high-scoring game. Have a look at some of the earlier matches, Slippy, and you'll be very impressed. Marlo's been posting big scores of 181. Then in the second match, the score posted was 172 by the Supergiants. Then Marlo posted 178 in the third match today against the Supergiants. And now they're looking to post something in around about the 130s, possibly 140 if they can get their act together. I can tell you right now that the whole point with Rana coming onto bowl the last over is to slow things up and try to get some dots in. And just keep that door open for the Capitals. This is a gettable score for the Capitals, but against the Marlo attack, it's going to be really tough. Stand and deliver stuff there, out of the ground. Umpire, put your hands in the air like you just don't care. That's exactly what he's done. 133 for 5, still 3 balls to come. Looking at something around the 140s potentially for these two. Ikram. He's 9 away from a surprise half century here, and he might just get it. How about that? 133 for 5. Oh, just works it off the legs. Not looking to do too much there. Well, it goes all the way for 4, so there's that. 45 off 17 is Ikram. 137 for 5 is the score. 2 balls to come in this innings. And as I said a few overs ago, how good are my predictions? A score in the 140s on the cards. Rana would love to pull a couple of dots here. The penultimate ball of the innings coming up. Ikram swings hard at this one. Has he got the legs on it? Well, I think he has. As ZZ Top say, it's got legs. That goes all the way for a big 6. Ikram helps himself to a well-deserved half century there. 51 off 18. Generous applause from the dugout as well. Good rearguard action here and really, really excellent striking from Ikram. He's a quality player. 143 on the board for 5, plus this to finish the innings off in style. It's been chipped down the ground for a 6. 149 is the score. 149 for 5 is the final score. And that's not a bad score at all. Lucky he's sitting next to me. He's give me the little wink there. Yep, that is a good score indeed. We're impressed with that. Very impressed with that. And you know what? Marlo should be happy as well. That is not too bad. Real rush of blood there at the end there from Ikram. Great innings from him. Look, for Lisbon Capitals, at one point, I thought we were looking at maybe a 120, 130 score. You know, things got bogged down middle overs. Wickets were falling, and it was happening pretty regularly as well. But then all credit to Marlo. They bat really deep. Gatan came out, didn't really make it his game, but Ikram came out and said, you know what? I've only got a couple of overs here. I'm going to make this a little half century. And that is an excellent cameo innings from him. Gets the score up to 149. Sets the Capitals 150 for the win. Can they do it? Well, you're going to have to join me in about 10 minutes' time to see if they can do that in the run chase. I'm Phil G. This is European Cricket Network. And this is ECS Portugal Premier Division. We'll see you back here shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, sunny Santarem on this lovely Thursday, a high-scoring Thursday day it's been today as well. Match 4 of the day, hanging the balance, match 16. Let's see how we're going to go. The run chase is about to start. We're getting pretty close to the restart now. Just a few people walking behind the bowler's arm. Might want to hurry up a little bit because the batters will not enjoy that. Just notice that off to the side. 149 for 5 was Marlo. 150 is the score that needs to be chased. And Capitals start with a nice punch down the ground. 4 runs. Nice start there for Lisbon Capitals. So shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you've had a wonderful Thursday wherever you're watching from around the world. Big question for the chat. The Capitals, can they chase this down? They've got 59 deliveries to get 146 runs. Rahul Huda has been elevated to the top. Not a bad move. Bringing the changes in. They need to get a win here. They would love to find a win against Marlo of all competition, because Marlo have looked pretty good today. Oh, that's a nasty bounce. Oh, boy. It does go for 4, but don't worry about that. I was more worried about the fielder out there who took a really nasty Tortuga there. Ooh, I hope he's okay. Just checking the body language. I think he's given the thumbs up. He's saying he's all right. But that jumped up. Almost absolutely gave him a clocking, that one. Almost clocked him right on the noggin. Sorry, I've lost my ability just to speak normally, but that has really, really surprised him and me. Rahul Huda, 2 boundaries back to back. Oh, that is a very high delivery. That's obviously indicated as a wide. A long way over the top. Good work by the keeper, Roshan Singh, to get something on that to stop it going any further. I thought he might have missed that completely. Bit of aggression there from Katan. But he can't manage that one. Hit upper sleeve through extra cover area for another boundary. So Rahul Huda put him to the top. So far looking like a good move from the Capitals. He's done very nicely here. 3 boundaries from those 3 legal deliveries include a wide in that, and that's 13 off the over thus far. Ball handed back there to Qatar, probably with maybe a slight little comment there from, I think it's Asim Sawa who's fielding next to him. Slows that down, bangs it in a little bit shorter, but it's a slow, good delivery. It is a bit of a short ball, but Huda not ready for that, not ready for the pace off. Swings the blade and the ball then passes harmlessly. Just want to give a thanks to everyone who's joined us here today. It's been a really good day of cricket. A lot of high scores, exciting scores as well. Marlo this morning demolished the Lisbon Capitals in the corresponding match. Getting a big win, a 4-point win, a massive win in the end. They won by 91 runs this morning. They have set a target of, they won by 90 runs this morning. They set a target of 182, and Capitals could only manage half of that in the 10 overs. It was a big win. Capitals then went on to take on the Lisbon Supergiants, and Supergiants posted 172. Lisbon Capitals, very disappointing in that game. The loss margin was even bigger. It was 92-run loss as they just struggled to get to 80. 80 for the loss of 6 wickets in that game. Coming for the last ball of the over. Oh, shouts of wait as it goes straight directly to mid-off. No chance of run there. Mid-off could have walked in and disturbed the stumps if he had to. As it is, it doesn't happen. That score, 20 for no loss. Rahul Huda is 19. And poor old Patel yet to get off the mark. I'm sure he'll get his chance. Well, he's going to get his chance right now, isn't he? Now, interestingly, The scorers have given a single off that last ball. It was not a single off the last ball that over. That was a dot. They did go back. Just double checking the scorers. That's been corrected even before I got back into the comm. So well done, the scorers, doing a cracking job here today. Just making sure that's all good. So it was actually 19 off the first over. Chasing a big score of 150 for the win here. Still need 131 runs. Got to give the Capitals a bit of a chance here. There's a reason they're in the Premier Division. And maybe, just maybe, you might find the reason they're in there is because they could chase this down. Well, they might chase it down. But deliveries like that, that's just too good. Asim Sawa's been pretty handy with the ball. Been pretty impressed with him, to be honest. Left armour. Oh, gets a good rip on that delivery. That has bamboozled everybody. That goes for 4. And he does get a little tickle on that as well. Keeper was unsighted. Keeping up is always difficult. Got a little bit of something. Runs away. Hello to Ray Tipping. Asks how lucky he is today. He's doing all right. He's doing fine. Sitting here next to me. Well, I'm standing. I always like to stand when I commentate. I don't like to sit. I always like to be moving about. I did read an article a couple of days ago that said if you sit for your job for more than 3 hours in a row, that could actually shorten your lifespan. That scared me. So now I'm always on my feet. Now, I always like to commentate on my feet. Lucky's fine. Thank you for asking, Ray. He's doing fine. He's in good spirits. He and I have been housemates for the last couple of weeks. So, of course, he's fine. I'm looking after him. That is the end of the over. 25 for no loss after 2. A good over that. 6 runs only from it. Asim Sawa proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the batters when he comes on to bowl that slow left arm deliveries that he does in the second over. Taking pace off has been proving very successful for teams. Start off with a bit of pace, see how the batters handle that one, and then take pace off straight away. Usually causes a few issues. Having a look around the ground, the fielders who are out, we have long on is out and deep mid wicket. The 2 fielders out for the third over. Rahul Huda happy to push this into the covers and take a quick single. That came off the blade very slowly indeed. Continue now. Ooh, goes to the big leg side swipe. And that has been collected and deposited. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nicely done there. Interesting for Marlo, we've seen him bowling Asim Sawa third over, Kutan first over, Javed second over, and Amandeep Singh bowling the third over. So they're going with pace and then pace off immediately in the power play. And so far today, especially against these 2 teams, it's been very successful. Interested to see if on finals day they employ that against Awarish and or Punjab Sisi Amadora, depending on who they face. Which they should probably face Awarish in the first game that they'll play, which will be qualify 1. That's probably what will happen. It could change. We'll obviously tell you about any changes that may or may not happen. Obviously, the standings will be discussed at length about this time tomorrow night. Swings hard. This time it goes through the covers. Chance of a catch. Just spilled there. 3 players chasing after it. Good work from those players to get it back to the captain, Mian, who picks up and hurls the ball back. So it took 3 Marlos to stop that boundary and the captain to throw the ball back. So well done there. Just bear with us a moment. Looks like the scorecard is just faulted ever so slightly. I'm sure it's going to catch up with us any moment. We continue. Off the back foot. Hits it straight to mid-on. Do not chance a run there. So the scorecard is just in the process of catching up. You can see them coming up there now. Nice work from the scorers. One more to come to complete the over. 33 for no loss. Last ball the over coming up. Amandeep Singh searching for a dot or maybe a wicket. He'd love to get rid of Rahul Huda. He's got 22 from 10. And once again, that has been pushed very well into the gap. The placement is perfect all the way along the deck. Not looking to go aerial at this stage. Just being patient and picking off these loose deliveries. It is slow going. Rahul Huda, he's moved to 26 from 11. Danish Siddiqui, he is 10 from 7 deliveries faced. And that is 12 off the over. 37 in the power play for loss and no wicket. Still needing 113 off 42. All the numbers there on the screen for you, including the European Cricket Network analytics. Imagine that. Just a couple of guys sitting in a bunker with a few calculators trying to work out the percentages of who's going to win. Currently, Marlo have their head in front, and that is 86% chance of a win against the batting side. Only 14% chance of a win. Well, that's down leg side, and I think that's been put away out of the park. It has indeed crashed. That's out of here. So, Danish Siddiqui, of the two, he's probably the bigger hitter, and he can get into full flight. Lisbon Capitals could be on here. Haven't yet lost a wicket, so they've held all the wickets in the power play. This chase is going along quite nicely then. They are a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of run rate. That's a short ball. Gets up on the batter who cannot do anything. Too close to the body. Doesn't get to make enough room for himself. Is also a bit quicker as well. Clever delivery there from Javed. Well taken by Roshan Singh. Comes in again. Well, a bit of a slot delivery, but that has been mishit straight up in the air. Keeper, umpire was in the way. Square leg, backwards square leg, almost runs into the umpire. And Krit Patel gets over and says, "What are you talking about? I was out of the way. I was completely out of the way." Took the catch. So, first wicket fall. Siddiqui just feeling a bit of pressure there, trying to get the runs going. And he's holed out to square leg. Went for the big shot and ends up getting a top edge. Javed gets the breakthrough. Marlo managed to strike and get a wicket. Lisbon Capitals, 43 for 1, halfway through the fourth. Capitals have got some talent in the batting, but they're up against a formidable bowling team. That's the difference. Marlo's bowling has also gotten a lot better today as well. A lot tighter, a lot more disciplined. Captain Shahid has asked a fair bit of his bowlers. Don't worry about the Marlo batting. That's really something that they excel at. But the bowling had to tighten up. Just felt that on Monday when they turned up, they weren't really focused. They just looked like they could trip up, and Awarish managed to get 2 wins away from them as well on that Monday. They did pick up 1 win. That was against Punjab Sisi Amadora, did Marlo. But against Awarish, they lost twice. Just seemed out of sorts. Batting and bowling wasn't clicking. The bowling seemed a little bit languid, especially in the first game. Just putting it in the same spot over and over again. But today, they're looking good. Just over the boundary rope for a 6, and only just, maybe 1.5 meters in it. The fielder, he could not touch that if he stayed inside the circle, so he just takes a little step back and takes it outside the rope. It goes for a big 6. So bookended with a couple of 6s there, 12 off the over, a wicket in the middle, 49 for 1 after 4. Rahul Huda's still there. Rana has just joined him, responsible for that last big strike for 6. Run rate required is at 16.8, 101 off 36. Going to be tough. Next over is vital. They've got to stay in touch with these required run rates. They need to be hitting at least 15, 16 runs. I mean, don't worry about the exact run rate, but I'm just saying, for argument's sake, 15, 16 runs, just to make sure they stay in touch and that run rate doesn't get blown out of the water. Ideally, they'll love a magical over. Have a look. Half the runs have been scored on the offside straight down the ground or to the covers. And that's mainly due to Raul Huda's 27 off 12 deliveries. He's got a lot of runs there. Dot ball. Dot ball's going to be a killer. 50 up, by the way, with that single. 50 for 1. It's now up to 4.2. Ryan tries to hit himself out of trouble, and I think he succeeded here. Watch the umpire. He says yes. Grit Patel, birthday boy, here today on the 2nd of April. He says, yep, nice shot that one was, Phil. I'm going to give it a 4. I'm coming in tomorrow with a fly swatter. We actually do have a fly swatter at our accommodation in the villa. It sounds so posh when I say it like that. We have a fly swatter, though. I'm bringing it tomorrow, and I'm going after some of these flies. Don't know how they got in here. A few people coming in and out of the commentators' areas just left that door open a bit too long. And we got flies going on. This is a good strike. Down through the covers. Tough bounce. Oh, just went a little bit casual there. Stuck out the hand, the right hand, and it just slid away. The momentum taking it away from the fielder. And now he's pleading his case and saying, but I had it. No point saying that to Amandeep Singh. He doesn't want to hear that because he didn't get it. Couple of 4s in a row there. Hence a little bit of frustration creeping into bowler. Feels that there should be more on top, I think. Hit down the ground. Shouts a catch. And catches exactly what the long on fielder does. Holds that one nicely. In the end, it's a very good catch. Might be Usman Java down there. Just trying to see who it is. Again, very hard to pick the numbers on the backs of the Marlo teams. Their gear is basically dark on dark, which makes it a little bit tough. I'm starting to go by what they're wearing on their heads rather than the numbers. It's that difficult to read the dark numbers. I'll get to that in a minute. Apologies. So 58 for 1 turns into 58 for 2. Amandeep Singh gets a wicket. His second last ball of his spell. He's still got one more to come. Well, Imtiaz Rana has to go. That's Khan who's fielding down there in the long on area. Ooh, almost 2 in 2. Gets an inside edge that just misses the stumps, and I mean only just. Wicketkeeper was unsighted as well. It's going to run away for 4. Amandeep Singh, hands on the head. He can't believe he's missed out on a wicket there. Oh boy, that was close. That was very, very close to 2 in 2. But goes in the book. Goes in the book as 4. 5 overs gone. 62 for 2 on the board. Still need 88 off 30 deliveries. That run rate just a tad under 18. A long way to go. David Swan suggesting I set a Venus flytrap and a chameleon. I tell you what, both of those two would have an absolute feast in here right now. I don't know how these flies are well, they're getting you through the door. That's the only way they're getting you through the door. It's just that we've had a fair bit of traffic this morning. We had a few technical problems, and all the flies this morning all came in. Well, all the flies came in this morning. That's what happened. We've had nothing really getting in the afternoon. They all got in this morning, and no one's been able to get them out. We don't have any fly spray. I don't have a fly swatter. I wish I had my electric fly swatter that Rico and I had in Belgium last year. That's what I need right now. You'd be hearing a lot of interesting noises if I had that. Gets the top edge. It's going to fly behind the keeper. Big chase on for third. Picks it up. Underarms it back to the keeper. Just the one. Good work. Off the slow bowler that just doesn't have any sort of momentum to take it towards the banjo line. Asim Sawa into his over now. This could be make or break for the Capitals if they want to get a win here. Roshan Singh was interested in a caught behind there. It was a nice clean take. Maybe the batter might have just hit the ground with the bat. Nothing in that, really. If there had been, might have said something. Shouts to catch it. Oh, goes through the feet of the captain, Shahid there. Don't think it's going to cost him anything, though. and finally gets his man, Sawa. Just felt that wicket was coming. A couple of swings too many, and the stumps are disturbed, and that is another wicket down. And now you feel, with Patel leaving the scene, it's all on Rahul Huda, and maybe a bridge too far for Lisbon Capitals. They lose their third wicket on the score on 65. One more to come in this over. So, is anyone in the chat? Give them a chance. Any opportunity here for the Capitals to still get a win here? Asim Sawa here. Last ball of his over. He's got 1 from 3. Oh, got a bit of a feather edge on that one. Actually, it was a bit of a thick edge. Might have been bottom of the bat. Doesn't matter what it was. It was all bat. It was all wood, and it's gone away very fine for 4 runs. So Sawa finishes with a boundary off his last ball of the over. He goes to, the score goes to 69 for 3. He gets 1 from 7. Rahul Hood will be on strike for the start of the 7th. But that is 6 overs gone, 4 overs left. Still a gettable 81 required. But, here's the big but, they're going to need at least 2 or 3 of these overs to be magical, and be magical in a hurry. Not sure that's going to happen. Trip Denny in the chat has put the cars up. I hear what you're saying, Trip. I hear what you're putting down. I think Marlo have pretty much done enough. Lisbon Capitals, though, been gallant. The score they're chasing is 150. They kept them to maybe 140. If you say that, that's keeping them to a score. Into the covers. a very tired fielder there goes down on the ground. It's a shame we didn't catch that on camera. He just went to the ground after fielding the ball, and it was just a moment where he just having a lie down. I think that's what the fielders are saying. They're saying, look, 3 matches a day. It's a long day. I just want to have a lie down. He literally laid down as soon as he got the ball, right in that cover position. We continue. Shahid, he's hit out towards the leg side for a big 6. Rahul Huda trying to step up here for the Capitals. He hasn't had enough. He wants some more. And there's plenty there for him to get. There's still 22 deliveries left. 75 required. A couple more big hits like that. We may have a bit of a finish coming up. A lot of ifs and buts, though. Goes leg side again. Not the same result, though. And a generous applause from the fielders. That's a good effort in the field. So, it looks like we're getting towards... Well, we are getting towards the end of this match. It also means we get to the end of day 4. Shahid in again. Wicketkeeper asked the question. A little bit of support from third, but nothing doing there. Bowler wasn't interested. Swung again, down the ground. Just going to be the one. Good over this. There was 1 6 in it, but that's not going to hurt them at all. That run rate required is pushed up well beyond the 20s. All the 22s at the moment. Oh, just ticked over to 23.1. 73 required from just 19 deliveries. That is going to be a bridge too far. And I think that's... oh, it's almost... I thought there was almost a stumping there. I think Rahul Huda has managed to keep something behind, and the keeper has pulled out of his stumping chance. 36 he's got from 19. 77 for 3 on the board after 7. 77 for 3 after 7. 8 runs off that over. Marlo look like they're cruising to another win today, and it will be their 3rd win. Just remains to be seen whether they can pick up all 4 points or they just bank the regular 3 points. Sawa continues as well. Ambitious appeal, but ask the question. Why not? You're allowed to ask the question. Deval Kumar is out there. He's only facing his 5th delivery. I feel like he's been out there for a while, but there you go. He had a couple of dots in the last over. hit this one. He's made good connection with that. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Goes back to square. Sawa just missing that Yorker. It ends up being a bit of a half volley, and it's clipped very nicely. Umpire doing the fielding. Good to see. Always like to see the umpires involved. Obviously not getting hit by the ball like umpire Andy did a couple of days ago. So we're just drifting down leg side, wide indicated. 81 for 3 becomes 82 for 3. Bowl that one again, please, he says. Raul Hood is putting together a good innings. He's got 36 and 19 at the non-striker's end. Kumar swipes at this one. Has to get back quick smart as it goes straight to the fielder. You'd think there'd be at least a single there, but it did go out very, very fast to the fielder there. And Huda very quickly to turn down the run. Halfway through the 8th now. Swings high in the air. Chance of a catch. And that is taken. Taken and pouched. And very happy that that catch was taken is the bowler. They get rid of Duval there. Very happy indeed. Mian Shahid having a bit of a conversation with the catcher there. He's pretty happy with the result. You should be as well. Pointing to the sky, all sorts of stuff. That's Hardeep Katan there. The man with the headband. He's bowled and batted pretty well today. He's a very talented all-rounder. He can take a good catch as well. And he's been patrolling that boundary in front of us here, just waiting for an opportunity to take a catch, and he takes that one quite well. 82 for 4, 2 to come in the 8th, and then 2 overs to follow. And this game is completely gotten away from Lisbon Capitals, but they've made a better fist of this than they did in the previous match this morning. Let's see how they can finish. Still got a fair few deliveries to go to try to make a reasonable score. Crossbat smash heading out towards deep mid-wicket, just the one. Logan Lamy with an interesting comment. Clearly you don't watch a lot of cricket here. Straight to backward, square leg. Rahul Huda doesn't take the run. The over finishes. 8 overs are done. 83 for 4. And that is curtains for the game for Lisbon Capitals. It's 67 required of 2 overs. Really can't see either of these two batters connecting with 6 sixes in 2 overs. Well, they have to do it in both 2 overs. Let me clarify that. They'd have to hit 6 sixes in a hurry. Not going to happen. Well, there we go. Marlo going to notch up a good win here. It just remains to be seen by how much, as that hit goes out on the bounce to the fielder in deep mid-wicket. But it's important for the Capitals to still get a few runs on the board. Net run rate will have a bit to do to see who plays in the finals. And look, on Saturday, it's like the slate is wiped clean and the finals take place. And it's a case of let's see what happens. We'll know tomorrow what the finals are going to be, as today has been a day for the batters. It's been a day of great runs, and it's been a day of Marlo dominating the competition here today. They have bowled well. They've batted well. They've shown their quality. They've really stood tall here today and just sent a message to all the other competition, and I'm talking about Owarish and the Punjab CC Amadora team, that they are very, very focused on defending their title. There's a reason they hold the crown here in Portugal for this ECS. There's a very good reason, and that is they bat deep, they bowl well, they field well, they're well drilled, and they're very, very focused. And they're a very popular side as well. It's very easy to get on the back of teams that do well and think, well, I need to support the underdog. But Marlo, there's something about them. They're just a very, very strong team. Trip and Ray with a couple of good comments in there. Well bowled, guys. I like your work. Noted. Halfway through the 9th. That didn't sound too bad. More up than across. Fielder sets himself and completes a very good catch. Shahid shows a slight little bit of emotion. Captain, he doesn't always show too much there, but he raises his hand. he turns towards Kutan. He gives him the big celebration of slapping the inside thigh and raising the finger. The big Punjab celebration there. But he does raise his hand to the rest of his team and takes the accolades. He's picked up a wicket. Very happy indeed. Couldn't quite see who the catcher was out there, unfortunately. Now got this the afternoon sun glare on the Venetian blinds in this hut here is getting pretty powerful. Sorry, I could not see. All apologies to the catcher. Couldn't call it that catcher. Wait and see what the scoreboard said. Okay, so you better come to the crease. That 89 for 4 on the board, that will flick over in a moment to 89 for 5. And by my reckoning, that means there'll be 2 deliveries still left to come. Hello to Ross in the chat. Joined us again today. Good to see him. Saying that Marlo very decent, consistent, but the top level below that of Awarish. Yeah, Awarish top order are good, but we did see them falter a little bit yesterday. I guess it also depends many factors on the day. Things can happen. Looking forward to the next time Marlo and Awarish meet, and I'm sure you are as well, Ross. I'm sure you are as well. Hello to Ian Smellen in the chat. Very disappointing news, obviously, coming out of Malta today, Ian, but great to see you here. Just dropping to say hello. Hope you're well. Hope you've enjoyed your time over there in Malta as well. So sorry for the pause in the game, folks. We're just making sure we got the scoring up to date. This is indeed the last match. I see a question just popped in the chat. Is it the last match? Yes, this is the final game, and there's only 8 deliveries still left to be bowled, and Marlo are storming on their way to another win today. It's going to be 3 wins for Marlo here today. Lisbon Capitals, they're not even going to pick up a point, I don't think. I think this is looking a little difficult for them to even pick up a single point. By my calculations, they need better than 105 runs to get a point here. And it's looking like they're not going to get even close to that. Good delivery from me, and again, dots up here. Akshar Patel has been pretty impressive with the ball today. However, with the bat, not so good, as he gives a bit of a charge to the captain of Marlo, and Roshan Singh takes the bails off, not for the first time, not for the second time, maybe not even for the 50th time, but he does it again. Takes a stumping off the bowling of his skipper. And Marlo have a small little celebration, a few smiles. They know that they are finishing their group stage in style here with a very comprehensive win over the Lisbon Capitals. And also they know they've really stamped their authority on this competition with dominant performances today with bat and ball. And captain Mian Shihat, he finishes with 2 for 14 from his 2 overs. Those 2 wickets just at the end of his second over, really putting a stamp of authority for him as captain. So 9 overs gone, 89 on the board, loss of 6 wickets. By my calculations, Lisbon Capitals need better than 105 in order to try to take a point here. Anyone wants to sort of try to do that quick calculation for me to see if I'm right, please do. But I've just added that up in my head. So I'm hoping I've got that approximately correct. I'm thinking 105. Better than 105 is what I'm thinking. But Marlo looking really good. When it comes to finals, though, maybe just 1 or 2 matches not going their way. You never know. Very strong Awarish here in the competition as well. And you saw already that the team from Mamadora, they had a bit of a shocker in their first few games. And suddenly, yesterday, it was all Punjab CC Amadora. They did nothing wrong. They chased down 170, I think it was 171 they chased yesterday, maybe 172. But they chased it down with 1 whole over to spare. If they can click on the right day, you never know. It could be their day on Saturday. Footwork fielding out there in the deep. I think that looked all legit as well. Need to point out that Raul Huda is still out there. He's on 37 from 22. He'll just tick up a bit here. I think he picked up 2 runs. He did. 39 from 23. The Lone Ranger pretty much for Lisbon Capitals. The only person scoring out there. However, Well, two players combined, wicketkeeper with the gloves and fine leg rushing in together. I thought, oh, this could be a nasty collision. But luckily, the shout of mine was heard. And interestingly enough, the fielder takes it, keeper doesn't. He's going to still get a bit of a high five, but I'm pretty sure the skipper will probably say, if the man with the gloves calls it, I think I prefer it if you stood back. 91 for 7. Lisbon Capital struggling here. They're probably not going to get to that bonus point situation, and they're probably not going to take anything away from this. And that'll be disappointing. That would be properly disappointing. Anyway, Rao Huda departs, 39 from 24. He was the only person out there trying to get runs for the Capitals. Unfortunately, all around him, wickets are falling. He was trying his best to hold down one end. I could see what he's trying to do without getting carried away and trying to lose his wicket. He was just trying to work the ball around the ground, punching the ball through the covers and getting boundaries at the start of the innings. But it was all a bit too much for him. And when he tried to cut loose, come undone there. So 3 balls left in the contest. Struck down the ground nicely. Just one. Shamsher Singh again picks up a wicket, bowling at the end of the end of the match, which is exactly what he's done in almost every game he's played. Kamel Ahmed's out there, but it's Shahan Khan on strike. Plays a very correct defensive shot there for what was the penultimate ball of the day. And now we get to the final delivery of the day. It's been a long, warm day for the players. It's been a day of runs, a day of big totals and records broken. And Shahan Khan defends his 0 not out with 2 blocks. And that is going to be the end of the Lisbon Capitals innings and the end of the match. Marlo get a storming win, and that is exceptional work there. Welcome you back into the hut in just a moment. But what a great effort that is. Hello there, Phil G here from the European Cricket Network. Welcome you back into the comms hut here after a long, long day of cricket. Big scores have been made, and that is a very good win from Marlo there. A very emphatic win, setting a target of 150. And Lisbon Capitals, at some stage you thought, yeah, possibly if Huda can get going, if he can get support from some of his Capital teammates, it could be competitive. It turns out it wasn't competitive. It ends up being a pretty one-sided affair. Marlo get the win, and they get a very convincing win as well. For Lisbon Capitals, look, they've got to come back tomorrow. They've got a couple of games tomorrow. Need to see if they've got something. They're going to have to do something quite amazing because they're still currently with no wins on the board, and that's going to sting. They got 2 games tomorrow to try to rectify that. The Super Giants are going back for 3 games. Awarish are back for 3 games tomorrow as well, so it's all to play for tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'm thinking already that the Capitals are probably going to be out of this competition, but we're going to be seen tomorrow. This time tomorrow night, we'll be able to confirm that for you, so why don't you join me, Phil G, here tomorrow for the start of day number 5. 4 big games coming your way. Awarish are back in action. Join us then. I'll see you then. Thanks for your time today. It's been wonderful to have you keep you company, and it's been wonderful you kept me company as well. So I'll say goodnight for now. This is ECS Portugal Premier Division. See you tomorrow. Oh God, that's loud.
So who huh?
Who's the outing? Is he an outing? Yeah.
These guys are cheating.
They choose whatever was the best player. I know, two forward defenses to finish the game.
No, I said 98. Okay?
Yeah, you did.
And I was waiting for the 6. This guy was like, what the fuck?
Couldn't even have a rush of blood, not even a dip at it.
I know, he lets it go around the corner.
I mean, fuck man, soft.
And also, then gave them the bonus points to Marlo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well then, I think from my case, I think 105. 105.
Yeah.
Was what we told. Okay, cool. What the fuck? And, I mean, do they not want to play you? Don't turn up tomorrow then. You know, make it simple for us. You know, shit. If you're not going to fucking try, fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, step aside. Get fucking fighters in your team Tigers. Get someone else in.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a shit show.
That is true.
The thing is though, I don't know if we're going to do demotions, but if we do demotions, they'll be demoted down to challenger next year, and the fighters will come up and take their place. So they're already in the shit because they're not going to play finals. I mean,
Fighters? Who won the last game?
Ricky